up, capture, evoke the feeling of success. When you feel successful and self-confident, you will act successfully. Maxwell Maltz. Lesson 7. Enthusiasm. You can do it if you believe you can. Enthusiasm is a state of mind that inspires and arouses one to put action into the task at hand. And it does more than this. It is contagious and vitally affects not only the enthusiast, but all with whom they come in contact as well. Enthusiasm bears the same relationship to a human being that steam does to the locomotive. It is the vital moving force that impels action. The greatest leaders are the ones who know how to inspire enthusiasm in their followers. Enthusiasm is the most important factor entering into salesmanship, and by far the most vital factor that enters into public speaking. How enthusiasm will affect you. Mix enthusiasm with your work and it will not seem difficult or monotonous. Enthusiasm will so energize your entire body that you can get along with less than half the usual amount of sleep, and at the same time, it will enable you to perform 2 to 3 times as much work as you usually perform in a given period without fatigue. For many years, I have done most of my writing at night. One night, while I was enthusiastically working at my typewriter, I looked out the window of my study just across the square from the Metropolitan Tower in New York City and saw what seemed to be the most peculiar reflection of the moon on the tower. It was a silvery gray shade, such as I had never seen before. Upon closer inspection, I found that the reflection was that of the early morning sun and not that of the moon. It was daylight. I had been at work all night, but I was so engrossed in my work that the night had passed as though it were but an hour. I worked at my task all that day and all the following night without stopping, except for a small amount of light food. 2 nights and 1 day without sleep and with little food, without the slightest evidence of fatigue, would not have been possible had I not kept my body energized with enthusiasm over the work at hand. Enthusiasm is not merely a figure of speech. It is a vital force that you can harness and use. Without enthusiasm, you would resemble an electric battery without electricity. Enthusiasm is the vital force with which you recharge your body and develop a dynamic personality. Some people are blessed with natural enthusiasm, while others must acquire it. The procedure through which it may be developed is simple. It begins by doing work you like. If you cannot engage in the work that you like best, for the time being, then you can continue in another line very effectively by adopting a definite chief aim that contemplates your engaging in your chosen work at some future time. Lack of money and other circumstances over which you have no control may force you to engage in work that you do not like. But no one can stop you from determining in your own mind what your definite chief aim in life shall be. Nor can anyone stop you from planning ways and means for translating this aim into reality, and nor can anyone stop you from mixing enthusiasm with your plans. Happiness, the final object of all human effort, is a state of mind that can be maintained only through the hope of future achievement. The happy person is the one who dreams of heights of achievement that are yet unattained. The home you intend to own, the money you intend to earn and place in the bank, the trip you intend to take when you can afford it, the position in life you intend to fill when you have prepared yourself, and the preparation itself. These are the things that produce happiness. Likewise, these are the materials out of which your definite chief aim is formed, and these are the things over which you may become enthusiastic, no matter what your present station in life may be. More than 20 years ago, I became enthusiastic over an idea. When the idea first took form in my mind, I was unprepared to take even the first step toward its transformation into reality. But I nursed it in my mind, and I became enthusiastic as I looked ahead, in my imagination, and saw the time when I would be prepared to make it a reality. The idea was this. I wanted to become the editor of a magazine based on the golden rule, through which I could inspire people to keep up courage and deal with one another squarely. Finally, my chance came, And on Armistice Day 1918, I wrote the first editorial for what was to become the material realization of a hope that had lain dormant in my mind for nearly 20 years. With enthusiasm, I poured into that editorial the emotions which I had been developing in my heart. My dream had come true. My editorship of a national magazine had become a reality. As I have said, this editorial was written with enthusiasm. I took it to a man of my acquaintance, and with enthusiasm I read it to him. The editorial ended in these words: "At last, my 20-year-old dream is about to come true. It takes money, and a lot of it, to publish a national magazine, and I have not the slightest idea where I am going to get this essential factor, but this is worrying me not at all, because I know I am going to get it somewhere." As I wrote those lines, I mixed enthusiasm and faith with them. I had hardly finished reading this editorial when the man to whom I read it, the first and only person to whom I had shown it, said, "I can tell you where you are going to get the money, for I am going to supply it." And he did. Enthusiasm is a vital force, so vital that until you have it highly developed, you cannot even begin to imagine its potential power in the achievement of success. Before moving to the next step in this lesson, I wish to repeat and to emphasize the fact that you may develop enthusiasm over your definite chief aim in life, whether you are in position to achieve that purpose at this time or not. You may be a long way from realization of your definite chief aim, but if you will kindle the fire of enthusiasm in your heart and keep it burning, before very long the obstacles that now stand in the way of your attainment of that purpose will melt away as if by magic, and you will find yourself in possession of power that you did not know you possessed. How your enthusiasm will affect others. We come now to the discussion of one of the most important subjects of this course, suggestion. Suggestion is the principle through which your words and your acts, and even your state of mind, influence others. In Lesson 2, Napoleon Hill discusses at length the subject of autosuggestion or self-suggestion, and in Lesson 3 he introduces a related concept which he called the law of mental telepathy. As noted earlier, in the time since Hill's writing, most experiments in telepathy have done little to convince the skeptical. What Hill meant by the term, however, had little to do with hocus pocus and much to do with common sense. Here he briefly recaps his thoughts on telepathy as it relates to suggestion. If you accept the principle of telepathy, the communication of thought from one mind to another without the aid of signs, symbols, or sounds, as a reality, you of course understand why enthusiasm is contagious and why it influences all within its radius. When your own mind is vibrating at a high rate because it has been stimulated with enthusiasm, that vibration registers in the minds of all within its radius, and especially in the minds of those with whom you come in close contact. When a public speaker senses their audience is in harmony with him or her, they are merely recognizing that their own enthusiasm has influenced the minds of the listeners until the listeners' minds are vibrating in harmony with the speaker's own. When the salesperson senses that the psychological moment for closing a sale has arrived, he or she merely feels the effect of their own enthusiasm as it influences the mind of the prospective buyer and places that mind in harmony with the salesperson's own. The subject of suggestion constitutes so important a part of this lesson and of this entire course that I will describe the three mediums through which it usually operates, which are what you say, what you do, and what you think. When you are enthusiastic over the goods you are selling or the services you are offering or the speech you are delivering, your state of mind becomes obvious to all who hear you by the tone of your voice. Whether you have ever thought of it in this way or not, it is the tone in which you make a statement, more than it is the statement itself, that carries conviction or fails to convince. No mere combination of words can ever take the place of a deep belief in a statement that is expressed with burning enthusiasm. Words are but devitalized sounds unless colored with feeling that comes from enthusiasm. One feels the noblest and acts the best when the inspiration of enthusiasm drives him onward toward the attainment of some pre-established goal. Here the printed word fails me, for I can never express with mere type and paper the difference between words that fall from unemotional lips without the fire of enthusiasm behind them and those that seem to pour forth from a heart that is bursting with eagerness for expression. The difference is there, however, Thus, what you say and the way in which you say it conveys a meaning that may be just the opposite of what is intended. This accounts for many a failure by the salesperson who presents their arguments in words that seem logical enough, but lack the coloring that can come only from enthusiasm that is born of sincerity and belief in the goods they are trying to sell. Their words said one thing, but their tone of voice suggested something entirely different. Success, therefore no sale was made. What you say is, of course, an important factor in the operation of the principle of suggestion, but not nearly so important as what you do. Your acts will count for more than your words, and woe unto you if the two fail to harmonize. If you preach the golden rule as a sound rule of conduct, your words will fall upon deaf ears if you do not practice what you preach. The most effective sermon a person can preach on the soundness of the golden rule is the one that is preached by suggestion when that person applies this rule in their relationships with others. If a salesman of Ford automobiles drives up to his prospective purchaser in a Buick, all the arguments he can present in behalf of the Ford will be without effect. Your thoughts constitute the most important of the three ways in which you apply the principle of suggestion, because they control the tone of your words and, to some extent at least, your actions. If your thoughts and your actions and your words harmonize, you are bound to influence others. We will now analyze the subject of suggestion, and I will show you exactly how to apply the principle upon which it operates. As we have already seen, suggestion differs from autosuggestion in only one way. We use suggestion, consciously or unconsciously, when we influence others, while we use autosuggestion as a means of influencing ourselves. Before you can influence another person through suggestion, that person's mind must be in a state of neutrality. That is, it must be open and receptive to your method of suggestion. Right here is where most salespeople fail. They try to make a sale before the mind of the prospective buyer has been rendered receptive or neutralized. This is such a vital point in this lesson that I feel impelled to dwell on it until there can be no doubt that you understand the principle that I am describing. That is, we feel that the intellect salesperson is the only person whom we actually have trained in the principle that I am describing. When I say that the salesperson must neutralize the mind of the prospective purchaser before a sale can be made, I mean that the prospective purchaser's mind must be credulous. A state of confidence must have been established, and it is obvious that there can be no set rule for either establishing confidence or neutralizing the mind to a state of openness. Here, the ingenuity of the salesperson must supply that which cannot be set down as a hard and fast rule. I know a life insurance salesman who sells nothing but large policies. Before this man even approaches the subject of insurance with a prospective client, he familiarizes himself with that person's complete history, including their education, financial status, eccentricities if they have any, religious preferences, and other data too numerous to be listed. Armed with this information, he manages to secure an introduction under conditions that permit him to know the prospective client in a social as well as a business way. Nothing is said about the sale of life insurance during his first visit, nor his second, and sometimes he does not approach the subject of insurance until he has become very well acquainted with the prospective client. All this time, however, he is not dissipating his efforts. He is taking advantage of these friendly visits for the purpose of neutralizing his prospective client's mind. That is, he is building up a relationship of confidence so that when the time comes for him to talk life insurance, what he says will fall upon ears that willingly listen. Some years ago, I wrote a book entitled How to Sell Your Services. Just before the manuscript went to the publisher, it occurred to me to ask some celebrities to write letters of endorsement to be published in the book. The printer was waiting for the manuscript, therefore I hurriedly wrote a letter to some 8 or 10 people in which I briefly outlined exactly what I wanted. But the letter brought back no replies, for I had failed to observe 2 important prerequisites for success. I had written the letter so hurriedly that I had failed to inject the spirit of enthusiasm into it, and I had neglected to word the letter so that it had the effect of neutralizing the minds of those to whom it was sent. I had not paved the way for the application of the principle of suggestion. After I realized my mistake, I then wrote a letter that was based on strict application of the principle of suggestion. This letter not only brought back replies from all to whom it was sent, but many of the replies were masterpieces and served far beyond my fondest hopes as valuable supplements to the book. For the purpose of comparison, to show you how the principle of suggestion may be used in writing a letter and what an important part enthusiasm plays in giving the written word flesh, the two letters are here reproduced. It will not be necessary to indicate which letter failed, as that will be quite obvious. My dear Mr. Ford, I am just completing a manuscript for a new book entitled How to Sell Your Services. I anticipate the sale of several 100,000 of these books, and I believe those who purchase the book would welcome the opportunity of receiving a message from you as to the best method of marketing personal services. Would you therefore be good enough to give me a few minutes of your time by writing a brief message to be published in my book? This will be a big favor to me personally, and I know it would be appreciated by the readers of the book. My dear Mr. Marshall, would you care for the opportunity to send a message of encouragement and possibly a word of advice to a few 100,000 of your fellow men who have failed to make their mark in the world as successfully as you have done? I have about completed a manuscript for a book to be entitled How to Sell Your Services. The main point made in the book is that service rendered is cause and the pay envelope is effect, and that the latter varies in proportion to the efficiency of the former. The book would be incomplete without a few words of advice from a few men who, like yourself, have come up from the bottom to enviable positions in the world. Therefore, if you will write me of your views as to the most essential points to be borne in mind by those who are offering personal services for sale, I will pass your message on through my book, which will ensure it's getting into hands where it will do a world of good for a class of earnest people who are struggling to find their places in the world's work. I know you are a busy man, Mr. Marshall, but please bear in mind that by simply calling in your secretary and dictating a brief letter, you will be sending forth an important message to possibly 500,000 people. In money, this will not be worth 2 cents to you, the stamp that you will place on the letter, but if estimated from the viewpoint of the good it may do others who are less fortunate than yourself, it may be worth the difference between success and failure to many a worthy person who will read your message, believe in it, and be guided by it. Very cordially yours. Now, let us analyze the two letters and find out why one failed in its mission while the other succeeded. This analysis should start with one of the most important fundamentals of salesmanship: motive. In the first letter, it is obvious that the motive is entirely one of self-interest. The letter states exactly what is wanted, but the wording of it leaves a doubt as to why the request is made or whom it is intended to benefit. Study the sentence in the second paragraph. This will be a big favor to me personally, etc. Now, it may seem to be a peculiar trait, but the truth is that most people will not grant favors just to please others. If I ask you to render a service that will benefit me without bringing you some corresponding advantage, you will not show much enthusiasm in granting that favor. You may refuse altogether if you have a plausible excuse for refusing. But if I ask you to render a service that will benefit a third person, even though the service must be rendered through me, and if that service is of such a nature that it is likely to reflect credit on you, the chances are that you will render the service willingly. We see this psychology demonstrated by the person who gives only small change to the beggar on the street, but willingly hands over hundreds of thousands of dollars to the charity worker who is soliciting in the name of others. But the most damaging suggestion of all is contained in the last and most important paragraph of the letter. Thanking you in advance for any consideration you may care to show me. This sentence strongly suggests that the writer of the letter anticipates a refusal of their request. It dearly indicates lack of enthusiasm. It paves the way for a refusal of the request. There is not one single word in the entire letter that places in the mind of anyone to whom it is sent a satisfactory reason for complying with the request. On the other hand, the reader can clearly see that the object of the letter is to secure a letter of endorsement that will help sell the book. The most important selling argument, in fact the only selling argument in connection with this request, has been lost, because it was not brought out and established as the real motive for making the request. This argument was but faintly mentioned in the sentence. I believe those who purchased the book would welcome the opportunity of receiving a message from you as to the best method of marketing personal services. The opening paragraph of the letter violates an important fundamental of salesmanship because it clearly suggests that the object of the letter is to gain some advantage for its writer, and does not even hint at any advantage to the person to whom it is sent. Instead of neutralizing the mind of the recipient of the letter as it should do, it has just the opposite effect. It makes it easy for him to say no. It reminds me of a salesman, or perhaps I should say someone who wanted to be a salesman, who once approached me in an effort to sell me a subscription to the Saturday Evening Post. As he held a copy of the magazine in front of me, he suggested the answer I should give by this question. You wouldn't subscribe for the Post to help me out, would you? He had made it too easy for me to say no. There was no enthusiasm behind his words, and he suggested nothing that appealed to my self-interest motive. Therefore, he lost a sale. A few weeks later, another subscription agent approached me. She was selling a combination of 6 magazines, one of which was the Saturday Evening Post, but how different her approach was. She glanced at my library table, on which she saw several magazines, then at my bookshelves, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Oh, I see you are a lover of books and magazines." I proudly pleaded guilty to the charge. Observe the word proudly, for it has an important bearing on this incident. I laid down the manuscript that I was reading when this saleswoman came in, for I could see that she was a woman of intelligence. Just how I came to see this, you will see too from this story. The important point is that I laid down the manuscript and actually felt myself wanting to hear what she had to say. With the aid of 11 words, plus a pleasant smile, plus a tone of genuine enthusiasm, she had neutralized my mind sufficiently to make me want to hear her. She had performed her most difficult task with those few words, because I had made up my mind when she was announced that I would keep my manuscript in my hands and thereby convey to her mind, as politely as I could, that I was busy. Being a student of salesmanship and of suggestion, I carefully watched to see what her next move would be. She had a bundle of magazines under her arm, and I expected she would unroll it and begin to urge me to purchase, but she did not. You will recall that I said she was selling a combination of 6 magazines, not merely trying to sell them. She walked over to my bookshelves, pulled out a copy of Emerson's essays, and for the next 10 minutes she talked about Emerson's essay on compensation so interestingly that I lost sight of the roll of magazines that she carried. She was neutralizing my mind some more. Incidentally, she gave me a sufficient number of new ideas about Emerson's works to provide material for an excellent editorial. Then she asked me which magazines I received regularly, and after I told her, she smiled as she unrolled her bundle of magazines and laid them on the table in front of me. She analyzed her magazines one by one and explained just why I should have each of them. The Saturday Evening Post would bring me the cleanest fiction. Literary Digest would bring me the news of the world in condensed form, such as a busy man like myself would demand. The American Magazine would bring me the latest biographies of those who were leading in business and industry, and so on until she had covered the entire list. But I was not responding to her argument as freely as she thought I should have, so she slipped me this gentle suggestion. A man of your position is bound to be well informed, and if he isn't, it will show up in his own work. She spoke the truth. Her remark was both a compliment and a gentle reprimand. She made me feel somewhat sheepish because she had taken inventory of my reading matter, and 6 of the leading magazines were not on my list. The 6 that she was selling. Then I began to slip by asking her how much the 6 magazines would cost. She put on the finishing touches of a well-presented sales talk by this tactful reply. The cost? Why, the cost of the entire number is less than you receive for a single page of the typewritten manuscript that you had in your hands when I came in. Again, she spoke the truth. And how did she happen to guess so well what I was getting from my manuscript? The answer is, she did not guess. She knew. She made it a part of her business to draw me out tactfully as to the nature of my work, which in no way made me angry. She became so deeply interested in the manuscript which I had laid down when she came in that she actually induced me to talk about it. I am not saying, of course, that this required any great amount of skill or coaxing. After all, it was my manuscript. For all I know, it was a part of her plan to observe carefully all that she saw and heard, with the object of finding out just what my weaknesses were and in what I was most interested. Some salespeople take the time to do this. Some do not. She was one of those who did. Yes, she went away with my order for the 6 magazines, but that was not all the benefit she derived from tactful suggestion plus enthusiasm. She also got my consent to canvass my office, and before she left, she had 5 other orders from my employees. At no time during her stay did she leave the impression that I was favoring her by purchasing her magazines. Just to the contrary, she distinctly impressed me with the feeling that she was rendering me a favor. This was tactful suggestion. Before we get away from this incident, I wish to make an admission. When she drew me into conversation, she did it in such a way that I talked with enthusiasm, and I am sure I caught the spirit of enthusiasm from this clever saleswoman when she made that opening remark as she came into my study. I am just as sure that her enthusiasm was not a matter of accident. She had trained herself to look for something in her prospective purchaser's office or their work or their conversation over which she could express enthusiasm. Remember, suggestion and enthusiasm go hand in hand. I can remember as though it were yesterday the feeling that came over me when that other would-be salesman pushed that Saturday Evening Post in front of me. As he remarked, "You wouldn't subscribe for the Post to help me out, would you?" His words were chilled. They were lifeless. They lacked enthusiasm. They registered an impression in my mind, but that impression was one of coldness. I wanted to see the man go out the door at which he had come in. Mind you, I am not naturally unsympathetic, but the tone of his voice, the look on his face, his general bearing, suggested that he was there to ask a favor and not to offer one. Suggestion is one of the most subtle and powerful principles of psychology. You are making use of it in all that you do and say and think. But unless you understand the difference between negative suggestion and positive suggestion, you may be using it in such a way that it is bringing you defeat instead of success. Science has established the fact that through the negative use of suggestion, life may be extinguished. In the little town where I was raised, there lived an old lady who constantly complained that she feared death from cancer. During her childhood, she had seen a woman who had cancer, and the sight had so impressed itself upon her mind that she began to look for symptoms in her own body. She was sure that every little ache and pain was the beginning of her long-looked-for symptom of cancer. I have seen her place her hand on her breast and have heard her exclaim, "Oh, I am sure I have a cancer growing here. I can feel it," when complaining of this left breast, where she believed the cancer was attacking her. A few weeks ago, she died with cancer on her left breast. If suggestion will actually transform healthy body cells into parasites out of which cancer will develop, can you not imagine what it will do in destroying disease germs if properly directed? Suggestion is the law through which mental healers work what appear to be miracles. I have personally witnessed the removal of parasitical growths known as warts through the aid of suggestion within 48 hours. By the 1980s, the medical aspects of the principle Napoleon Hill wrote about in the preceding paragraph were embraced by a growing segment of the population, commonly referred to as the New Age. Among the adherents were numerous medical professionals who incorporated the concept under the term the body-mind connection, and by the turn of the 21st century, the belief that the mind can manifest physical changes in the body had become a part of mainstream medical practice. Following is a listing of the seminal books and audiobooks that explain in greater detail the medical applications of the power of suggestion. Visualization by Adelaide Bry. Ageless Body, Timeless Mind by Deepak Chopra. Creative Visualization by Shakti Gawain. Focusing by Eugene Gendlin, PhD. You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay. Healing with Body Energy by W. Brow Joy, MD. Psychocybernetics by Maxwell Maltz, MD. Super Immunity by Paul Pearsall, PhD. Healing Back Pain by John E. Sarno, MD. Love, Medicine, and Miracles by Bernie S. Siegel, MD. Getting Well by O. Carl Simonton, MD. 8 Weeks to Optimum Health and Spontaneous Healing by Andrew Weil, MD. A few months ago, I received one of the most effective pieces of advertising I ever saw. It was a little book in which a clever automobile insurance salesman had reprinted press dispatches that he had gathered from all over the country, showing that 65 automobiles had been stolen in a single day. On the back page of the book was this highly suggestive statement: "Your car may be the next one to go. Is it insured?" At the bottom of the page was the salesman's name, address, and telephone number. Before I had finished reading the first 2 pages of the book, I called the salesman on the telephone and made inquiry about rates. He came right over to see me, and you know the rest of the story. Go back now to the 2 letters and let us analyze the second one, which brought the desired replies from all to whom it was sent. Study carefully the first paragraph and you will observe that it asks a question that can be answered in only one way. Compare this opening paragraph with that of the first letter by asking yourself which of the 2 would have impressed you most favorably. This paragraph is worded as it is for a twofold purpose. First, it is intended to serve the purpose of neutralizing the mind of the reader so he will read the remainder of the letter with an open-minded attitude. And second, it asks a question that can be answered in only one way, for the purpose of committing the reader to a viewpoint that harmonizes with the nature of the service, which in subsequent paragraphs of the letter he is to be requested to render. In the second lesson of this course, you observed that Andrew Carnegie refused to answer my question when I asked him to what he attributed his success, until he had asked me to define the word success. He did this to avoid misunderstanding. The first paragraph of the letter we are analyzing is so worded that it states the object of the letter, and at the same time practically forces the reader to accept that object as being sound and reasonable. Book 3, paragraphs 18 and half the wrecks that strew life's ocean, if some star had been their guide, might in safety now be riding, but they drifted with the tide. Any person who would answer the question in the negative would convict themselves on the charge of selfishness, and no one wants to live with a guilty conscience on such a charge. Just as the farmer first plows his ground, then fertilizes it in order that he may be sure of a crop, so does this paragraph fertilize the mind of the reader and prepare it for the seed that is to be placed there through the subtle suggestion the paragraph contains. Now carefully study the second paragraph of the letter, and you will observe that it carries a statement of fact that the reader can neither question nor deny. It provides him no reason for argument because it is obviously based on a sound fundamental. It takes him the second step of the psychological journey that leads straight toward compliance with the request that is carefully clothed in the third paragraph of the letter. But you will also notice that the paragraph begins by indirectly paying the reader a nice little compliment. Therefore, if you will write me of your views as to the most essential points to be borne in mind by those who are offering personal services for sale, etc. Study the wording of this sentence, together with the setting in which it has been placed, and you will observe that it hardly appears to be a request at all. And certainly there is nothing about it to suggest that the writer of the letter is requesting a favor for his personal benefit. At most, it can be construed merely as a request for a favor for others. Next, study the closing paragraph and notice how tactfully concealed is the suggestion that if the reader should refuse the request, he is placing himself in the awkward position of one who does not care enough about those who are less fortunate than himself to spend a stamp and a few minutes of time for their benefit. The whole construction of the letter is such that if the reader lays it aside without complying with the request that it makes, he will have to reckon with his own conscience. This effect is intensified by the last sentence of the last paragraph and especially by the last 13 words of that sentence. Who will read your message, believe in it, and be guided by it? Conceit is a fog that envelops a man's real character beyond his own recognition. It weakens his native ability and strengthens all his inconsistencies. This letter brings the reader up with a bang and turns his own conscience into an ally of the writer. It corners him just as a hunter might corner a rabbit by driving it into a carefully prepared net. The best evidence I can offer that this analysis is correct is that the letter brought replies from every person to whom it was sent, despite the fact that every one of the recipients was of the type that is generally supposed to be too busy to answer a letter of this nature. Not only did the letter bring the desired replies, but those to whom it was sent also replied in person, with the exception of the late Theodore Roosevelt, who replied under the signature of a secretary. John Wanamaker and Frank A. Vanderlip wrote two of the finest letters I have ever read, each a masterpiece which might well have adorned the pages of a more dignified volume than the one for which the letters were requested. Andrew Carnegie also wrote a letter that was well worth consideration by all who have personal services for sale. William Jennings Bryan wrote a fine letter, as did also the late Lord Northcliffe. None of these wrote merely to please me, for I was unknown to all of them, with the exception of 4. They did not write to please me. They wrote to please themselves and to render a worthy service. Perhaps the wording of the letter had something to do with this, but as to that I make no point, other than to state that all of those whom I have mentioned, and most others of their type, are generally the most willing to render service for others when they are properly approached. I wish to take advantage of this appropriate opportunity to state that all of the really big public figures whom I have had the pleasure of knowing have been the most willing and courteous men of my acquaintance when it came to rendering service that was of benefit to others. Perhaps that was one reason why they were really major figures. The human mind is a marvelous piece of machinery. One of its outstanding characteristics is that all impressions which reach it, either through outside suggestion or autosuggestion, are recorded together in groups which harmonize in nature. The negative impressions are all stored away in one portion of the brain, while the positive impressions are stored in another portion. When one of these impressions or past experiences is called into the conscious mind through the principle of memory, there is a tendency to recall with it all others of a similar nature, just as the raising of one link of a chain brings up other links with it. For example, anything that causes a feeling of doubt to arise in a person's mind is sufficient to call forth all of their experiences that cause them to become doubtful. If a person is asked by a stranger to cash a check, he or she may immediately remember having cashed checks that were not good, or of having heard of others who did so. Through the law of association, all similar emotions, experiences, and sense impressions that reach the mind are filed away together, so that the recalling of one tends to bring back to memory all the others. To arouse a feeling of distrust in a person's mind has a tendency to bring back every doubt, building experience that person ever had. For this reason, successful salespeople endeavor to keep away from the discussion of subjects that may arouse the buyer's chain of doubt, impressions, from previous experiences. The successful salesperson quickly learns that knocking a competitor may result in bringing to the buyer's mind certain negative emotions that might make it impossible for the salesperson to neutralize the buyer's mind. This principle applies to and controls every sense impression that is lodged in the human mind. Take the feeling of fear, for example. The moment we permit a single emotion that is related to fear to reach the conscious mind, it calls with it all of its unsavory relations. A feeling of courage cannot claim the attention of the conscious mind while a feeling of fear is there. One or the other must dominate. They make poor roommates because they do not harmonize in nature. Like attracts like. Every thought held in the conscious mind has a tendency to draw to it other thoughts of a similar nature. These feelings, thoughts, and emotions growing out of past experiences which claim the attention of the conscious mind are backed by a regular army of supporting soldiers of a similar nature that stand ready to aid them in their work. As noted earlier, many people built on the basic principles about which Napoleon Hill wrote and lectured. Some took inspiration from Hill's principles of success and turned their inspiration into businesses, a number of which went on to become not just businesses but industries unto themselves. Others built on the ideas by elaborating on certain concepts, and they themselves became best-selling authors and famous motivational speakers. To experience firsthand just how influential Napoleon Hill has been in this regard, the editors urge you to attend seminars and workshops by today's popular speakers. You will hear new buzzwords, and the speakers will illustrate their concepts with contemporary stories, but behind each modern catchphrase or story, you will also hear the echo of one of Hill's original 17 principles of success. Two of the most prominent and powerful motivational speakers of the latter part of the 20th century and beginning of the 21st century are Anthony Robbins and Stephen Covey, both of whom readily acknowledge Napoleon Hill as a major inspiration in their work. Deliberately place in your own mind through the principle of autosuggestion the ambition to succeed through the aid of a definite chief aim, and notice how quickly all of your latent or undeveloped ability in the nature of past experiences will become stimulated and aroused to action on your behalf. Plant in a child's mind, through the principle of suggestion, the ambition to become a successful lawyer or doctor or engineer or business person or financier. And if you plant that suggestion deeply enough and keep it there by repetition, it will begin to move the child toward the achievement of the object of that ambition. If you would plant a suggestion deeply, mix it generously with enthusiasm, for enthusiasm is the fertilizer that will ensure its rapid growth as well as its permanency. When that kind-hearted old gentleman planted in my mind the suggestion that I was a bright boy and that I could make my mark in the world if I would educate myself, it was not so much what he said as it was the way in which he said it that made such a deep and lasting impression on my mind. It was the way in which he gripped my shoulders and the look of confidence in his eyes that drove his suggestion so deeply into my subconscious mind that it never gave me any peace until I commenced taking the steps that led to the fulfillment of the suggestion. This is a point I would stress with all the power at my command. It is not so much what you say as it is the tone and manner in which you say it that makes a lasting impression. It naturally follows, therefore, that sincerity of purpose, honesty, and earnestness must be placed behind all that one says if one would make a lasting and favorable impression. Whatever you successfully sell to others, you must first sell to yourself. Not long ago, I was approached by an agent of the government of a certain country. The agent sought my services as a writer of propaganda for the administration in charge at that time. His approach was about as follows. Whereas you have a reputation as an exponent of the Golden Rule philosophy, and whereas you are known throughout the United States as an independent who is not allied with any political faction, would you be gracious enough to come to our country, study the economic and political affairs, then return to the United States and write a series of articles to appear in the newspapers, recommending to the people of America the immediate recognition of the government by the United States, etc. For this service I was offered more money than I shall perhaps ever possess during my entire life. But I refused the commission, and for a reason that will fail to impress anyone except those who understand the principle that makes it necessary for all who would influence others to remain on good terms with their own conscience. I could not write convincingly of that country's cause because I did not believe in that cause. Therefore, I could not have mixed sufficient enthusiasm with my writing to have made it effective, even if I had been willing to prostitute my talent and dip my pen into ink that I believed to be muddy. I will not endeavor further to explain my philosophy on this incident, as those who are far enough advanced in the study of autosuggestion will not need further explanation, while those who are not far enough advanced would not and could not understand. No one can afford to express, through words or acts, anything that is not in harmony with their own belief, and if they do, they must pay by the loss of their ability to influence others. Please read aloud the foregoing paragraph. It is worth emphasizing by repetition, for it is by lack of observation of the principle on which it is based that many a person's definite chief aim has been dashed. I do not believe that I can afford to try to deceive anyone about anything, but I know that I cannot afford to try to deceive myself. To do so would destroy the power of my pen and render my words ineffective. It is only when I write with the fire of enthusiasm burning in my heart that my writing impresses others favorably. It is only when I speak from a heart that is bursting with belief in my message that I can move my audience to accept that message. I urge you to also read aloud the foregoing paragraph. Commit it to memory. Write it out and place it where it may serve as a daily reminder of a principle, as immutable as the law of gravity, without which you can never become a power in your chosen life's work. There have been times, and many of them, when it appeared that if I stood by this principle, it would mean starvation. There have been times when even my closest friends and business advisors have strongly urged me to shade my philosophy for the sake of gaining a needed advantage here and there, but somehow I have managed to cling to it. Mainly, I suppose, because I have preferred peace and harmony in my own heart to the material gain that I might have had by compromising my integrity. Strange as it may seem, my refusal to strangle my own conscience has seldom been based on what is commonly called honesty. My refusal to write or speak anything that I did not believe has been solely a question of honor between my conscience and myself. I have tried to express what my heart dictated because I have aimed to give my words flesh. It might be said that my motive was based more on self-interest than on a desire to be fair with others, though I have never desired to be unfair with others so far as I am able to analyze myself. No one can become a master salesperson if they compromise faults, even if no one ever catches them red-handed in expressing what they do not believe. Their words will fail in the accomplishment of their purpose because a person cannot give their words flesh if they do not come from the heart and if they are not mixed with genuine, unadulterated enthusiasm. I would also ask you to read aloud the foregoing paragraph, for it embraces a great law that you must understand and apply before you can become a person of influence in any undertaking. I should point out that I am quite serious when I ask you to read aloud or memorize certain phrases. It is not that I do not give you full credit for being an adult, a thinker, an intelligent person, but I know how likely you are to skip over these vital laws without being sufficiently impressed by them to make them a part of your everyday philosophy. I know your weakness because I know my own. It has required the better part of 25 years of ups and downs, mostly downs, to impress these basic truths on my own mind so that they influenced me. I have tried both them and their opposites. Therefore, I can speak not as one who merely believes in their soundness, but as one who knows. And what do I mean by these truths? So that you cannot possibly misunderstand my meaning, and so that these words of warning cannot possibly convey an abstract meaning, I will state that by these truths I mean this. You cannot afford to suggest to another person, by word of mouth or by an act of yours, anything that you do not believe. Surely, that is plain enough. And the reason you cannot afford to do so is this. Till you head home, it will not be long before you will have no conscience, for your conscience will fail to guide you just as an alarm clock will fail to guide you if you do not heed it. Surely that is plain enough also. And how do I happen to be an authority on this vital subject? I am an authority because I have experimented with the principle until I know how it works. But, you may ask, how do I know that you are telling the truth? But the answer is you will know only by experimenting for yourself and by observing others who faithfully apply this principle and those who do not apply it. If my evidence needs backing, then consult anyone whom you know to be a person who has tried to get by without observing this principle. And if they will not or cannot give you the truth, you can get it nevertheless by analyzing the character of the person. There is but one thing in the world that gives us real and enduring power, and that is character. Reputation, bear in mind, is not character. Reputation is that which people are believed to be. Character is that which people are. If you would be a person of great influence, then be a person of real character. Character is the philosopher's lodestone, through which all who have it may turn the base metals of their life into pure gold. Without character, you have nothing, you are nothing, and you can be nothing. Character is something that you cannot beg or steal or buy. You can get it only by building it, and you can build it by your own thoughts and deeds and in no other way. Through the aid of autosuggestion, any person can build a sound character, no matter what his or her past has been. I wish to emphasize the fact that all who have character also have enthusiasm and personality sufficient to attract others who have character. Following are 3 simple but valuable instructions as to how to develop enthusiasm. First, complete the remaining lessons of this course, because other important instructions that are to be coordinated with this one will be found in subsequent lessons. Second, if you have not already done so, write out your definite chief aim in clear, simple language, and follow this by writing out the plan through which you intend to transform your aim into reality. Third, read over the description of your definite chief aim each night just before retiring, and as you read, see yourself in your imagination in full possession of the object of your aim. Do this with full faith in your ability to transform your definite chief aim into reality. Read aloud with all the enthusiasm at your command, emphasizing every word. Repeat this reading until the small, still voice within you tells you that your purpose will be realized. Sometimes you will feel the effects of this voice from within the first time you read your definite chief aim, while at other times you may have to read it a dozen or 50 times before the assurance comes. But do not stop until you feel it. One of the greatest powers for good on the face of this earth is faith. To this marvelous power may be traced miracles of the most astounding nature. It offers peace on earth to all who embrace it. Faith involves a principle so far-reaching in its effect that no one can say what its limitations are or if it has limitations. Write into the description of your definite chief aim a statement of the qualities that you intend to develop in yourself and the station in life that you intend to attain, and have faith, as you read this description each night, that you can transform this purpose into reality. Surely you cannot miss the suggestion contained in this lesson. To become successful, you must be a person of action. Merely to know is not sufficient. It is necessary both to know and to do. Enthusiasm is the mainspring of the mind that urges one to put knowledge into action. Billy Sunday is the most successful evangelist this country has ever known. For the purpose of studying his technique and checking up on his psychological methods, I went through 3 campaigns with Reverend Sunday. His success is based very largely on one word: enthusiasm. By making effective use of the law of suggestion, Billy Sunday conveys his own spirit of enthusiasm to the minds of his followers, and they become influenced by it. He sells his sermons by exactly the same sort of strategy employed by many master salespeople. Enthusiasm is as essential to a salesperson as water is to a duck. All successful sales managers understand the psychology of enthusiasm and make use of it in various ways as a practical means of helping their group produce more sales. Practically all sales organizations have get-together meetings for the purpose of revitalizing the minds of all members of the sales force and injecting the spirit of enthusiasm, which can be best done en masse through group psychology. Sales meetings might properly be called revival meetings because their purpose is to revive interest and arouse enthusiasm that will enable the salespeople to take up the fight with renewed ambition and energy. During his administration as sales manager of the National Cash Register Company, Hugh Chalmers, who later became famous in the motorcar industry, faced a most embarrassing situation which threatened to wipe out his position as well as that of thousands of salesmen under his direction. The company was in financial difficulty. This fact had become known to the salesmen in the field, and as a result, they began to lose their enthusiasm. Sales began to dwindle until finally the conditions became so alarming that a general meeting of the sales organization was called, be held at the company's plant in Dayton, Ohio. The salesmen were called in from all over the country. Mr. Chalmers presided over the meeting. He began by calling on several of his best salesmen to tell what was wrong out in the field, that orders had fallen off. One by one they got up, as called, and each had a most terrible tale of grief to tell. Business conditions were bad, money was scarce, people were holding off buying until after the presidential election, and so forth. As the fifth man began to enumerate the difficulties that had kept him from making his usual quota of sales, Mr. Chalmers jumped up on top of a table, held up his hands for silence, and said, "Stop. I order this convention to come to a close for 10 minutes while I get my shoes shine." Then turning to a small boy who sat nearby, he ordered the boy to bring his shoe shine outfit and shine his shoes right where he stood on top of the table. The salesmen in the audience were astounded. They began to whisper among themselves. Meanwhile, the boy shined first one and then the other shoe, taking plenty of time and doing a first-class job. After the job was finished, Mr. Chalmers handed the boy a dime, then went ahead with his speech. "I want each of you," he said, "to take a good look at this boy. He has the concession for shoe shining throughout our plant and offices. His predecessor was considerably older than himself, and despite the fact that the company subsidized him with a salary, he could not make a living in this plant, where thousands of people are employed. This boy not only makes a good living without any subsidy from the company, but he is actually saving money out of his earnings each week, working under the same conditions in the same plant for the same people." Now I wish to ask you a question. Whose fault was it that the older boy did not get more business? Was it his fault or the fault of his buyers? In a mighty roar from the crowd, the answer came back. It was the boy's fault, of course. Just so, replied Chalmers, and now I want to tell you this, that you are selling cash registers in the same territory, to the same people, with exactly the same business conditions that existed a year ago. Yet, you are not producing the business that you were then. Now, whose fault is that? Is it yours or the buyer's? And again, the answer came back with a roar. It is our fault, of course. I am glad that you are frank to acknowledge your faults, Chalmers continued, and I now wish to tell you what your trouble is. You have heard rumors about this company being in financial trouble, and that has killed off your enthusiasm so that you are not making the effort that you formerly made. If you will go back into your territories with a definite promise to send in 5 orders each during the next 30 days, this company will no longer be in financial difficulty, for that additional business will see us clear. Will you do it? They said they would, and they did. That incident has gone down in the history of the National Cash Register Company under the name Hugh Chalmers' $1 Million Shoe Shine, for it is said that this turned the tide in the company's affairs and was worth millions of dollars. Enthusiasm knows no defeat. A sales manager who knows how to send out an army of enthusiastic salespeople may set his or her own price on their services. What is more important even than this, they can increase the earning capacity of every person under their direction. Thus, the sales manager's enthusiasm benefits not only themselves, but perhaps hundreds of others as well. Enthusiasm is never a matter of chance. There are certain stimuli that produce enthusiasm, the most important being as follows. 1. Occupation in the work that one loves best. 2. Environment where one comes in contact with others who are enthusiastic and optimistic. 3. Financial success. 4. Complete mastery and application in one's daily work of the 17 laws of success. 5. Good health. 6. Knowledge that one has served others in some helpful manner. 7. Good clothes, appropriate to the needs of one's occupation. These sources of stimuli are self-explanatory, with the exception of the last. The psychology of clothes is understood by very few people, and will therefore be explained here in detail. Clothes are the most important part of the embellishment that every person must have in order to feel self-reliant, hopeful, and enthusiastic. The Psychology of Good Clothes commentary. Needless to say, clothing and what is acceptable to wear in business today is a far cry from what was considered appropriate in the early part of the 20th century. As you begin to read the following, you may wonder what Napoleon Hill, who wore celluloid collars and spats, could have to say to a world where casual Friday is common and billion-dollar deals are signed by people dressed in blue jeans or sweats. The editors assure you that if you read on, it will become abundantly clear that the philosophy behind the words supersedes the fashion of any particular era, and that in fact Hill's Psychology of Good Clothes has a much more significant point than, can I wear checks with stripes? When the good news came from the theater of war on November the 11th, 1918, my worldly possessions amounted to little more than they did the day I came into the world. The war had destroyed my business and made it necessary for me to make a new start. My wardrobe consisted of 3 well-worn business suits and 2 uniforms which I no longer needed. Knowing all too well that the world forms its first and most lasting impressions of a person by the clothes he or she wears, I lost no time in visiting my tailor. My tailor had known me for many years, and therefore he did not judge me entirely by the clothes I wore. If he had, I would have been sunk. With less than $1 in change in my pocket, I picked out the cloth for 3 of the most expensive suits I ever owned and ordered that they be made up for me at once. The 3 suits came to $375. I shall never forget the remark made by the tailor as he took my measure. Glancing first at the 3 bolts of expensive cloth that I had selected, and then at me, he inquired, "$1 a year, man? Eh?" "No," said I. If I had been fortunate enough to get on the $1 a year payroll, I might now have enough money to pay for these suits. The tailor looked at me with surprise. I don't think he got the joke. One of the suits was a beautiful dark gray. One was a dark blue. The other was a light blue with a pinstripe. Fortunately, I was in good standing with my tailor, therefore he did not ask when I was going to pay for those expensive suits. I knew that I could and would pay for them in due time, but could I have convinced him of that? This was the thought that was running through my mind, with hope against hope that the question would not be brought up. I then visited my haberdasher, from whom I purchased 3 less expensive suits and a complete supply of the best shirts, collars, ties, hosiery, and underwear that he carried. With an air of prosperity, I nonchalantly signed the charge ticket. A feeling of renewed self-reliance and success began to come over me even before I had attired myself in my newly purchased clothing. I was out of the war and $675 in debt, all in less than 24 hours. The following day, the first of the 3 suits I ordered from the haberdasher was delivered. I put it on at once, stuffed a new silk handkerchief in the outside pocket of my coat, shoved the $50 I had borrowed on my ring down into my pants pocket, and walked down Michigan Avenue in Chicago, feeling as rich as Rockefeller. Every morning I dressed in an entirely new outfit and walked down that same street at precisely the same hour. That hour happened to be the time when a certain wealthy publisher usually walked down the same street on his way to lunch. I made it my business to speak to him each day, and occasionally we would stop for a minute's chat. After this daily meeting had been going on for about a week, one day when I saw this publisher, I decided to see if he would let me get by him without our speaking to each other. Watching him from under my eyelashes, I looked straight ahead and started to pass him when he stopped and motioned me over to the edge of the sidewalk, placed his hand on my shoulder, looked me over from head to foot and said, "You look damned prosperous for a man who has just laid aside a uniform. Who makes your clothes?" "Well," I said, "Wilkie and Celery made this particular suit." He then wanted to know what sort of business I was engaged in. I said, "Oh, I am preparing the copy for a new magazine that I am going to publish." "A new magazine, eh?" he queried. "And what are you going to call it?" "It is to be named Hill's Golden Rule." "Don't forget," said my publisher friend, "that I am in the business of printing and distributing magazines. Perhaps I can serve you also." That was the moment for which I had been waiting. And I can assure you, that conversation never would have taken place had this publisher observed me walking down that street from day to day with a whipdog look on my face, an unpressed suit on my back, and a look of poverty in my eyes. An appearance of prosperity attracts attention always, with no exceptions whatsoever. Moreover, a look of prosperity attracts favorable attention because the one dominating desire in every human heart is to be prosperous. My publisher friend invited me to his club for lunch. Before the coffee and cigars had been served, he had talked me out of the contract for printing and distributing my magazine. I had even consented to permit him to supply the capital without any interest charge. For the benefit of those who are not familiar with the publishing business, let me point out that considerable capital is required for launching a new nationally distributed magazine. The capital necessary for launching Hill's Golden Rule magazine was well above $30,000, and every cent of it was raised because of the way I was dressed. And perhaps more important, the way it made me feel. To some, it may seem an unpardonable extravagance for one who was broke to have gone into debt for $675 worth of clothes, but the psychology behind that investment more than justified it. The appearance of prosperity not only made a favorable impression on those to whom I had to look for favors, but of more importance still was the effect that proper attire had on me. I not only knew that correct clothes would impress others favorably, but I knew also that good clothes would give me an air of self-reliance, without which I could not hope to regain my lost fortunes. I got my first training in the psychology of good clothes from my friend Edwin C. Barnes, whom I mentioned earlier had ridden into West Orange, New Jersey on a freight train, not being able to raise sufficient money for passenger fare. What I had not elaborated on then is that when Mr. Barnes arrived, he had announced at the Edison offices that he had come to enter into a partnership with Mr. Edison. Nearly everybody around the Edison plant had laughed at Barnes, except Edison himself. He saw something in the square jaw and determined face of young Barnes that most of the others did not see, despite the fact that the young man looked more like a tramp than he did a future partner of the greatest inventor on earth. Barnes got his start sweeping floors in the Edison offices. That was all he sought, just a chance to get a toehold in the Edison organization. From there on, he made history. He is now a multi-millionaire, prosperous and happy, and a close associate of Thomas A. Edison's. He has retired from active business, even though he is still a comparatively young man, and spends most of his time at his two beautiful homes in Bradentown, Florida, and Damariscotta, Maine. I first became acquainted with Barnes during the early days of his association with Edison, before he had arrived. In those days, he had the largest and most expensive collection of clothes I had ever seen or heard of one man owning. His wardrobe consisted of 31 suits, one for each day of the month. He never wore the same suit 2 days in succession. One day, in a spirit of fun, I asked him to save some of his old suits that he did not need for me. He informed me that he hadn't a single suit that he did not need. He then gave me a lesson on the psychology of clothes that is well worth remembering. I do not wear 31 suits of clothes entirely for the impression they make on other people. I do it mostly for the impression they have on me. Barnes then told me of the day when he presented himself at the Edison plant for a position. He said he had to walk around the plant a dozen times before he worked up enough courage to announce himself, because he knew he looked more like a tramp than he did a desirable employee. Barnes is said to be the most able salesman ever connected with the great inventor of West Orange. His entire fortune was made through his ability as a salesman, but he has often said that he never could have accomplished the results that have made him both wealthy and famous had it not been for his understanding of the psychology of clothes. I have met many salespeople in my time. During the past 10 years, I have personally trained and directed the efforts of more than 3,000, both men and women, and I have observed that, without a single exception, the star producers were all people who understood and made good use of the psychology of clothes. I have yet to see the first poorly dressed salesperson who became a star producer. I have studied the psychology of clothes for so long, and I have watched its effect on people in so many different walks of life, that I am fully convinced there is a close connection between clothes and success. Personally, I feel no need of 31 suits of clothes, but if my personality demanded a wardrobe of this size, I would manage to get it, no matter how much it might cost. It may be true, as a well-known poet has said, that clothes do not make the man, but no one can deny that good clothes go a very long way toward giving a person a favorable start. A bank will generally loan you all the money you want when you do not need it when you are prosperous, but never go to your bank for a loan with shabby-looking clothes on your back and a look of poverty in your eyes, for if you do, you'll get the gate. Success attracts success. There is no escape from this fact. Therefore, if you wish to attract success, make sure that you look the part of success, whether your calling is that of day laborer or merchant prince. For the benefit of the more dignified students of this philosophy who may object to resorting to trick clothing as a means of achieving success, let me say that the real lesson here is that practically every successful person has discovered some form of stimulus through which they can and do drive themselves on to greater effort. Times too numerous to mention, I have gone into conference with colleagues who had the appearance of worry written all over them, only to see those same colleagues straighten up their shoulders, tilt their chins at a higher angle, soften their faces with smiles of confidence, and get down to business with the sort of enthusiasm that knows no defeat. The change took place at the moment harmony of purpose was established. If a person goes about the affairs of life devoid of enthusiasm, they are doomed to failure. Nothing can save them until they change their attitude and learn how to stimulate their mind and body to unusual heights of enthusiasm at will. Your business in life, you are reminded once again, is to achieve success. Let us go singing as far as we go. The road will be less tedious. Virgil. With the motivation you will derive from studying this philosophy, you should be able to create a definite plan that will lift you to great heights of achievement. However, there is no plan that can produce this desirable result without the aid of some influence that will cause you to lift yourself, in a spirit of enthusiasm, to where you will exert greater than the ordinary effort that you put into your daily work. You are now ready for the lesson on self-control, which describes the law that serves as the balance wheel of this entire philosophy. You will find that it has a vital bearing on this lesson. just as this lesson has a direct connection with the preceding lessons on a definite chief aim, self-confidence, initiative and leadership, and imagination. The 7 Deadly Horsemen, an after-lesson visit with the author. The 7 horsemen are labeled intolerance, greed, revenge, egotism, suspicion, jealousy, and question mark. The worst enemy that anyone has is the one that walks around under his or her own hat. If you could see yourself as others see you, the enemies that you harbor in your own personality might be discovered and thrown out. The 7 enemies named in this essay are the commonest that ride millions of men and women to failure without being discovered. Your success will be measured very largely by the way you manage your battle against these swift riders. If these enemies rode openly on real horses, they would not be dangerous because they could be rounded up and put out of commission, but they ride unseen in our minds. So silently and subtly do they work that most people never recognize their presence. Take careful inventory of yourself and find out how many of these 7 horsemen you are harboring. In the foreground, you will find intolerance, the most dangerous and commonest of the riders. You will be fortunate if you can discover this enemy and protect yourself against it. This cruel warrior has killed more people, destroyed more friendships, brought more misery and suffering into the world, and caused more wars than all of the other 6 horsemen. Until you master intolerance, you will never become an accurate thinker. This enemy of mankind closes the mind and pushes reason and logic and facts into the background. If you find yourself hating those whose viewpoint is different from your own, you may be sure that the most dangerous of the 7 deadly horsemen still rides in your brain. Next come revenge and greed. These riders travel side by side. Where one is found, the other is always close at hand. Greed warps and twists a person's brain so that he or she wants to build a fence around the earth and keep everyone else on the outside. This is the enemy that drives many to accumulate millions on top of millions of dollars that they do not need and can never use. This is the enemy that causes many to twist the screw until they have wrung the last drop of blood from their fellow human being. And thanks to revenge, which rides alongside of greed, the unfortunate person who gives room to these cruel twins is not satisfied to merely take away a neighbor's earthly belongings. That person wants to destroy the reputation of the other in the bargain. Revenge is a naked sword. It has neither hilt nor guard. Wouldst thou wield this brand of the Lord? Is thy grasp then firm and hard? But the closer thy clutch of the blade, the deadlier blow thou wouldst deal. Deeper wound in thy hand is made. It is thy blood reddens the steel. And when thou hast dealt the blow, when the blade from thy hand has flown, instead of the heart of the foe, thou mayst find it sheathed in thine own. If you would know how deadly are revenge and greed, study the history of every person who has set out to become ruler of the world. If you do not wish to undertake such ambitious research, then study the people around you, those who have tried and those who are now trying to feather their own nests at the cost of others. Greed and revenge stand at the crossroads of life. Where they turn aside to failure and misery, every person who would take the road that leads to success. It is a part of your business not to permit them to interfere with you when you approach one of these crossroads. Both individuals and nations rapidly decline where greed and revenge are in the minds of those who dominate. Most important of all, take a look at yourself and make sure that these 2 deadly enemies are not riding in your brain. Turn your attention now to 2 more twins of destruction, egotism and suspicion. Observe that they also ride side by side. There is no hope of success for the person who suffers either from too much self-love or lack of confidence in others. Someone who likes to manipulate figures has estimated that the largest club in the world is the "it can't be done" club. If you have no faith in other people, you have not the seed of success in you. Suspicion is a prolific germ. If permitted to get a start, it rapidly multiplies itself until it leaves no room for faith. Without faith, no one may enjoy enduring success. Running throughout the Bible is the admonition to have faith. Before civilization lost itself in its mad rush for dollars, people understood the power of faith. For verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, Remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. The writer of this passage, which appears in the Bible, understood a great law which but few today understand. Believe in people if you would have them believe in you. Kill off suspicion. If you do not, it will kill you off. If you would have power, cultivate faith in humankind. Egotism thrives where suspicion exists. Interest yourself in others and you will be too busy to indulge in self-love. Observe those around you who begin every sentence with the personal pronoun I, and you will notice that they are suspicious of other people. The person who can forget themselves while engaging in useful service to other people is never cursed with suspicion. Study those who are both suspicious and egotistical and see how many of this type you can name who are successful in their work. And, while making this study of others, also study yourself. Be sure that you are not bound down by egotism and suspicion. Bringing up the rear of this deadly group of riders are two more horsemen. One is jealousy, and the name of the other has been purposely omitted. Each reader may take inventory of himself or herself and give the seventh rider a name that fits whatever they might find in their own mind. Some will name this rider dishonesty, others will name it procrastination, a few will name it uncontrolled sex desire. As for you, name it whatever you please, but be sure to give it a name. Perhaps your own imagination will supply an appropriate name as a fellow traveler for jealousy. You will be better prepared to give the unnamed rider a name if you know that jealousy is a form of insanity. Acts are sometimes cruel things to face, but it is a fact that jealousy is a form of insanity, known to the medical fraternity as dementia praecox. O jealousy, thou ugliest fiend of hell, thy deadly venom preys on my vitals, turns the healthful hue of my fresh cheek to haggard sallowness, and drinks my spirit up. You will notice that jealousy rides just behind suspicion. Some readers will say that jealousy and suspicion should have ridden side by side, as one often leads to the other in the human mind. Jealousy is the most common form of insanity. It rides in the minds of both men and women, sometimes with a real cause, but more often without any cause whatsoever. This deadly rider is a great friend of the divorce lawyers. It also keeps the detective agencies busy night and day. It takes its regular toll of murders. It breaks up homes. It makes widows of mothers and orphans of innocent little children. Peace and happiness can never be yours as long as this rider, jealousy, remains unharnessed in your brain. Man and wife may go through life together in poverty and still be very happy if both are free from this child of insanity known as jealousy. Examine yourself carefully, and if you find any evidence of jealousy in your mind, begin at once to master it. Jealousy rides in many forms. When it first begins to creep into the brain, it manifests itself something like this. I wonder where she is and what she is doing while I am away. Or, I wonder if he does not see another woman when he is away from me. Get your foot on jealousy's neck before it gets its clutches on your throat. After you have read this essay, lay it aside and think about it. At first you may say, this does not apply to me. I have no imaginary horseman in my brain. Do not fool yourself. The purpose of this essay is to get you to see yourself as you are. If you are suffering, failure, and poverty and misery in any of their forms, you are sure to discover one or more of these deadly riders in your brain. Make no mistake about it, those who have all they want, including happiness and good health, have driven the 7 horsemen out of their brains. Come back to this essay a month from now, after you have had time to analyze yourself carefully. Read it again, and it may bring you face to face with facts that will emancipate you from a horde of cruel enemies that now ride within your brain without your knowing it. The man who masters himself is delivered from the force that binds all creatures. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Lesson 8. Self-control. You can do it if you believe you can. In the preceding lesson, you learned of the value of enthusiasm. You also learned how to generate enthusiasm and how to transmit its influence to others through the principle of suggestion. We come now to the study of self-control, through which you may direct your enthusiasm to constructive ends. Without self-control, enthusiasm resembles the unharnessed lightning of an electrical storm. It may strike anywhere. It may destroy life and property. Enthusiasm is the vital quality that arouses you to action, while self-control is the balance wheel that directs your action so that it will build up and not tear down. Commentary. Self-control is the ability to direct your thoughts and thus your actions in the pursuit of your definite chief aim. In a very large sense, every lesson of Law of Success is about self-control. But in this chapter, Hill explores the issue with specific regard to your dealings with other people. To be a person who is well-balanced, you must be a person in whom enthusiasm and self-control are equalized. A survey I have just completed of 160,000 adult inmates of penitentiaries in the United States discloses the startling fact that 92% of these unfortunate men and women are in prison because they lacked the necessary self-control to direct their energies constructively. Read the foregoing paragraph again. It is authentic, it is startling. It is a fact that the majority of our personal grief comes about through lack of self-control. The Holy Scriptures are full of admonition in support of self-control. They even urge us to love our enemies and to forgive those who injure us. Study the records of those whom the world calls great and observe that every one of them possesses this quality of self-control. For example, study the characteristics of our own immortal Lincoln. In the midst of his most trying hours, he exercised patience, poise, and self-control. These were some of the qualities that made him the great man that he was. He found disloyalty in some of the members of his cabinet, but because this disloyalty was toward him personally, and because those in whom he found it had qualities that made them valuable to his country, Lincoln exercised self-control and disregarded the objectionable qualities. How many people do you know who have self-control to equal this? In language more forceful than polished, Billy Sunday exclaimed from the pulpit, "There is something as rotten as hell about the man who is always trying to show some other fellow up." I wonder if the devil didn't yell, "Amen, brother," when Billy made that statement. Self-control becomes an important factor in this course on the laws of success because those who do not exercise it suffer the loss of a great power that they need in their struggle for achievement of their definite chief aim. If you neglect to exercise self-control, you are not only likely to injure others, but you are sure to injure yourself. During the early part of my public career, I discovered what havoc lack of self-control was playing in my life. This discovery taught me one of the most important lessons I have ever learned. One day, in the building in which I had my office, the janitor and I had a misunderstanding. This led to a most violent form of mutual dislike between us. As a way of showing his contempt for me, this janitor would switch off the lights when he knew I was alone at work in my study. This happened on several occasions until I finally decided to strike back. My opportunity came one Sunday when I came to my study to prepare an address I had to deliver the following night. I had hardly seated myself at my desk when off went the lights. I jumped to my feet and ran toward the basement of the building where I knew I would find the janitor. When I arrived, I found him busily engaged shoveling coal into the furnace and whistling as though nothing unusual had happened. Without ceremony, I pitched into him, and for 5 minutes I hurled adjectives at him which were hotter than the fire that he was feeding. Finally, I ran out of words and had to slow down. Then he straightened himself up, looked back over his shoulder, and in a calm, smooth tone of voice that was full of poise and self-control, and with a smile on his face that reached from ear to ear, he said, "Why, you're just a little bit excited this morning, ain't you?" That remark cut as though it had been a stiletto. Imagine my feelings as I stood there, before a man who could neither read nor write, but who, despite this handicap, had defeated me in a duel that had been fought on ground and with a weapon of my own choice. My conscience pointed an accusing finger at me. I knew that not only had I been defeated, but what was worse, I knew that I was the aggressor and I was in the wrong, which only served to intensify my humiliation. Not only did my conscience point an accusing finger at me, but it placed some very embarrassing thoughts in my mind. It mocked me and it tantalized me. There I stood, a boasted student of advanced psychology, an exponent of the Golden Rule philosophy, having at least a fair acquaintance with the works of Shakespeare, Socrates, Plato, Emerson, and the Bible. And facing me stood a man who knew nothing of literature or of philosophy, but who had, despite this lack of knowledge, whipped me in a battle of words. I turned and went back to my office as rapidly as I could go. There was nothing else for me to do. As I began to think the matter over, I saw my mistake, but true to nature, I was reluctant to do what I knew must be done to right the wrong. I knew I would have to apologize to that man before I could place myself at peace in my own heart, much less with him. Finally, I made up my mind to go back down to the basement and suffer this humility which I knew I had to undergo. The decision was not easily reached, nor did I reach it quickly. I started down, but I walked more slowly than I had when I went down the first trip. I was trying to think how I would make the second approach so as to suffer the least humiliation possible. When I got to the basement, I called to the janitor to come over to the door. In a calm, kindly tone of voice, he asked, "What do you wish this time?" I informed him that I had come back to apologize for the wrong I had done, if he would permit me to do so. Again, that smile spread all over his face as he said, "For the love of the Lord, you don't have to apologize. Nobody heard you except these four walls, and you and me. I ain't going to tell it, and I know you ain't going to tell it, so just forget it." And that remark hurt more than his first one, for he had not only expressed a willingness to forgive me, but he had actually indicated his willingness to help me cover up the incident so nobody would ever know. I walked over to him and took him by the hand. But I shook with more than my hand, I shook with my heart. And as I walked back to my office, I felt good for having summoned the courage with which to right the wrong I had done. This is not the end of the story, it is only the beginning. Following this incident, I made a resolution that I would never again place myself in a position where another human being could humiliate me because I had lost my self-control. Following that resolution, a remarkable change began to take place in me. My pen began to take on greater power. My spoken words began to carry greater weight. I began to make more friends and fewer enemies among my acquaintances. The incident marked one of the most important turning points of my life. It taught me that no one can control others unless they first control themselves. It gave me a clear concept of the philosophy behind these words, "Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad." It also gave me a clear concept of the law of non-resistance. This incident placed in my hands the passkey to a storehouse of knowledge that is illuminating and helpful in all that I do. And later in life, when enemies sought to destroy me, it gave me a powerful weapon of defense that has never failed me. Lack of self-control is the average salesperson's most damaging weakness. In one of the large department stores of Chicago, I witnessed an incident that illustrated the importance of self-control. A long line of people was in front of the complaint desk, telling their troubles and the store's faults to the young woman in charge. Some were angry and unreasonable, and some of them made very ugly remarks. The young woman at the desk received the disgruntled customers without the slightest sign of resentment at their remarks. With a smile on her face, she directed them to the proper departments with such charming grace and poise that I marveled at her self-control. Standing just behind her was another young woman who was making notations on slips of paper and passing them in front of her as the customers in the line unburdened their troubles. These slips of paper contained the gist of what the women in the line were saying, minus the vitriolic coloring and the anger. This smiling young woman at the desk who was hearing the complaints was deaf. Her assistant supplied her with all the necessary facts through those slips of paper. I was so impressed with the plan that I sought the manager of the store and interviewed him. He informed me that he had selected a deaf woman for one of the most trying and important positions in the store because he had not been able to find any other person with sufficient self-control to fill the position. Ever since I witnessed that scene, I have thought of the poise and self-control of that young woman at the desk every time I felt myself becoming irritated at remarks I did not like. Often I have thought that everybody should have a set of mental earmuffs which they could slip over their ears at times. Life is too short, and there is too much constructive work to be done to justify us striking back at everyone who says something that we do not wish to hear. As I stood and watched that line of angry people, I observed what a pleasant effect the smile of the young woman at the desk had on them. Even those who came to her growling like wolves often went away as meek and quiet as sheep. This young woman's self-control had made them ashamed of themselves. Those who control themselves usually boss the job, no matter what it may be. No doubt all people who refuse or neglect to exercise self-control are literally turning away opportunity after opportunity without knowing it. One rainy afternoon, an old lady walked into a Pittsburgh department store and wandered around in an aimless sort of way, very much in the manner that people who have no intention of buying often do. Most of the salespeople gave her the once-over and busied themselves by straightening the stock on their shelves so as to avoid being troubled by her. One of the young men saw her and made it his business to inquire politely if he might serve her. She informed him that she was only waiting for it to stop raining, that she did not wish to make any purchases. The young man assured her that she was welcome, and by engaging her in conversation made her feel that he had meant what he said. When she was ready to go, he accompanied her to the street and raised her umbrella for her. She asked for his card and went on her way. The incident had been forgotten by the young man when one day he was called into the office by the head of the firm and shown a letter from a lady who wanted a salesman to go to Scotland and take an order for the furnishings for a mansion. That lady was Andrew Carnegie's mother. She was also the same woman whom the young man had so courteously escorted to the street many months previously. In the letter, Mrs. Carnegie specified that this young man was the one whom she desired be sent to take her order. That order amounted to an enormous sum, and the incident brought to the young man an opportunity for advancement that he might never have had except for his courtesy to an old lady who did not look like a ready sale. Just as the great fundamental laws of life are wrapped up in the commonest sort of everyday experiences that most of us never notice, so are the real opportunities often hidden in the seemingly unimportant transactions of life. Ask the next 10 people whom you meet why it is they have not accomplished more in their respective lines of endeavor, and at least 9 of them will tell you that opportunity does not seem to come their way. Go a step further and analyze each of these 9 accurately by observing their actions for one single day, and the chances are you will find that every one of them is turning away the finest sort of opportunities every hour of the day. One day I went to visit a friend who was associated with a commercial school. When I asked him how he was getting along, he replied, "Rotten. I see a large number of people, but I am not making enough sales to give me a good living. I am thinking about changing positions as there is no opportunity here." It happened that I was on my vacation and had 10 days' time that I could use as I wished, so I challenged his remark that he had no opportunity by telling him that I could turn his position into $250 in a week's time and show him how to make it worth that every week thereafter. He looked at me in amazement and asked me not to joke with him over so serious a matter. When he was finally convinced that I was in earnest, he inquired how I would perform the miracle. I informed him that by using organized effort, he could enroll from 5 to 10 students with the same amount of effort that he had been putting into the enrollment of one or of none. He replied that he was willing to be shown, so I asked him to arrange for me to speak before the employees of one of the local department stores. He made the appointment and I delivered the address. In my talk, I outlined a plan by which the employees could not only increase their ability so that they could earn more money in their present positions, but it also offered them an opportunity to prepare themselves for greater responsibilities and better positions. Following my talk, which of course had been designed for that purpose, my friend enrolled 8 of those employees for night courses in the commercial school that he represented. The following night, he booked me for a similar address before the employees of a laundry, and following this address, he enrolled 3 more students, 2 of whom were young women who worked over the washing machines at the hardest sort of labor. 2 days later, he booked me for an address before the employees of one of the local banks, and following the address, he enrolled 4 more students, making a total of 15 new students. The entire time consumed was not more than 6 hours, including the time required for the delivery of the addresses and the enrollment of the students. My friend's commission on the transactions was a little over $400. These places of employment were within 15 minutes walk of this man's place of business, but he had not thought of looking there for business nor of allying himself with a speaker to assist him in group selling. That man now owns a highly successful commercial school of his own. No opportunities come your way? Perhaps they come, but you do not see them. Perhaps you will see them in the future as you are preparing yourself through the laws of success so that you can recognize an opportunity when you see it. The 6th lesson of this course was on the subject of imagination, which is the chief factor in this story. Imagination plus a definite plan plus self-confidence plus action were the main factors that entered into this transaction. You now know how to use all of these, and before you have finished this lesson, you will understand how to direct these factors through self-control. Now let us examine the scope of meaning of the term self-control. A person with well-developed self-control does not indulge in hatred, envy, jealousy, fear, revenge, or any similar destructive emotions. A person with well-developed self-control does not go into ecstasies or become ungovernably enthusiastic over anything or anybody. Greed and selfishness and excessive self-approval indicate lack of self-control in one of its most dangerous forms. Self-confidence is one of the important essentials of success, but when this faculty is developed beyond the point of reason, it becomes very dangerous. Self-sacrifice is a commendable quality, but when carried to extremes, it also becomes one of the dangerous forms of lack of self-control. You owe it to yourself not to permit your emotions to place your happiness in the keeping of another person. Love is essential for happiness, but the person who loves so deeply that his or her happiness is placed entirely in the hands of another is literally out of control. A person with well-developed self-control will not permit himself or herself to be influenced by the cynic or the pessimist, nor will they permit another person to do their thinking for them. A person with well-developed self-control will stimulate their imagination and their enthusiasm until they have produced action, but will then control that action and not permit it to control them. A person with well-developed self-control will never, under any circumstances, slander another person or seek revenge for any cause whatsoever. A person with self-control will not hate those who do not agree with them. Instead, they will endeavor to understand the reason for their disagreement and profit by it. We come now to a form of lack of self-control that causes more grief than all other forms combined. It is the habit of forming opinions before studying the facts. You will find that this subject is covered more fully in Lesson 11 on accurate thinking, but the subject of self-control could not be covered without at least a passing reference to this common evil to which we are all more or less addicted. No one has any right to form an opinion that is not based either on what they believe to be facts or on a reasonable hypothesis. Yet, if you will observe yourself carefully, you will catch yourself forming opinions on nothing more substantial than your desire for a thing to be or not to be. Another grievous form of lack of self-control is the habit of spending beyond one's needs. I am safe in assuming that you are struggling to attain success, for if you were not, you would not be reading this course. Let me remind you then that a little savings account will attract many an opportunity that would not come your way without it. The size of the account is not as important as the fact that you have established the habit of saving, for this habit marks you as a person who exercises an important form of self-control. The modern tendency of those who work for a salary is to spend it all. If a person who receives $15,000 a year and manages to get along on it fairly well, receives an increase of $1,000 a year, do they continue to live on $15,000 and put the increased portion of their income into savings or investments? No, not unless he or she is one of the few who have developed the savings habit. Then what do they do with this additional $1,000? They trade in the old automobile and buy a new, more expensive one, and at the end of the year they are poorer on a $16,000 income than they were previously on a $15,000 income. Somewhere between the miser who hoards in an old sock every penny they get their hands on and the person who spends every cent they can earn or borrow, there is a happy medium. If you wish to enjoy life with reasonable assurance of average freedom and contentment, you must find this halfway point and adopt it as a part of your self-control program. Self-discipline is the most essential factor in the development of personal power. It enables you to control your appetite and your tendency to spend more than you earn, and your habit of striking back at those who offend you, as well as the other destructive habits that cause you to dissipate your energies through non-productive effort, which takes on forms too numerous to mention in this lesson. Very early in my public career, I was shocked when I learned how many people there are who devote most of their energies to tearing down what the builders construct. By some queer turn of the wheel of fate, one of these destroyers crossed my path by making it his business to try to destroy my reputation. At first, I was inclined to strike back at him, but as I sat at my typewriter late one night, a thought came to me that changed my entire attitude toward this man. Removing the sheet of paper from my typewriter, I inserted another on which I wrote this thought, in these words: "Perseverance is more prevailing than violence, and many things which cannot be overcome when they are taken together yield themselves up when taken little by little." Plutarch. You have a tremendous advantage over the man who does you an injury. You have it within your power to forgive him, while he has no such advantage over you. As I finished writing those lines, I made up my mind that I had come to the point at which I had to decide on a policy that would serve as a guide concerning my attitude toward those who criticize my work or try to destroy my reputation. I reached this decision by reasoning in somewhat this way. Two courses of action were open to me. I could waste much of my time and energy in striking back, or I could devote this energy to furthering my life's work and let the result of that work serve as my sole answer to all who would criticize my efforts or question my motive. I decided on the latter as being the better policy and adopted it. By their deeds you shall know them. If your deeds are constructive and you are at peace with yourself in your own heart, you will not find it necessary to stop and explain your motives, for they will explain themselves. The world soon forgets its destroyers. It builds its monuments to and bestows its honors upon none but its builders. Keep this in mind, and you will more easily reconcile yourself to the policy of refusing to waste your energies by striking back at those who offend you. Every person who amounts to anything in this world comes to the point sooner or later at which they are forced to settle this question of policy toward their enemies. If you want proof that it pays to exercise sufficient self-control to refrain from dissipating your vital energies by striking back, then study the records of all who have risen to high stations in life and observe how carefully they curbed this destructive habit. It is a well-known fact that no one ever reached a high station in life without opposition of a violent nature from jealous and envious enemies. The late President Warren G. Harding and former President Wilson and John H. Patterson of the National Cash Register Company and scores of others, whom I could mention, were victims of this cruel tendency of a certain type of depraved human being to destroy reputations. But these people wasted no time explaining or striking back at their enemies. They exercised self-control. It may even be that these attacks, cruel and unjust and untruthful as they often are, serve a good purpose. In my own case, I know that I made a discovery that was of great value to me as a result of a series of bitter attacks that a journalist launched against me. I paid no attention to these attacks for 4 or 5 years, until finally they became so bold that I decided to override my policy and strike back at my antagonist. I sat down at my typewriter and began to write. In all of my experience as a writer, I do not believe I ever assembled such a collection of biting adjectives as those that I used on this occasion. The more I wrote, the more angry I became, until I had written all that I could think of on the subject. As the last line was finished, a strange feeling came over me. It was not a feeling of bitterness toward the person who had tried to injure me. It was a feeling of compassion, of sympathy, of forgiveness. I had unconsciously psychoanalyzed myself by releasing over the keys of my typewriter the repressed emotions of hate and resentment that I had been unintentionally gathering in my subconscious mind over a long period of years. Now, if I find myself becoming very angry, I sit down at my typewriter and write it out of my system, then throw away the manuscript. Or I file it away so I can refer back in the years to come, after the evolutionary processes of time have given me greater understanding. Commentary. Elsewhere, Hill writes about a negative experience that motivated him. I was once engaged by the Chamber of Commerce in a small town to deliver a series of lectures. One citizen took it upon himself to announce that I was a charlatan who was riding into town to fleece the locals of their hard-earned cash. He caused no small amount of grief to the people who had hired me, and frankly, piqued my anger a little. So, I took my entire fee for the lectures and bought airtime on the local radio station. And I delivered my talks, free, to a much larger audience than could have fit into the hall where I was supposed to speak. I must admit that I caused quite a sensation, creating favorable publicity for myself and for the Chamber of Commerce. I made no money on that actual transaction, but I did keep myself from becoming engaged in a fruitless battle. I answered the doubting Thomas's charges in a way that completely obliterated them without once sacrificing my dignity or credibility. I like to think, in fact, that my words carried an extra weight in that town and did far more good than they might otherwise have. Repressed emotions, especially the emotion of hatred, resemble a bomb that has been constructed of high explosives, and unless they are handled as an expert would handle a bomb, they are as dangerous. A bomb may be rendered harmless by explosion in an open field, or by disintegration in a bath of the proper sort. A feeling of anger or hatred may also be rendered harmless by giving expression to it in a manner that harmonizes with the principle of psychoanalysis. Before you can achieve success in the higher and broader sense, you must gain such thorough control over yourself that you will be a person of poise. You are the product of at least 1,000,000 years of evolutionary change. For countless generations preceding you, nature has been tempering and refining the materials that have gone into your makeup. Step by step, she has removed from the generations that have preceded you the animal instincts and baser passions, until she has produced in you the finest specimen of animal that lives. She has endowed you through this slow evolutionary process with reason and poise and balance sufficient to enable you to control and do with yourself whatever you will. While others may sidetrack your ambitions not a few times, remember that discouragement most frequently comes from within. No other animal has ever been endowed with such self-control as you possess. You have been endowed with the power to use the most highly organized form of energy known, that of thought. It is not improbable that thought is the closest connecting link there is between the material, physical things of this world and the world of divinity. You have not only the power to think, but what is 1,000 times more important still, you have the power to control your thoughts and direct them to do your bidding. We are coming now to the really important part of this lesson. Read slowly and meditatively. I approach this part of the lesson almost with fear and trembling, for it brings us face to face with a subject which but few are qualified to discuss with reasonable intelligence. I repeat, you have the power to control your thoughts and direct them to do your bidding. Your brain may be likened to a dynamo, in that it generates or sets into motion the mysterious energy called thought. The stimuli that start your brain into action are of two sorts. One is autosuggestion, and the other is suggestion. You can select the material out of which your thinking is produced, and that is autosuggestion, or self-suggestion. You can permit others to select the material out of which your thinking is produced, and that is suggestion. It is a humiliating fact that most thought is produced by the outside suggestions of others, and it is more humiliating still to have to admit that the majority of us accept this suggestion without examining it or questioning its soundness. We read the daily papers as though every word were based on fact. We are swayed by the gossip and idle chatter of others as though every word were true. Thought is the only thing over which you have absolute control. Yet you permit other people to enter the sacred mansion of your mind and there deposit, through suggestion, their troubles and woes, adversities and falsehoods, just as though you did not have the power to close the door and keep them out. You have within your control the power to select the material that constitutes the dominating thoughts of your mind. And just as surely as you are reading these lines, those thoughts which dominate your mind will bring you success or failure, according to their nature. The fact that thought is the only thing over which you have absolute control is of most profound significance. It strongly suggests that thought is your nearest approach to divinity on this earthly plane. Surely, divine providence did not make thought the sole power over which you have absolute control without associating with that power potentialities which, if understood and developed, would stagger the imagination. Thought is your most important tool, the one with which you may shape your worldly destiny according to your own liking. Self-control is solely a matter of thought control. Please read the foregoing sentence aloud. Read it thoughtfully and meditate over it before reading further, because it is, without doubt, the most important single sentence of this entire course. You are studying this course, presumably, because you are earnestly seeking truth and understanding sufficient to enable you to attain some high station in life. You are searching for the magic key that will unlock the door to the source of power, And yet you have the key in your own hands, and you may make use of it the moment you learn to control your thoughts. Place in your own mind, through the principle of autosuggestion, the positive, constructive thoughts that harmonize with your definite chief aim in life, and that mind will transform those thoughts into physical reality and hand them back to you as a finished product. This is thought control. When you deliberately choose the thoughts that dominate your mind and firmly refuse admittance to outside suggestion, you are exercising self-control in its highest and most efficient form. Human beings are the only animals that can do this. How many millions of years nature has required in which to produce this animal, no one knows, but every intelligent student of psychology knows it is the dominating thoughts that determine the actions and the nature of the animal. The point I wish to clearly establish in this lesson is that thought, whether accurate or inaccurate, is the most highly organized functioning power of your mind, and that you are but the sum total of your dominating or most prominent thoughts. If you would be a master salesperson of goods or of personal services, you must exercise sufficient self-control to shut out all adverse arguments and suggestions. Most salespeople have so little self-control that they hear the prospective purchaser say no even before it is said. They have so little self-control that they actually suggest to themselves that their prospective purchaser will say no when asked to purchase their wares. How different is the person of self-control? He or she not only makes the self-suggestion that the prospective purchaser will say yes, but if the desired yes is not forthcoming, he or she stays on the job until the opposition breaks down. If the prospective purchaser says no, the person of self-control does not hear it. If the prospective purchaser says no a second and a third and a fourth time, he or she does not hear it. For a person of self-control permits no suggestions to reach the mind except those which are invited. The master salesperson, whether engaged in selling merchandise or personal services or sermons or public addresses, understands how to control their own thoughts. Instead of being a person who accepts, with meek submission, the suggestions of others, the master salesperson is one who persuades others to accept his or her suggestions. The master salesperson becomes a dominating personality. This, too, is self-control. A master salesperson is one who takes the offensive and never the defensive side of an argument, if argument arises. Please read the foregoing sentence again. Poverty. I am indebted to Edward W. Bach for the following rather colorful description of the extent to which he found it necessary to exercise self-control before he achieved success and was crowned with fame as one of the great journalists of America. Why I believe in poverty as the richest experience that can come to a boy. I make my living trying to edit the Ladies' Home Journal. And because the public has been most generous in its acceptance of that periodical, a share of that success has logically come to me. Hence, a number of my very good readers cherish an opinion that often I have been tempted to correct, a temptation to which I now yield. My correspondents express the conviction variously, but this extract from a letter is a fair sample. It is all very easy for you to preach economy to us when you do not know the necessity for it. To tell us how, as for example in my own case, we must live within my husband's income of $800 a year when you have never known what it is to live on less than thousands. Has it occurred to you, born with the proverbial silver spoon in your mouth, that theoretical writing is pretty cold and futile compared to the actual hand-to-mouth struggle that so many of us live, day by day and year in and year out, an experience that you know not of, an experience that you know not of? Now, how far do the facts square with this statement? Whether or not I was born with the proverbial silver spoon in my mouth, I cannot say. It is true that I was born of well-to-do parents, but when I was 6 years old, my father lost all his means and faced life at 45 in a strange country without even necessaries. There are men and their wives who know what that means. For a man to try to come back at 45 and in a strange country. I had the handicap of not knowing one word of the English language. I went to a public school and learned what I could, and sparse morsels they were. The boys were cruel, as boys are. The teachers were impatient, as tired teachers are. My father could not find his place in the world. My mother, who had always had servants at her beck and call, faced the problems of housekeeping that she had never learned nor been taught. And there was no money. So, after school hours, my brother and I went home. But not to play. After school hours meant for us to help a mother who daily grew more frail under the burdens that she could not carry. Not for days, but for years, we two boys got up in the gray, cold winter dawn when the beds feel so warm to growing boys, and we sifted the coal ashes of the day before's fire for a stray lump or two of unburned coal. And with what we had or could find, we made the fire and warmed up the room. Then we set the table for the scant breakfast, went to school, and directly after school we washed the dishes, swept and scrubbed the floors. Living in a three-family tenement, each third week meant that we scrubbed the entire 3 flights of stairs from the 3rd story to the 1st, as well as the doorsteps and the sidewalk outside. The latter work was the hardest, for we did it on Saturdays, with the boys of the neighborhood looking on none too kindly, so we did it to the echo of the crack of the ball and bat on the adjoining lot. In the evening, when the other boys could sit by the lamp or study their lessons, we two boys went out with a basket and picked up wood and coal in the adjoining lots, or went after the dozen or so pieces of coal left from the ton of coal put in that afternoon by one of the neighbors, with the spot hungrily fixed in mind by one of us during the day, hoping that the man who carried in the coal might not be too careful in picking up the stray lumps. An experience that you know not of. At 10 years of age, I got my first job, washing the windows of a baker's shop at 50 cents a week. In a week or two, I was allowed to sell bread and cakes behind the counter after school hours for $1 a week, handing out freshly baked cakes and warm, delicious-smelling bread, when scarcely a crumb had passed my mouth that day. Then on Saturday mornings, I served a route for a weekly paper and sold my remaining stock on the street. It meant from 60 to 70 cents for that day's work. I lived in Brooklyn, New York, and the chief means of transportation to Coney Island at that time was the horse car. Near where we lived, the cars would stop to water the horses, the men would jump out and get a drink of water, but the women had no means of quenching their thirst. Seeing this lack, I got a pail, filled it with water and a bit of ice, and with a glass, jumped on each car on Saturday afternoon and all day Sunday and sold my wares at a cent a glass. And when competition came, as it did very quickly when other boys saw that a Sunday's work meant $2 or $3, I squeezed a lemon or two in my pail. My liquid became lemonade, and my price 2 cents a glass. And Sunday meant $5 to me. Then in turn, I became a reporter during the evenings and office boy daytimes and learned stenography at midnight. My correspondent says she supports her family of husband and child on $800 a year and says I have never known what that means. I supported a family of 3 on $6.25 a week, less than 1/2 of her yearly income. When my brother and I combined brought in $800 a year, we felt rich. Our doubts are traitors and make us lose the good we off, might win by fearing to attempt. William Shakespeare. Self-control. I have for the first time gone into these details in print that you may know at first hand that the editor of the Ladies' Home Journal is not a theorist when he writes or prints articles that seek to preach economy or that reflect a hand-to-hand struggle on a small or an invisible income. There is not a single step, not an inch, on the road of direct poverty that I do not know of or have not experienced. And having experienced every thought, every feeling, and every hardship that come to those who travel that road, I say today that I rejoice with every boy who is going through the same experience. Nor am I discounting or forgetting one single pang of the keen hardships that such a struggle means. I would not today exchange my years of the keenest hardship that a boy can know or pass through for any single experience that could have come to me. I know what it means to earn not $1, but to earn 2 cents. I know the value of money as I could have learned it or known it no other way. I could have been trained from my life work in no surer way. I could not have arrived at a truer understanding of what it means to face a day without a penny in hand, not a loaf of bread in the cupboard, not a piece of kindling wood for the fire with nothing to eat, and then be a boy with the hunger of 9 or 10, with a mother frail and discouraged, an experience that you know not of. And yet I rejoice in the experience and I envy every boy who is in that condition and going through it. But, and here is the pivot of my strong belief in poverty as an undisguised blessing to a boy. I believe in poverty as a condition to experience, to go through, and then to get out of, not as a condition to stay in. That's all very well, some will say. Easy enough to say, but how can you get out of it? No one can definitely tell another that. No one told me. No two persons can find the same way out. Each must find his way for himself. It depends on the boy. I was determined to get out of poverty because my mother was not born in it, could not stand it, and did not belong in it. This gave me the first essential, a purpose. Then I backed up the purpose with effort and willingness to work at anything that came my way, no matter what it was, so long as it meant the way out. I did not pick and choose. I took what came and did it in the best way I knew how, and when I didn't like what I was doing, I still did it well while I was doing it, but I saw to it that I didn't do it any longer than I had to do it. I used every rung in the ladder as a rung to the one above. It meant effort, but out of the effort and the work came the experience, the upbuilding, the development, the capacity to understand and sympathize, the greatest heritage that can come to a boy. And nothing in the world can give that to a boy so that it will burn into him, as will poverty. That is why I believe so strongly in poverty, the greatest blessing in the way of the deepest and fullest experience that can come to a boy, but as I repeat, always as a condition to work out of, not to stay in. The law of retaliation. Before you can develop the habit of perfect self-control, you must understand the real need for this quality. Also, you must understand the advantages which self-control provides those who have learned how to exercise it. By developing self-control, you also develop other qualities that will add to your personal power. Among other laws that are available to the person who exercises self-control is the law of retaliation. You know what retaliate means. But in the sense that we are using here, it means to return like for like, and not merely to avenge or to seek revenge, as is commonly meant by the use of this word. If I do you an injury, you retaliate at first opportunity. If I say unjust things about you, you will retaliate in kind, even in greater measure. On the other hand, if I do you a favor, you will reciprocate even in greater measure if possible. Through the proper use of this law, I can get you to do whatever I wish you to do. If I wish you to dislike me and lend your influence toward damaging me, I can accomplish this by inflicting upon you the sort of treatment that I want you to inflict upon me through retaliation. If I wish your respect, your friendship, and your cooperation, I can get these by extending to you my friendship and cooperation. You can compare these statements with your own experience and you will see how beautifully they harmonize. How often have you heard the remark, "What a wonderful personality that person has"? How often have you met people whose personalities you coveted? People who attract you to them through their pleasing personality are merely making use of the law of harmonious attraction or the law of retaliation, both of which, when analyzed, mean that like attracts like. If you will study, understand, and make intelligent use of the law of retaliation, you will be an efficient and successful salesperson. When you have mastered this simple law and learned how to use it, you will have learned all that can be learned about salesmanship. The first and probably the most important step to be taken in mastering this law is to cultivate complete self-control. You must learn to take all sorts of punishment and abuse without retaliating in kind. This self-control is a part of the price you must pay for mastery of the law of retaliation. When an angry person starts in to vilify and abuse you justly or unjustly, just remember that if you retaliate in a like manner, you are being drawn down to that person's mental level. Therefore, that person is dominating you. The heights by great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight, but they, while their companions slept, were toiling upward in the night. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. On the other hand, if you refuse to become angry, if you retain your self-composure and remain calm and serene, you take the other person by surprise. Retaliate with a weapon with which he or she is unfamiliar, consequently you easily dominate. Like attracts like. There's no denying this. Literally speaking, Every person with whom you come in contact is a mental looking glass, in which you may see a perfect reflection of your own mental attitude. As an example of direct application of the law of retaliation, let me cite an experience that I recently had with my two small boys, Napoleon Jr. and James. We were on our way to the park to feed the birds and squirrels. Napoleon Jr. had bought a bag of peanuts and James had bought a box of Cracker Jack. James took a notion to sample the peanuts. Without asking permission, he reached over and made a grab for the bag. He missed, and Napoleon Jr. retaliated with his left fist, which landed rather briskly on James' jaw. I said to James, "Now see here, son, you didn't go about getting those peanuts in the right manner. Let me show you how to get them." It all happened so quickly that I hadn't the slightest idea when I spoke what I was going to suggest to James. Then I thought of the experiments we had been doing in connection with the law of retaliation, so I said to James, "Open your box of Cracker Jack, offer your little brother some, and see what happens." After considerable coaxing, I persuaded him to do so. Then a remarkable thing happened, out of which I learned my greatest lesson in salesmanship. Before Napoleon would touch the Cracker Jack, he insisted on pouring some of his peanuts into James's overcoat pocket. He retaliated in kind. Out of this simple experiment with two small boys, I learned more about the art of managing them than I could have learned in any other way. None of us has advanced far beyond Napoleon Jr. and James as far as the operation and influence of this law of retaliation is concerned. We are all just grown-up children and easily influenced through this principle. If a person presents us with a gift, we never feel satisfied until we have retaliated with something as good or better than that which we received. If a person speaks well of us, we increase our admiration for that person, and we retaliate in return. Through the principle of retaliation, we can actually convert our enemies into loyal friends. If you have an enemy whom you wish to convert into a friend, you can prove the truth of this statement if you will forget that dangerous millstone hanging around your neck, which we call pride or stubbornness. Make a habit of speaking to this enemy with unusual cordiality. Go out of your way to favor them in every manner possible. They may seem immovable at first, but gradually he or she will give way to your influence and retaliate in kind. One morning in August 1863, a young clergyman was called out of bed in a hotel at Lawrence, Kansas. The man who called him was one of Quantrill's guerrillas, who demanded that he immediately come downstairs. All over the border that morning, people were being murdered. A band of raiders had ridden in early to perpetrate the Lawrence massacre. The guerrilla who called the clergyman was impatient. The latter, when fully awake, was horrified by what he saw going on through his window. As he came downstairs, the guerrilla demanded his watch and money, and then wanted to know if he was an abolitionist. The clergyman was trembling, but he decided that if he was to die then and there, it would not be with a lie on his lips. So he said that he was, and followed up the admission with a remark that immediately turned the whole affair in another direction. He and the guerrilla sat down on the porch while people were being killed through the town and had a long talk. It lasted until the raiders were ready to leave. When the clergyman's guerrilla mounted to join his Confederates, he was strictly on the defensive. He handed back the New Englander's valuables, apologized for disturbing him, and asked to be thought well of. That clergyman lived many years after the Lawrence massacre. What did he say to the guerrilla? What was there in his personality that led the latter to sit down and talk? What did they talk about? "Are you a Yankee abolitionist?" the guerrilla had asked. "Yes, I am," was the reply, "and you know very well that you ought to be ashamed of what you're doing." This drew the matter directly to a moral issue. It brought the guerrilla up roundly. The clergyman was only a stripling beside this seasoned border ruffian, but he threw a burden of moral proof onto the raider, and in a moment the latter was trying to demonstrate that he might be a better fellow than circumstances would seem to indicate. After waking this New Englander to kill him on account of his politics, he spent 20 minutes on the witness stand trying to prove an alibi. He went into his personal history at length. He explained matters from the time when he had been a tough little kid who would not say his prayers, and became quite sentimental in recalling how one thing had led to another, and that led to something worse, until, well, here he was. And a mighty bad business to be in, partner. His last request in riding away was, "Now, partner, don't think too hard of me, will you?" The New England clergyman made use of the law of retaliation whether he knew it at that time or not. Imagine what would have happened had he come downstairs with a revolver in his hand and started to meet physical force with physical force. But he didn't do this. He mastered the gorilla because he fought him with a force that was unknown to the brigand. Why is it that when once you begin to make money, the whole world seems to beat a pathway to your door? Take any person that you know who enjoys financial success, and they will tell you that they are being constantly sought and that opportunities to make money are constantly being urged upon them. To him that hath shall be given, but to him that hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. This quotation from the Bible used to seem ridiculous to me. Yet how true it is when reduced to its concrete meaning. Yes, to him that hath shall be given. If he hath failure, lack of self-confidence, hatred, or lack of self-control, to him shall these qualities be given in still greater abundance. But if he hath success, self-confidence, self-control, patience, persistence, and determination, to him shall these qualities be increased. Sometimes it may be necessary to meet force with force until we overpower our opponent or adversary. But while they are down is a splendid time to complete the retaliation by taking them by the hand and showing them a better way to settle disputes. It is for you to decide what you want others to do, and it is for you to get them to do it through the law of retaliation. The divine economy is automatic and very simple. We receive only that which we give. How true it is that we receive only that which we give. It is not that which we wish for that comes back to us, but that which we give. I implore you to make use of this law, not alone for material gain, but, better still, for the attainment of happiness and goodwill. This, after all, is the only real success for which to strive. In this lesson, we have learned a great principle, probably the most important major principle of psychology. We have learned that our thoughts and actions toward others resemble a magnet, which attracts to us the same sort of thought and the same sort of action that we ourselves create. We have learned that like attracts like, whether in thought or in action. We have learned that the human mind responds in kind to whatever thought impressions it receives. We have learned that the human mind resembles Mother Earth in that it will reproduce action that corresponds in kind to the sensory impressions planted in it. We have learned that kindness begets kindness, and unkindness and injustice beget unkindness and injustice. We have learned that our actions toward others, whether of kindness or unkindness, justice or injustice, come back to us in an even larger measure. We have learned that the human mind responds in kind to all sensory impressions it receives. Therefore, we know what we must do to influence any desired action on the part of another. We have learned that pride and stubbornness must be brushed away before we can make use of the law of retaliation in a constructive way. We have not learned what the law of retaliation is, but we have learned how it works and what it will do. Therefore, it only remains for us to make intelligent use of this great principle. The Evolution of Transportation, an afterthoughtless lesson visit with the author. Nothing is permanent except change. Time is ever shifting, changing, and rearranging both the stage setting and the players. New friends are constantly replacing the old. Everything is in a state of flux. In every heart is the seed of both rascality and justice. Every human being is both a criminal and a saint, depending on the expediency of the moment as to which will assert itself. Honesty and dishonesty are largely matters of individual viewpoint. The weak and the strong, the rich and the poor, the ignorant and the well-informed are exchanging places continuously. Know yourself and you know the entire human race. There is but one real achievement, and that is the ability to think accurately. We move with the procession or behind it, but we cannot stand still. Nothing is permanent except change. And the law of evolution is working out improvements in the methods of travel, and all these changes took place first in the human mind. If you are successful, remember that somewhere, sometime, someone gave you a lift or an idea that started you in the right direction. Remember also that you are indebted to life until you help some less fortunate person, just as you were helped. Man was not satisfied with the first crude method of transportation. Those two little words, not satisfied, have been the starting point of all advancement. Think of them as you read this. As the human brain began to expand, humans discovered how to hitch a bullock to a wagon and thereby escape the toil of pulling the load. That was practical utility. But when the stagecoach was ushered into use, that was both utility and style. Still, we were not satisfied, and this dissatisfaction ultimately created the crude locomotive. Now, these methods of travel have been discarded in almost all parts of the world. The man drawing the cart, the bullock drawing the cart, the stagecoach, and the crude locomotive all belong to ages that have passed. Think about the transportation methods of the present. Compare them with those of the past, and you may have a fair idea of the enormous expansion that has taken place in the human brain and mind. Automobiles that travel at great speed became as common as were the two-wheel carts in ages past. And yet we were still not satisfied. Travel on the earth was too slow. Turning our eyes upward, we watched the birds soaring high in the elements and became determined to excel them. And so we mastered the sky. Not only has man made the air carry him at amazing speeds, but he has harnessed the ether and made it carry his words all the way around the earth in a fraction of a second. Any influence that causes one to think also causes one to grow stronger mentally. Mind stimulants are essential for growth. From the days of the man-drawn cart to the present days of air mastery, the only progress that anyone has made has been the result of some influence that stimulated their mind to greater than normal action. The two great major influences that cause the human mind to grow are the urge of necessity and the urge of desire to create. Some minds will develop only after they have undergone failure and defeat and other forms of punishment that arouse them to greater action. Other minds wither away and die under punishment, but grow to unbelievable heights when provided with the opportunity to use their imaginative forces in a creative way. Understand the evolution of transportation and you will observe one outstanding aspect worth remembering. The whole story has been one of development and advancement that grew out of necessity. Throughout the past, the urge to change was based on necessity. In the present, the urge has been a combination of both necessity and the desire to create. In the future, the strong desire to create will be the sole urge that will drive the human mind on and on to heights as yet undreamed of. It is a long distance from the days of the man-drawn cart to the present, when we have harnessed the lightning of the clouds and made it turn machinery that will perform as much service in a minute as 10,000 workers could perform in a day. But if the distance has been long, the development of man's mind has been correspondingly great, and that development has been sufficient to eventually do the work of the world with machines operated by nature's forces and not by human muscles. The evolutionary changes in the methods of transportation have created other problems for our minds to solve. The automobile drove us to build better roads and more of them. The automobile also claims thousands of lives annually. The human mind must now respond to the urge of necessity and meet this emergency. If you have a highly imaginative mind, you may be the one who will create the solution and collect the royalties from its sale. The value to you of this suggestion lies in the possibility of thought that you may devote to it, thereby developing and expanding your own mind. Remember, the purpose of this essay is to give you merely the seed of suggestion, not the finished product of an invention ready to set up and render service. Study yourself and find out to which of the two great major urges to action your mind responds most naturally, the urge of necessity or the desire to create. If you have children, study them and determine to which of these two motives they respond most naturally. Millions of children have had their imaginations dwarfed and retarded by parents who removed as much as possible of the urge of necessity. By making it easy for your child, you may be depriving the world of a genius. Bear in mind that most of the progress humans have made came as the result of bitter, biting necessity. The law of evolution is always and everywhere at work, changing, tearing down, and rebuilding every material element on this earth and throughout the universe. Towns, cities, and communities are undergoing constant change. Go back to the place where you lived 20 years ago, and you will recognize neither the place nor the people. New faces will have made their appearance, but the old faces will have changed. New buildings will have taken the place of the old. Everything will appear different because everything will be different. The human mind is also undergoing constant change. If this were not true, we would never grow beyond the child mind age. Every 7 years, the mind of a normal person becomes noticeably developed and expanded. It is during these periodical changes of the mind that bad habits may be left off and better habits cultivated. The mind that is driven by the urge of necessity or out of the love to create develops more rapidly than does the mind that is never stimulated to greater action than what is necessary for existence. The imaginative faculty of the human mind is the greatest piece of machinery ever created. Out of it has come every man-made machine and every man-made object. Behind every one of the great industries and commercial enterprises is the all-powerful force of imagination. Force your mind to think. Proceed by combining old ideas into new plans. Every great invention and every outstanding business or industrial achievement that you can name is in final analysis but the application of a combination of plans and ideas that have been used before in some other manner. Back of the beating hammer by which the steel is wrought, back of the workshop's clamor, the seeker may find the thought that is ever master of iron and steam and steel, that rises above disaster and tramples it under heel. The drudge may fret and tinker or labor with lusty blows, but back of him stands the thinker, the clear-eyed man who knows. For into each plow or saber, each piece and part and whole, must go the brains of labor which gives the work a soul. Back of the motors humming, back of the bells that ring, back of the hammers drumming, back of the cranes that swing, there is the eye which scans them, watching through stress and strain. There is the mind which plans them, back of the brawn, the brain, might of the roaring boiler, force of the engine's thrust, strength of the sweating toiler. Greatly in these we trust, but back of them stands the schemer, the thinker who drives things through. Back of the job, the dreamer who's making the dream come true. Burton Brainley, 6 months or a year from now, come back and read this essay again, and you will observe how much more you will get from it than you did at first reading. Time gives the law of evolution a chance to expand your mind so it can see and understand more. Volume 3. The Principles of Self-Creation. Habit of doing more than paid for. Pleasing personality. Accurate thinking. Concentration. The person who receives no pay for their services except that which comes in the pay envelope is underpaid no matter how much money that envelope may contain. Napoleon Hill. Lesson 9. The habit of doing more than paid for. You can do it if you believe you can. It may seem to be a departure from the subject of this lesson to start with a discussion of love, but after you have completed the lesson, you will understand that the subject could not have been omitted without impairing the value of the lesson. The word love is used here in an all-encompassing sense. There are many objects, motives, and people that can inspire love, and one of these inspirations can be work. Great artists, for example, generally love their work. But it is not uncommon for many people to speak of hating work. And it is easy to envision work that is dull, tiring, and emotionally unsatisfying. Work that you do merely for the sake of earning a living is seldom enjoyable. Time passes slowly, and boredom and weariness are inevitable in such circumstances. It is possible, however, to be engaged in work that you love, work that gives you personal satisfaction and which you approach in a spirit of anticipation and excitement. When engaged in work that you love, you can labor for unbelievably long periods of time without noticing the clock, because you are focused on the challenge and the satisfaction you are getting. Your endurance, therefore, depends very largely on the extent to which you like, dislike, or love what you are doing. This is the basis for one of the most important philosophies of this course. You are most efficient and will more quickly and easily succeed when engaged in work that you love, or work that you perform on behalf of some person whom you love. Love. Whenever the element of love enters into any task you perform, the quality of your work becomes immediately improved and the quantity increased, without a corresponding increase in the fatigue caused by that work. Commentary. Napoleon Hill obviously believed that finding the work you love is of key importance in achieving success. and he wrote extensively about the concept in the previous lessons as well. The editors of this updated edition of Napoleon Hill's work have, in each of the volumes, added commentary suggesting many books and audiobooks by other authors that have been published in the intervening years and which expand on Hill's basic theses. Two of the most popular bestsellers on this subject are Wishcraft by Barbara Sher and Do What You Love, The Money Will Follow by Marcia Senator. Both books offer not only inspiration and motivation, but also practical advice on how to get started. Some years ago, a group of people organized a colony in Louisiana, purchased several hundred acres of farmland, and started to work out an ideal that they believed would give them greater happiness in life and fewer of the worries through a system which provided each person with work at the sort of labor they preferred. Their idea was to pay no wages to anyone. Each person did the work they liked best, or that for which they might be best equipped, and the products of their combined labors became the property of all. They had their own dairy, their own brick-making plant, their own cattle, poultry, and so on. They had their own schools and a printing plant through which they published a paper. A Swedish gentleman from Minnesota joined the colony, and at his own request he was placed at work in the printing plant. Very soon he complained that he did not like the work, so he was put to work on the farm, operating a tractor. 2 days of this was all he could stand, so he again applied for a transfer and was assigned to the dairy. But he could not get along with the cows, so he was once more changed to the laundry, where he lasted only 1 day. One by one, he tried every job available, but liked none of them. It had begun to look as if he did not fit in with the cooperative idea of living, and he was about to withdraw when someone happened to think of one job he had not yet tried, in the brick plant. So he was given a wheelbarrow and put to work wheeling bricks from the kilns and stacking them in piles in the brickyard. A week's time went by, and no complaint was registered by him. When asked if he liked his job, he replied, "This is just the job I like." Imagine anyone preferring a job wheeling bricks. However, that job suited this man's nature. He worked alone, at a task that called for no thought and placed upon him no responsibility, which was just what he wanted. He remained at the job until all the bricks had been wheeled out and stacked. Then he withdrew from the colony because there was no more brickwork to be done. The nice, quiet job is finished, so I think I'll be going back to Minnesota. And back to Minnesota he went. Work is love, made visible. Khalil Gibran. Commentary. It is quite possible that this story became known to Hill when, at the age of 15, and looking for an alternative to working in the fields or the coal mines, he went to work as a reporter for a weekly newsletter that supplied rural news to the many small newspapers established through the Farmers Alliance, a forerunner of the Farm Co-op. The motivating power of loving what you do. When you are engaged in work that you love, it is no hardship to do more work and better work than that for which you are paid. For this reason, you owe it to yourself to find the sort of work you like best. I have a perfect right to offer this advice because I have followed it myself without reason to regret having done so. This seems to be an appropriate place to inject a little personal history concerning myself and the law of success philosophy in order to show that labor performed in a spirit of love for the sake of the labor itself never has been and never will be lost. This would be empty and useless advice had I not practiced this rule long enough to know how well it works. For over a quarter of a century, I have been engaged in the labor of love out of which this course has been developed. And I am perfectly sincere when I say that I would have been amply paid for my labors, by the pleasure I have had as I went along, even if I had received nothing more. Commentary. The most successful people have a passion for what they do, which is what motivates them to put greater effort and time into whatever it is that they want to achieve. Few, however, have had the passion and dedication that Napoleon Hill had. We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. Winston Churchill. In 1908, during a particularly down time in the United States economy, and with no money and no work, Hill took a job with Bob Taylor's magazine. Although it would not provide much in the way of income, it would provide the opportunity to meet and profile the giants of industry and business, the first of whom was the creator of America's steel industry. multimillionaire Andrew Carnegie, who was to become Hill's mentor. Carnegie was so impressed by Hill's perceptive mind that following their 3-hour interview, he invited Hill to spend the weekend at his estate. After 2 more days of conversation, Carnegie told Hill that he believed any person could achieve greatness if they understood the philosophy of success and the steps required to achieve it, and that this knowledge could be gained by interviewing those who had achieved greatness and then compiling the information and research into a comprehensive set of principles. He believed that it would take at least 20 years and that the result would be the world's first philosophy of individual achievement. He offered Hill the challenge for no more compensation than that Carnegie would make the necessary introductions and cover travel expenses. It took Hill 29 seconds to accept Carnegie's proposal. Carnegie told him afterward that had it taken him more than 60 seconds to make the decision, he would have withdrawn the offer. For a man who cannot reach a decision promptly, once he has all the necessary facts, cannot be depended upon to carry through any decision he may make. It was through Hill's unwavering dedication that this book and his others were eventually written. Hill's conversations with Andrew Carnegie during their first meeting would later also become the basis for Think and Grow Rich. For detailed information on the life of Hill, read or listen to the audiobook of A Lifetime of Riches, the biography of Napoleon Hill by Michael J. Riff Jr. and Kirk Landers. Riff worked as Hill's assistant for 10 years and was the first employee of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, where he served as executive director, secretary, and treasurer. The material in Riff's book comes from his own personal knowledge of Hill, as well as from Hill's unpublished autobiography. My labors on this philosophy made it necessary many years ago for me to choose between immediate monetary returns, which I might have enjoyed by directing my efforts along purely commercial lines, and the remuneration that can be measured only in terms of the accumulated knowledge that enables one to enjoy the world about them more keenly. People who engage in work that they love best do not always have the support in this choice of the people closest to them. Combating negative comments from friends and relatives has required an alarming proportion of my energies, especially during the early years that I was engaged in the research which has gone into this course. These personal references are made solely for the purpose of showing the students of this philosophy that seldom, if ever, can one hope to engage in the work one loves best without meeting with obstacles of some nature. Generally, the chief obstacle is that it may not be, as I said, the work that brings the greatest remuneration at the start. To offset this disadvantage, however, if you engage in the sort of work you love, you are generally rewarded with 2 very decided benefits. First, you will usually find in such work the greatest of all rewards, happiness, which is priceless. And secondly, your actual reward in money, when averaged over a lifetime of effort, is generally much greater, for labor that is performed in a spirit of love is usually greater in quantity and finer in quality than that which is performed solely for money. The most trying opposition to my choice of a life's work came from my wife. Her idea was that I should accept a salaried position which would ensure a regular monthly income, because I had shown, by the few salaried positions I had held, that I had marketable ability and could command an income of from $6,000 to $10,000 a year without any very great effort on my part. Commentary. Through inflation alone, and according to one calculation source, by the early 21st century, the dollar equivalent of Hill's marketability as a freelance writer would be approximately $120,000 to $200,000 annually. As well, over those years, the advertising industry has changed radically, and the demand for people with Hill's talents has created salaries that far outstrip inflation. There are, however, many factors and variables in making direct dollar comparisons when it comes to salaries, and the conversion figures also vary among sources. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it took $17.89 in 2002 to buy what $1 bought in 1913. If the $17.89 figure were used relative to salaries, that would translate to Hill's annual salary being potentially the equivalent of $107,340 to $178,900. But that calculation is based on all goods and services purchased by urban households, which is not necessarily reflective of salaries. As we have seen during recessions, the fact that consumers spend less freely does not mean salaries are suddenly decreased accordingly, and nor do salaries increase to match the freer spending in a particularly good economic climate. In a way, I saw my wife's viewpoint, as we had young growing children who needed clothes and education. A regular salary, even though it was not large, seemed to be a necessity. Despite this logical argument, however, I chose to override my wife's counsel and the criticism of family and friends. I remained adamant. I had made my choice and I was determined to stand by it. The opposition did not yield to my viewpoint, but it gradually subsided, and the knowledge that my choice had created hardship for my family actually increased the dedication with which I worked for what I believed. Fortunately, not all of my friends believed my choice unwise. There were a few who not only believed I was following a course that would ultimately bring me out somewhere near the top in the way of useful achievement, but in addition to believing in my plans, they actually went out of their way to encourage me not to be whipped by either adversity or the opposition of relatives. Of this small group of faithful ones who gave me encouragement at a time when it was badly needed, perhaps one man should have the most credit: Edwin C. Barnes, business associate of Thomas A. Edison. Mr. Barnes became interested in my chosen work at its beginnings, and had it not been for his unwavering faith in the soundness of the philosophy behind the law of success, I would have yielded to the persuasion of others and sought the way of least resistance. This would have saved me much grief and an almost endless amount of criticism, but it would also have wrecked the hopes of a lifetime, and in the end I would, in all probability, have also lost that finest and most desirable of all things, happiness. For I have been extremely happy in my work, even during the periods when the financial remuneration it brought me could be measured by nothing but a mountain of debts. Edwin Barnes not only believed in the soundness of the law of success philosophy, but his own financial success had also demonstrated, as had his close business relationship with the greatest inventor on earth, that he had the right to speak with authority on the subject of the laws through which success may be achieved. I began my research with the belief that success could be attained by anyone with reasonable intelligence and a real desire to succeed, by following certain, at that time unknown to me, rules of procedure. I wanted to know what these rules were and how they could be applied. Mr. Barnes believed as I did. Moreover, he was in a position to know that the astounding achievements of Mr. Edison had come about entirely through the application of some of the principles that later were tested and included as a part of this philosophy. From his way of thinking, it seemed that the accumulation of money, enjoying peace of mind, and finding happiness could be brought about by the application of laws that anyone could master and apply. That was my belief also. This belief has now been transformed into not merely a provable, but a proved reality, as I hope every student of this course will have reason to understand when the course has been mastered. Please keep in mind that during all these years of research, I was not only applying this law by doing more than I was paid for, but I was going much further than this by doing work that I loved and for which I did not, at the time I was doing it, ever hope to receive pay. Do more, receive more. I was invited to deliver an address in Canton, Ohio. It had been well advertised, and there was reason to expect that I would have a large audience. But conflicting meetings being held by two large groups of businessmen reduced my audience to the lucky number of 13. It has always been my belief that one should do their very best regardless of how much they receive for their services or the number of people they may be serving. I went at my subject as though the hall were filled. There also arose in me a sort of feeling of resentment at the way the wheel of fate had turned against me. And if ever I made a convincing speech, I made it that night. Down deep in my heart, however, I thought I had failed. I did not know until the next day that I was making history that night, which was destined to give the law of success philosophy its first real impetus. One of the men who sat in my audience of 13 was Don R. Mellett, who was then publisher of the Canton Daily News. After I had finished speaking, I slipped out the back door and returned to my hotel, not wanting to face any of my 13 victims on the way out. The next day, I was invited to Mr. Mellett's office. Inasmuch as it was he who had taken the initiative by inviting me in to see him, I left it to him to do most of the talking. He began something like this. Would you mind telling me your entire life story from the days of your early childhood on up to the present? What I wish you to do, he said, is to mix the fat with the lean and let me take a look at your very soul, not from its most favorable side, but from all sides. For 3 hours, I talked while Mellot listened. I omitted nothing. I told him of my struggles, of my mistakes, of my impulses to be dishonest when the tides of fortune swept against me too swiftly, and of my better judgment which prevailed in the end, but only after my conscience and I had engaged in prolonged combat. I told him how I conceived the idea of organizing the law of success philosophy, how I had gone about gathering the data which had gone into the philosophy, of the tests I had made that resulted in the elimination of some of the data and of the retention of other parts of it. After I had finished, Mellot said, "I wish to ask you a very personal question, and I hope you will answer it as frankly as you have told the rest of your story. Have you accumulated any money from your efforts? And if not, do you know why you have not?" "No," I replied, "I have accumulated nothing but experience and knowledge and a few debts. And the reason, while it may not be sound, is easily explained. The truth is that I have been so busy all these years in trying to eliminate some of my own ignorance, so I could intelligently gather and organize the data that has gone into the law of success philosophy, that I have had neither the opportunity nor the inclination to turn my efforts to making money." The serious look on Don Mellot's face, much to my surprise, softened into a smile as he laid his hand on my shoulder and said, "I knew the answer before you stated it, but I had wondered if you knew it. You probably know that you are not the only man who has had to sacrifice immediate monetary remuneration for the sake of gathering knowledge. Your experience has been that of every philosopher from the time of Socrates down to the present." Those words were like music to my ears. When you get into a tight place and everything goes against you, till it seems as though you could not hold on a minute longer, never give up then, for that is just the place and time that the tide will turn. Harriet Beecher Stowe, I had made one of the most embarrassing admissions of my life. I had laid my soul bare, admitting temporary defeat at almost every crossroad that I had passed in my struggles, and I had capped all this off by admitting that an exponent of the law of success was himself a temporary failure. This was profound. How incongruous it had seemed. I felt stupid, humiliated, and embarrassed as I sat in front of the most searching pair of eyes and the most inquisitive man I had ever met. The absurdity of it all came over me in a flash. The philosophy of success, created and broadcasted by a man who was obviously a failure. The thought struck me so forcibly that I expressed it in words. "What?" Mellot exclaimed. "A failure? Surely you know the difference between failure and temporary defeat," he continued. "No man is a failure who creates a single idea, much less an entire philosophy that serves to soften the disappointments and minimize the hardships of generations yet unborn." Before I left Mellot's office, we had become business partners, with the understanding that he would resign as publisher of the Canton Daily News and take over the management of all my affairs, as soon as this could be arranged. In the meantime, I began writing a series of Sunday feature-page editorials which were published in the Canton Daily News, based on the law of success philosophy. One of these editorials came to the attention of Judge Elbert H. Gary, who was at that time the chairman of the board of the United States Steel Corporation. This resulted in Mellot contacting Judge Gary, and that in turn led to Judge Gary's offer to purchase the Law of Success course for the use of the employees of the Steel Corporation. The tides had begun to turn in my favor. The seeds of service that I had been sowing over a long period of years by doing more than paid for were beginning to germinate at last. Despite the fact that my partner was assassinated before our plans had barely gotten started, and Judge Gary died before the law of success philosophy could be adapted for the Steel Corporation, that fateful night when I spoke to an audience of 13 in Canton, Ohio, started a chain of events that now move rapidly without thought or effort on my part, and many well-known companies have since purchased the Law of Success course for their employees. Correction. Comparing Hill's information here with that in A Lifetime of Riches, considerable detail has been omitted. His relationship with Mellett in the 1920s was an example of a mastermind alliance, and it was Mellett who was now encouraging Hill to develop his research into a book. At this same time, it was learned that Prohibition gangsters were selling narcotics and bootleg liquor to schoolchildren in Canton, and members of the local police force were being bribed to do nothing about it. Mellett was outraged and wrote an exposé in the Canton Daily News, while Hill contacted the governor to implement a state investigation of the corrupt police department. Most others in a position to do anything further about it, however, were all too intimidated by the gangsters to take action. A week before the scheduled meeting with Judge Gary, Mellett was ambushed outside his home and assassinated by a gangster and a renegade cop. The same would likely have happened to Hill had he not been delayed by car trouble. But on his return home, he received a phone call from that same cop, warning him to get out of town. A few more calls, and Hill spent the next several months in hiding at the home of relatives in the mountains of West Virginia. During those months, Judge Gary took ill and died, as did Hill's hopes of having his success course published at that time. There are many sound reasons why you should develop the habit of performing more and better service than that for which you are paid. There are two reasons, however, which transcend all others in their importance. First, by establishing a reputation as being a person who does this, you will benefit by comparison with those around you who do not render such service. And the contrast will be so noticeable that there will be keen competition for your services, no matter what your life's work may be. Whether you are preaching sermons, practicing law, writing books, teaching school, or digging ditches, you will become more valuable and you will be able to command greater pay as you gain recognition for doing more than paid for. The second, and by far the most important reason, is basic and fundamental in nature. Suppose that you wish to develop a strong right arm, and suppose that you tried to do so by tying your arm to your side to give it a long rest. Would disuse bring strength, or would it bring atrophy and weakness? You know that if you wanted a strong right arm, you would develop it only by exercising and working it harder. Out of resistance comes strength. The strongest tree in the forest is not the one that is protected from the storm and hidden from the sun, but the one that stands in the open, where it is compelled to struggle for its existence against the winds and rains and scorching sun. The purpose of this lesson is to show you how to harness this law of nature, that struggle and resistance develop strength, and use it to aid you in your struggle for success. By forming the habit of doing more than paid for, you will eventually develop sufficient strength to enable you to remove yourself from any undesirable station in life, and no one can or will desire to stop you. If your employer should be so unfortunate as to try to pay you less than you are worth, that will not last long. Other employers will discover your unusual quality and offer you employment. Let it equal all the awfulness of your condition if you will do. The very fact that most people are rendering as little service as they can possibly get by with serves as an advantage to those who are rendering more service. You can get by if you render as little service as possible, but that is all you will get. And when work is slack and retrenchment sets in, you will be one of the first to be dismissed. Personally, I never received a promotion in my life that I could not trace directly to recognition that I had gained by rendering more service and better service than that for which I was paid. Those who do observe this principle are rewarded with a greater material gain than those who do not. They also gain the happiness and satisfaction that comes only to those who render such service. If you receive no pay except that which comes in your pay envelope, you are underpaid, no matter how much money that envelope contains. My wife brought me a book from the public library titled Observation, Every Man His Own University by Russell H. Conwell. It covers the subject of this lesson as though it had been written for that purpose. It covers it in a far more impressive way than I could do it. The following quotation from the chapter Every Man's University will give you an idea of the golden nugget of truth to be found throughout the book. The intellect can be made to look far beyond the range of what men and women ordinarily see, but not all the colleges in the world can alone confer this power. This is the reward of self-culture. Each must acquire it for himself. And perhaps this is why the power of observing deeply and widely is so much oftener found in those men and those women who have never crossed the threshold of any college but the University of Hard Knocks. We will now analyze the law upon which this entire lesson is founded. The law of increasing returns. Let us begin our analysis by showing how nature employs this law on behalf of the tillers of the soil. The farmer carefully prepares the ground, then sows his wheat and waits while the law of increasing returns brings back the seed he has sown, plus a many-fold increase. Were it not for this law of increasing returns, humankind would perish because we could not make the soil produce sufficient food for our existence. There would be no advantage to be gained by sowing a field of wheat if the harvest yield did not return more than was sown. With this vital tip from nature, let us proceed to appropriate this law and learn how to apply it to the service we render so that it may yield returns in excess of the effort put forth. First, let me emphasize that there is no trickery connected with this law, although quite a few seem not to have learned this great truth, judging by the number who spend all of their efforts trying to get something for nothing or something for less than its true value. A remarkable and noteworthy feature of this law of increasing returns is that it may be used with as great returns by those who purchase service as it can be by those who render service. For proof of that, we have but to study the effects of Henry Ford's famous $5 a day minimum wage scale. Those who are familiar with the facts say that Mr. Ford was not playing the part of a philanthropist when he inaugurated this minimum wage scale. To the contrary, he was merely taking advantage of a sound business principle that probably yielded him greater returns in both dollars and goodwill than any other single policy ever inaugurated at the Ford plant. Through the inauguration of that minimum wage policy, Ford attracted the best labor on the market and placed a premium on the privilege of working in his plant. Although I have no hard figures to prove it, I believe that for every $5 Ford spent under this policy, he received at least $7.50 worth of service. I also have reason to believe that this policy enabled Ford to reduce the cost of supervision, because employment in his plant became so desirable that no worker would run the risk of losing his position by rendering poor service. Commentary. As with many of the concepts that Napoleon Hill promoted through his writing, the concept of employee participation soon became common practice in American business. In every decade since, there have been standout examples of companies or industries that have employed the concept to boost sales or improve productivity. One of the most interesting variations on the theme is the so-called new economy and the dot-com companies that exploded on the scene in the late 1990s. Though the internet industry proved to be a disappointment to many, it has also had some of the most dedicated employees the business world has seen. In the beginning, in virtually every internet startup, it was common practice that the employees who signed on early received only modest pay. Yet the stories of kids barely out of school pulling all-nighters to finish writing some computer program, or subsisting on pizza and caffeine in a cramped cubicle in a converted warehouse, became the folklore of the industry. What kept them working late into the night was partly the fact that they were doing what they loved, but just as important was that they had a stake in the success of their company. They got stock options that they could exercise when the companies went public. And when the companies launched their initial public offerings, many of those employees suddenly found themselves millionaires overnight. The story of the instant internet millionaires is, of course, a very dramatic example of employee participation. Less dramatic, but no less significant, is the story of how a store that sold household goods, clothing, appliances, and such, used the same principle to become an extraordinary store. In 1962, Sam Walton opened the first Walmart store in Rogers, Arkansas, selling name-brand products at discounted prices. It soon led to a chain of stores across the country. In 1970, after taking the company public, Walton introduced an employee profit-sharing plan dependent on the profitability of the store. He believed that if an employee's success were dependent on the company's success, they would naturally care more about the company, and the result would mean an increase in sales. In Walton's biography, Made in America, My Story, he outlines what he believed to be the 10 commandments of business management. 1. Commit to your goals. 2. Share your rewards. 3. Energize your colleagues. 4. Communicate all you know. 5. Value your associates. 6. Celebrate your success. 7. Listen to everyone. 8. Deliver more than you promise. 9. Work smarter than others. 10. Blaze your own path. By the 1980s, Walmart had over 300 stores across North America with sales in excess of $1 billion, and by 1991, with 1,700 stores, Walmart was, and still is, with more than 4,200 stores worldwide, the world's largest retailer. Walton believed that individuals do not win, teams do. At the time he died, in 1992, Sam Walton was the world's richest man. Marshall Field was probably the leading merchant of his time, and the Great Field store in Chicago stands today as a monument to his ability to apply the law of increasing returns. A customer purchased an expensive garment at the Field store but did not wear it. 2 years later, she gave it to her niece as a wedding present. The niece quietly returned the garment to the Field store and exchanged it for other merchandise despite the fact that it had been out for more than 2 years and was then out of style. Not only did the Fields store take it back, but what is of more importance, it did so without argument. Of course, there was no obligation, moral or legal, on the part of the store to accept the return at that late date, which makes the transaction all the more significant. The garment was originally priced at $50, and of course it had to be thrown on the bargain counter and sold for whatever it would bring. But the keen student of human nature will understand that the Field store not only did not lose anything on the garment, but it actually profited by the transaction to an extent that cannot be measured in mere dollars. The woman who returned the garment knew that she was not entitled to a refund. Therefore, when the store gave her that to which she was not entitled, the transaction won her as a permanent customer, and she then spread the news of the fair treatment she had received at the Field store. The store received more advertising from that transaction than it could have purchased in any other way, with 10 times the value of the returned garment. The success of the Field store was built largely on Marshall Field's understanding of the law of increasing returns, which had prompted him to adopt as a part of his business policy the slogan, "The customer is always right." Commentary. Napoleon Hill's example of the Marshall Field's policy once again demonstrates how he was able to anticipate the coming of the service industry that grew to dominate American business by the last half of the 20th century. In the 1920s, when he predicted the success of the Field's policy, a visit to most retail stores was far from what it is today. They were business establishments and were just about as friendly as that austere term implies. Customers were not so much served as tolerated. But by the middle of the 20th century, the customer is always right was practically the watchword of American business. Today, there are few department stores, clothing chains, grocery chains, or even direct mail or e-commerce businesses that do not routinely accept returns, no questions asked. When you do only that for which you are paid, there is nothing out of the ordinary to attract favorable comment about the transaction. But when you willingly do more than that for which you are paid, your action attracts the favorable attention of all who are affected by it, and goes another step toward establishing a reputation that will eventually set the law of increasing returns to work on your behalf. For this reputation will create a demand for your services. Carol Downs went to work for W.C. Durant, the head of General Motors, in a minor position, yet quickly became Mr. Durant's right-hand man and the president of one of his automobile distributing companies. He promoted himself into this profitable position solely through the aid of the law of increasing returns, which he put into operation by rendering more service and better service than that for which he was paid. In a visit with Mr. Downs, I asked him to tell me how he had managed to gain promotion so rapidly. In a few brief sentences, he told the whole story. When I first went to work for Mr. Durant, he said, I noticed that he always remained at the office long after all the others had gone home for the day, and I made it my business to stay there also. No one asked me to stay, but I thought someone should be there to give Mr. Durant any assistance he might need. Often he would look around for someone to bring him a file or render some other trivial service, and always he found me there ready to serve him. He got into the habit of calling on me. That is about all there is to the story. Read that sentence again, for it is full of meaning of the richest sort. And why did Mr. Durant get into the habit of calling on Mr. Downs? Because Mr. Downs made it his business to be on hand where he would be seen. He deliberately placed himself in a position to render service that would make the law of increasing returns work for him. Was he told to do this? No. Was he paid to do it? Yes, he was paid by the opportunity it offered for him to bring himself to the attention of the man who had it within his power to promote him. We are now approaching the most important part of this lesson, because this is an appropriate place to suggest that you have the same opportunity to make use of the law of increasing returns that Mr. Downs had, and you can go about the application of the law in exactly the same way that he did, by being on hand and ready to volunteer your services in the performance of work that others may shirk because they are not paid to do it. Stop. Do not say it. Do not even think it if you have the slightest intention of using the argument, but my employer is different. Of course, yours is different. All people are different in most respects, but the majority are very much alike in being somewhat selfish. In fact, they are selfish enough not to want a man such as Carol Downs to go to work for their competitor, and this very selfishness may be made to serve you as an asset, not as a liability, if you have the good judgment to make yourself so useful that the person to whom you sell your services cannot get along without you. One of the most advantageous promotions I ever received came about through an incident that seemed so insignificant at the time that it appeared to be unimportant. One Saturday afternoon, a lawyer whose office was on the same floor as that of my employer came in and asked if I knew where he could get a stenographer to do some work that he was compelled to finish that day. I told him that all our stenographers had gone to the ball game and that I would have been gone too had he called 5 minutes later, but that I would be very glad to stay and do his work, as I could go to a ball game any day and his work had to be done then. I did the work, and when he asked how much he owed me, I replied, "Oh, about $1,000, as long as it is you. If it were for anyone else, I would not charge anything." He smiled and thanked me. Little did I think, when I made that remark, that he would ever pay me $1,000 for that afternoon's work, but he did. 6 months later, after I had entirely forgotten the incident, he called on me again and asked how much salary I was receiving. When I told him, he informed me that he was ready to pay me the $1,000 that I had laughingly said I would charge him, and he did pay it by giving me a position at $1,000 a year increase in salary. Unconsciously, I had put the law of increasing returns to work on my behalf that afternoon, by giving up the ball game and rendering a service that was obviously rendered out of a desire to be helpful and not for the sake of a monetary consideration. It was not my duty to give up my Saturday afternoon, but it was my privilege. Furthermore, it had been a profitable privilege because it yielded me $1,000 in cash and a much more responsible position than the one I had formerly. I have been thinking for more than 25 years about this privilege of doing more than paid for, and my thoughts have led me to the conclusion that a single hour devoted each day to rendering service for which we are not paid can be made to yield bigger returns than what we receive from all the rest of the day when we are merely performing our duty. Commentary. In A Lifetime of Riches, author Michael Riff tells the story of a letter Hill wrote just prior to his graduation from business school to Rufus Ayers, a prominent attorney and big-man businessman with whom he aspired to work. "I have just completed a business college course and am well qualified to serve as your secretary, a position I am very anxious to have. Because I have no previous experience, I know that at the beginning working for you will be of more value to me than it will be to you. Because of this, I am willing to pay for the privilege of working with you. You may charge any sum you consider fair, provided at the end of 3 months that amount will become my salary. The sum I am to pay you can be deducted from what you pay me when I start to earn money." Ayers quickly hired him, with pay, and Hill was an instant success. He came to the office early, stayed late, and worked tirelessly in between. He was an excellent bookkeeper, fastidiously accurate, and willing to go the extra mile to render more service than compensated for, an axiom that would one day become one of his principles for success. The law of increasing returns is no invention of mine, nor do I lay claim to the discovery of the principle of doing more than paid for as a means of utilizing this law. I merely appropriated them after many years of careful observation of those forces which enter into the attainment of success, just as you will appropriate them after you understand their significance. You can begin this process now by trying an experiment that will open your eyes and give you powers that you did not know you possessed. Let me caution you, however, not to attempt this experiment in the same spirit in which a certain woman experimented with the biblical passage that says something to the effect that if you have faith the size of a grain of mustard and say to yonder mountain, be removed to some other place, it will be removed. This woman lived near a high mountain which she could see from her front door. As she retired one night, she commanded the mountain to remove itself to some other place. Next morning, she jumped out of bed, rushed to the door, and looked out. But the mountain was still there. Then she said, "Just as I had expected. I knew it would be there." There are 10 weaknesses against which most of us must guard ourselves. One of these is the habit of trying to reap before we have sown. And the other 9 are all wrapped up in the one practice of creating alibis to cover every mistake made. I am going to ask you to approach this experiment with full faith that it will mark one of the most important turning points of your entire life. I am going to ask you to make the object of this experiment the removal of a mountain that is standing where your success should stand, but where it can never stand until you have removed the mountain. You may never have noticed the mountain to which I refer, but it is standing there in your way just the same unless you have already discovered and removed it. And what is this mountain? It is the feeling that you have been cheated unless you receive material pay for all the service you render. That feeling may be unconsciously expressing itself and destroying the very foundation of your success in scores of ways that you have not realized. In its basic form, this feeling usually seeks outward expression in terms something like, "I am not paid to do this and I will be damned if I will do it." You know the attitude to which I refer. You have met with it many times, but have you ever found a single person of this type who was successful? I do not expect that you ever will. Success must be attracted through understanding and application of laws that are as immutable as is the law of gravity. For this reason, you are requested to enter into the following experiment with the object of further familiarizing yourself with the all-important law of increasing returns. During the next 6 months, make it your business to render useful service to at least one person every day, for which you neither expect nor accept monetary pay. Do this experiment with faith that it will reveal one of the most powerful laws of achieving success, and you will not be disappointed. The rendering of this service may take any form you choose. For example, it may be rendered personally to one or more specific persons, or it may be rendered to your employer as work that you perform after hours, or it may be rendered to entire strangers whom you never expect to see again. It does not matter to whom you render this service, so long as you render it with willingness and solely for the purpose of benefiting others. If you carry out this experiment with the proper attitude, you will discover what all others who have become familiar with the law on which it is based have discovered: that you can no more render service without receiving compensation than you can withhold the rendering of it without suffering the loss of reward. Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote in his essay, "Compensation," "If you serve an ungrateful master, serve him the more. Put God in your debt. Every stroke shall be repaid. The longer the payment is withholden, the better for you. For compound interest on compound interest is the rate and usage of this exchequer. The law of nature is, do the thing, and you shall have the power. But they who do not the thing have not the power. Men suffer all their life long under the foolish superstition that they can be cheated, but it is as impossible for a man to be cheated by anyone but himself as for a thing to be and not to be at the same time. There is a third silent party to all our bargains. The nature and soul of things takes on itself the guarantee of fulfillment of every contract, so that honest service cannot come to loss. Before you begin the experiment, let me suggest that you read all of Emerson's Compensation, for it will go a very long way toward helping you to understand why you are doing the experiment. Perhaps you have read Compensation before. Read it again. Every time you read it, you will discover new truths that you did not notice during previous readings. Commentary. Anyone interested in reading Ralph Waldo Emerson's Compensation online can find it at rwe.org/works/essays. A few years ago, I was invited to deliver the graduation address before the students of a college. During my address, I dwelt at length, and with all the emphasis at my command, on the importance of rendering more service and better service than that for which one is paid. After the address was delivered, the president and the secretary of the college invited me to lunch. While we were eating, the secretary turned to the president and said, "I have just found out what this man is doing. He is putting himself ahead in the world by first helping others to get ahead." In that brief statement, he had epitomized the most important part of my philosophy on the subject of success. It is literally true that you can succeed best and quickest by helping others to succeed. Some years ago, when I was in the advertising business, I built my entire clientele by applying the fundamentals upon which this lesson is founded. By having my name placed on the follow-up lists of various mail-order houses, I received their sales literature. When I received a sales letter or a booklet or a folder that I believed I could improve, I went right to work on it and made the improvement, then sent it back to the firm that had sent it to me, with a letter stating that this was but a trifling sample of what I could do, that there were plenty of other good ideas where that one came from, and that I would be glad to render regular service for a monthly fee. Invariably, this brought an order for my services. On one occasion, a firm was dishonest enough to appropriate my idea and use it without paying me for it, but this later turned out to be an advantage to me. A member of the firm who was familiar with the situation started another business, and as a result of the work I had done for his former associates, for which I was not paid, he hired me at more than double the amount I would have realized from his original firm. Selfishness is never entirely unselfish, for the giver never fails to receive. Thus, the law of compensation gave back to me, and with compound interest added, that which I had lost by rendering service to those who were dishonest. Several years ago, I had been invited to deliver a lecture before the students of the Palmer School in Davenport, Iowa. My manager had completed arrangements for me to accept the invitation under the regular terms in effect at that time, which were $100 for the lecture plus my travel expenses. When I arrived at Davenport, I found a reception committee awaiting me at the depot, and that evening I was given one of the warmest welcomes I had ever received during my public career up to that time. I met many delightful people, from whom I gathered many valuable facts that were of benefit to me. Therefore, when I was asked to make out my expense account so the school could give me a check, I told them that I had received my pay many times over by what I had learned while I was there. I refused my fee and returned to my office in Chicago feeling well repaid for the trip. The following morning, Dr. Palmer went before the 2,000 students of his school and announced what I had said about feeling repaid by what I had learned. And he added, "In the 20 years I have been conducting this school, I have had scores of speakers address the student body. But this is the first time I ever knew a man to refuse his fee because he felt that he had been repaid for his services in other ways. This man is the editor of a national magazine, and I advise every one of you to subscribe to that magazine. Because such a man as this must have much that each of you will need when you go into the field and offer your services." By the middle of that week, I had received more than $6,000 for subscriptions. During the following 2 years, these same 2,000 students and their friends sent in more than $50,000 for subscriptions. Tell me how or where I could have invested $100 as profitably as this. People are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I do not believe in circumstances. The people who get on in this world are the people who get up and look for the circumstances they want, and if they cannot find them, they make them. George Bernard Shaw. Commentary. The magazine to which Napoleon Hill refers was Hill's Golden Rule. In 1918, on the day the First World War ended, he was again looking for his definite purpose in life through which he could also earn a living. As reproduced in Michael Ritt's book, A Lifetime of Riches, this is from the essay Hill wrote as he contemplated his future. Out of this war will come a new idealism, an idealism that will be based on the Golden Rule philosophy, an idealism that will guide us not to see how much we can do our fellow man for, but how much we can do for him, that will ameliorate his hardships and make him happier as he tarries by the wayside of life. To get this philosophy into the hearts of those who need it, I shall publish a magazine to be called Hill's Golden Rule. He took his essay to George Williams, a Chicago printer he had met while working at the White House, and by early January of 1919, the magazine was on the newsstands. Having no money to pay other writers, Hill wrote every word himself. We go through two important periods in this life. One is that period during which we are gathering, classifying, and organizing knowledge, and the other is that period during which we are struggling for recognition. We must first learn something, which requires more effort than most of us are willing to put into the job. But even after we have learned much that can be of useful service to others, we are still confronted with the problem of convincing them that we can serve them. One of the most important reasons why we should always be not only ready, but also willing to render service, is that every time we do so, we gain an opportunity to prove to someone that we have ability. We go just one more step toward gaining the necessary recognition that we must all have. Instead of saying to the world, "Show me the color of your money and I will show you what I can do," reverse the rule and say, "Let me show you the color of my service so that I may take a look at the color of your money if you like my service." In 1917, a woman, who was then nearing 50, was working as a stenographer at $15 a week. Judging by the salary, she must have been none too competent in that work. About 10 years later, this same woman was clearing a little over $100,000 on the lecture circuit. What bridged that mighty chasm between her two earning capacities? The habit of doing more than paid for. This woman became well known throughout the country as a prominent lecturer on the subject of applied psychology. Let me show you how she harnessed the law of increasing returns. First, she went into a city and delivered a series of 15 free lectures. Anyone could attend at no charge. As she was delivering these lectures, she had the opportunity of selling herself to her audience. And at the end of the series, she announced the formation of a class for which she charged $25 per student. That is all there was to her plan. While she was commanding a small fortune for a year's work, there were scores of much more proficient lecturers who were barely getting enough from their work to pay their expenses, simply because they had not yet familiarized themselves, as she had, with the fundamentals on which this lesson is based. At the later time, Hill himself used the same principle, but he combined it with the leading technology of his day. Napoleon Hill took his lecture series and turned it into radio programs and later television shows that were broadcast all over America. These were but a more sophisticated version of free lectures that enticed listeners and viewers to see him for themselves and perhaps buy his books. The Silva method, a success system developed by Jose Silva and based on concepts very similar to those espoused by Napoleon Hill, became popular using essentially that same principle. Beginning in the late 1960s, every weekend in newspapers in most major cities in North America, advertisements would appear offering a free introductory course provided by a local trainer certified in the Silva method. These free introductions convinced enough participants to become paying customers that the Silva method grew into one of the most successful self-help courses of all time. In the 1980s, the principle evolved again, only this time the free lecture was called an infomercial. But in essence, it was the same concept. It was a way for audiences to sample ideas and speakers. Once again, the principle worked. And in the case of Anthony Robbins, for example, it launched a true phenomenon into the world of motivational speaking. If this woman, who had no extraordinary qualifications, could harness the law of increasing returns and make it raise her from the position of stenographer at $15 a week to that of lecturer at over $100,000 a year, why can you not apply this same law so that it will give you advantages that you do not have now? You are struggling to make a place for yourself in the world. You may already be exerting enough effort to bring you success of the highest order, if only that effort were coupled with and supported by the law of increasing returns. For this reason, you owe it to yourself to find out how you can apply this law to best advantage. After you have finished reading this lesson, if you will go back and review the previous lessons on initiative and leadership and on enthusiasm, you will better understand them. Those lessons and this one clearly establish the necessity of taking the initiative, following it with aggressive action, and doing more than you are paid to do. If you will burn the fundamentals of these 3 lessons into your consciousness, you will be a changed person, and I make this statement regardless of who you are or what your calling may be. I hope you will profit by the counsel of one who has made many more mistakes than you ever made, and for that reason learned a few of the fundamental truths of life. Think not those faithful who praise all thy words, but those who kindly reprove thy faults. The privage of rendering more service. Still another important feature of this habit of offering more and better service than you are paid to do is that this habit can be developed without having to ask permission to do so. Such service may be rendered through your own initiative, without the consent of anyone else. You do not have to consult those to whom you render the service, for it is a privilege that you control. There are many things you could do that would tend to promote your interests, but most of them require the cooperation or the consent of others. And if you render less service than that for which you are paid, you must do this with the agreement of the purchaser of the service, or the market for your service will soon cease. I want you to get the full significance of your prerogative to render more and better service than that for which you are paid, for this places squarely on your shoulders the responsibility of rendering such service. If you fail to do so, you have not a plausible excuse to offer or an alibi on which to fall back. If you fail in the achievement of your definite chief aim in life, one of the most essential, yet most difficult truths that I have had to learn is that every person should be their own hardest taskmaster. We are all fine builders of alibis and creators of excuses in support of our shortcomings. When we do this, we are not seeking facts and truths as they are, but as we wish them to be. We prefer words of flattery to those of cold, unbiased truth. Furthermore, we usually become resentful toward those who dare to uncover the truth for our benefit. One of the most severe shocks I received in the early part of my public career was the knowledge that people are still being crucified for the high crime of telling the truth. I recall an experience I had some years ago with a man who had written a book advertising his business school. He submitted this book to me and paid me to review it and give me my candid opinion. I reviewed the book with painstaking care, then did my duty by showing him where I believed the book was weak. Here I learned a great lesson, for that man became so angry that he has never forgiven me for allowing him to look at his book through my eyes. When he had asked me to tell him frankly what criticism I had to offer, what he really meant was that I should tell him what I saw in the book that I could compliment. That is human nature for you. We court flattery more than we do truth. I know, because I am human. All of which is in preparation for the unkindest cut of all, to suggest that you have not done as well as you might have done, to charge yourself with your own mistakes and shortcomings. To do this takes self-control, and plenty of it. If you paid someone who had the ability and the courage to do it $100 to strip you of your vanity and conceit and love for flattery, so that you might see the weakest part of your makeup, the price would be more than reasonable. We go through life stumbling and falling and struggling to our knees, and struggling and falling some more, making asses of ourselves and going down finally in defeat, largely because we either neglect or flatly refuse to learn the truth about ourselves. I have come to discover some of my own weaknesses through my work of helping others discover theirs. And I blush with shame when I take a retrospective view and think how ridiculous I must have seemed in the eyes of those who could see me, as I would not see myself. We parade before the enlarged shadows of our own vanity, and imagine that those shadows are our real selves, while the few knowing souls with whom we meet stand in the background and look at us with pity or with scorn. Not only have you been fooling yourself as to the real cause of your past failures, but you have also tried to blame those causes on someone else. When things did not go your way, instead of accepting full responsibility for the cause, you have said, "Oh, hang this job. I do not like the way they are treating me, so I am going to quit." Do not deny it. Now let me whisper a secret in your ear. A secret that I have had to gather from grief and heartaches and unnecessary punishment of the hardest sort. Instead of quitting the job because there were obstacles to master and difficulties to be overcome, if you had faced the facts, you would have better understood that life itself is just one long series of mastery of difficulties and obstacles. The measure of a person may be taken very accurately by the extent to which they adapt themselves to their environment and make it their business to accept responsibility for every adversity with which they meet, whether the adversity grows out of a cause within their control or not. If you feel that what I am saying is rather severe, know that I have had to punish myself even more before I learned the truth that I am passing on to you for your use and guidance. I have a few enemies, and thank God for them, for they have been vulgar and merciless enough to say some things about me that forced me to rid myself of some of my most serious shortcomings, mainly those I did not know I had. I have profited by the criticism of these enemies without having to pay them for their services in dollars, although I have paid in other ways. However, it was not until some years ago that I caught sight of some of my most glaring faults which were brought to my attention as I studied Emerson's essay Compensation, particularly this part: "Our strength grows out of our weakness. Not until we are pricked and stung and sorely shot at awakens the indignation which arms itself with secret forces. A great man is always willing to belittle. While he sits on the cushion of advantage, he goes to sleep. When he is pushed, tormented, defeated, he has a chance to learn something. He has been put on his wits, on his manhood. He has gained facts, learned his ignorance, is cured of the insanity of conceit, has got moderation and real skill. The wise man always throws himself on the side of his assailants. It is more his interest than it is theirs to find his weak point. Blame is safer than praise. I hate to be defended in a newspaper. As long as all that is said against me, I feel a certain assurance of success. But as soon as honeyed words of praise are spoken of me, I feel as one that lies unprotected before his enemies." Study this, the philosophy of the immortal Emerson, for it may serve as a modifying force that will temper your mettle and prepare you for the battles of life, as carbon tempers the steel. If you are very young, you need to study it all the more, for it often requires the stern realities of many years of experience to prepare one to assimilate and apply this philosophy. It is better that you should understand these great truths as a result of my undiplomatic presentation of them than to be forced to gather them from the less sympathetic sources of cold experience, a teacher that knows no favorites. But when I permit you to profit by the truths I have gathered from the teachings of this unsympathetic teacher called experience, I am doing my best to show you favoritism, which reminds me somewhat of the times that my father used to do his duty by me in the woodshed, always starting with this bit of encouraging philosophy: "Son, this hurts me worse than it does you." There is a story that should leave in your mind the importance of this lesson. The story had its setting in the city of Antioch in ancient Rome 2,000 years ago, when the great city of Jerusalem and all the land of Judea were under the oppressive heel of Rome. The star figure of the story was a young Jewish man by the name of Ben-Hur, who was falsely accused of crime and sentenced to hard labor at the galley's oar. Chained to a bench in the galley and being forced to tug wearily at the oars, Ben-Hur developed a powerful body. Little did his tormentors know that out of his punishment would grow the strength with which he would one day gain his freedom. Perhaps Ben-Hur himself had no such hopes. Then came the day of the chariot races. One span of horses was without a driver. In desperation, the owner sought the aid of the young slave because of his mighty arms and begged him to take the place of the missing driver. As Ben-Hur picked up the reins, a great cry went up from the onlookers. "Look, look! "Those arms, where did you get them?" They howled, and Ben-Hur answered, "At the galley's oar." The race was on. With those mighty arms, Ben-Hur calmly drove that charging span of horses on to victory, a victory that won for him his freedom. Life itself is a great chariot race, and the victory goes only to those who have developed the strength of character and determination and willpower to win. It does not matter if we develop this strength through cruel confinement at the galley's oar, as long as we use it so that it brings us, finally, to victory and freedom. It is an unvarying law that strength grows out of resistance. If we pity the poor blacksmith who swings a 5-pound hammer all day, we must also admire the wonderful arm that he develops in doing it. Because of the dual constitution of all things, in labor as in life, there can be no cheating, says Emerson. The thief steals from himself. The swindler swindles himself. For the real price of labor is knowledge and virtue, whereof wealth and credit are signs. The signs, like paper money, may be counterfeited or stolen. Henry Ford receives 15,000 letters a week from people begging for a part of his wealth. Yet few of these poor, ignorant souls understand that Ford's real wealth is not measured by the dollars he has in the bank, nor the factories he owns, but by the reputation he has gained through rendering useful service at a reasonable price. And how did he gain that reputation? Certainly not by rendering as little service as possible and collecting all he could filch from the purchasers. The very essence of Ford's business philosophy was this: give the people the best product at the lowest price possible. When other automobile manufacturers raised their prices, Ford lowered his. When other employers lowered wages, Ford increased them. What happened? This policy made the law of increasing returns work so effectively for Ford that he became the richest and most powerful man in the world. Oh, you foolish and short-sighted seekers after wealth, who are returning from the daily chase empty-handed. Why do you not take a lesson from men like Ford? Why do you not reverse your philosophy and give in order that you may get? Life is but a short span of years at best. If we were placed here for the purpose of laying up treasures for use in a life that lies beyond the dark shadow of death, may it not be possible that we can best collect these treasures by rendering all the service we can to all the people we can, in a loving spirit of kindness and sympathy? I hope you agree with this philosophy. Here this lesson must end, but it is by no means completed. Where I laid down the chain of thought, it is now your duty to take it up and develop it in your own way and to your own benefit. By the very nature of its subject, this lesson can never be finished. Its purpose is to inspire you to take the fundamentals on which it is based and use them as a stimulus that will open your mind, thereby releasing the latent forces within you. This lesson was not written specifically for the purpose of teaching you, but was intended as a means of enabling you to teach yourself one of the great truths of life. It was intended as a source of education, in the true sense of educing, drawing out, developing from within, those forces of mind that are available for your use. When you deliver the best service of which you are capable, striving each time to exceed all your previous efforts, you are making use of the highest form of education. Therefore, when you render more service and better service than that for which you are paid, you, more than anyone else, are profiting by the effort. Any man may become great by doing the commonplace things of life in a great spirit, with a genuine desire to be of helpful service to others, regardless of his calling. Commentary. Andrew Carnegie had told Napoleon Hill that during the 20 years it would take to compile the research and information that would go into the development of the world's first philosophy of individual achievement, he must be willing to starve rather than quit. There were many times when he was nearly doing the former, but he never gave in to the latter. Hill believed so strongly in service to others and in doing more than what he was paid to do, that on at least 2 occasions, first in 1917 during the First World War, when he wrote material for President Woodrow Wilson to keep the industrial workers motivated, and again in 1933 during the Depression, when he joined President Franklin Roosevelt's White House staff as an advisor, speechwriter, and PR man for the National Recovery Administration, Hill willingly worked for the government for just $1 a year, when he had barely enough money to live on. It is only through the delivery of such service that mastery in your chosen field can be attained. For this reason, you should make it a part of your definite chief aim to strive to surpass all previous records in all that you do. Make this a part of your daily habits and follow it with the same regularity with which you eat your meals. Make it your business to render more and better service than that for which you are paid, and before you realize what has happened, you will find that the world is willingly paying you for more than you do. Compound interest upon compound interest is the rate that you will be paid for such service. Just how this pyramiding of gains takes place is left entirely to you to determine. Now, what are you going to do with what you have learned from this lesson? And when, and how, and why? This lesson can be of no value to you unless it moves you to adopt and use the knowledge it has brought you. Knowledge becomes power only through organization and use. Do not forget this. You can never become a leader without doing more than you are paid for. And you cannot become successful without developing leadership in your chosen occupation. What you want to be eventually, that you must be every day, and by the quality of your deeds will get down into your soul. Napoleon Hill. Lesson 10. Pleasing personality. You can do it if you believe you can. What is a pleasing personality? It is a personality that attracts, and in this lesson we will look at what causes that attraction and how to create it. Your personality is the sum total of your own characteristics and appearances that distinguish you from all others. The clothes you wear, the lines in your face, the tone of your voice, the thoughts you think, the character you have developed by those thoughts, all constitute parts of your personality. Whether your personality is attractive or not is another matter. By far, the most important part of your personality is that which is represented by your character. Therefore, it is also the part that is not visible. The style of your clothes and their appropriateness undoubtedly constitutes a very important part of your personality, for it is true that people form first impressions of you from your outward appearance. Even the way you shake hands forms an important part of your personality and goes a long way toward attracting or repelling those with whom you shake hands. But this art can be cultivated. The expression in your eyes also forms an important part of your personality, for there are people, and they are more numerous than one might imagine, who can look through your eyes into your heart and see the nature of your most secret thoughts. The vitality of your body, which is sometimes called personal magnetism, also constitutes an important part of your personality. Segmentation of a pleasing personality. There is one way in which you can express the composite of your personality so that it will always attract, even though you may seem outwardly unattractive, and this is by taking an honest interest in other people. Let me illustrate exactly what I mean by relating an incident that happened some years ago, from which I was taught a lesson in master salesmanship. You too may learn that lesson from this incident. One day, an elderly lady called at my office and sent in her card with a message saying that she must see me personally. No amount of coaxing by secretaries could induce her to disclose the nature of her visit. Therefore, I made up my mind that she was some poor old soul who wanted to sell me a book. Thinking of my own mother, I decided to go out to the reception room and buy her book, whatever it might be. As I walked down the hallway from my private office, this lady, who was standing just outside the railing that led to the main reception room, began to smile. I had seen many people smile, but never before had I seen one who smiled so sweetly as did this lady. It was one of those contagious smiles, because I caught the spirit of it and began to smile too. As I reached the railing, this lady extended her hand to shake hands with me. Now, as a rule, I do not become too friendly on first acquaintance when a person calls at my office, because it is very hard to say no if the caller should ask me to do something that I do not wish to do. However, this dear lady looked so sweetly innocent and harmless that I extended my hand and she began to shake it, whereupon I discovered that she not only had an attractive smile, but she also had a magnetic handshake. She took hold of my hand firmly, but not too firmly, and the very manner in which she went about it telegraphed the thought that it was she who was doing the honors. She made me feel that she was really and truly glad to shake my hand, And I believed that she was. I believed that her hand shape came from her heart as well as from her hand. I have shaken hands with many thousands of people during my public career, but I do not recall ever shaking hands with anyone who understood the art as well as this lady did. The moment she touched my hand, I could feel myself slipping, and I knew that whatever it was that she had come after, she would go away with it, and that I would aid and abet her all I could toward this end. That penetrating smile and that warm handshake had disarmed me and made me a willing victim. At a single stroke, this lady had cut through that false shell into which I crawl when salespeople come around. This gentle visitor had neutralized my mind and made me want to listen. But here is the point at which most salespeople stumble, for it is as useless to try to sell someone anything until you have first made them want to listen as it would be to command the earth to stop rotating. Nothing is ever lost by courtesy. It is the cheapest of pleasures, costs nothing, and conveys much. It please him who gives and him who receives, and thus, like mercy, is twice blessed. Erastus Wyman. Note well how this elderly lady used a smile and a handshake as the tools with which to pry open a doorway to my heart. Slowly and deliberately, as if she had all the time in the world, which she did have as far as I was concerned at that moment, she began to crystallize the first step of her victory into reality by saying, "I just came here to tell you, what seemed to me to be a long pause, that I think you are doing the most wonderful work of any man in the world today." Every word was emphasized by a gentle, though firm, squeeze of my hand, and she was looking through my eyes and into my heart as she spoke. After I had regained consciousness, for it became a standing joke among my assistants at the office that I fainted dead away, I reached down and unlocked the little secret latch that fastened the gate and said, "Come right in, dear lady. Come right into my private office." And with a gallant bow that would have done credit to the cavaliers of olden times, I bade her come in and sit a while. As she entered my private office, I motioned her to the big easy chair behind my desk, while I took the little hard-seated chair which, under ordinary circumstances, I would have used as a means of discouraging her from taking up too much of my time. For 3/4 of an hour, I listened to one of the most brilliant and charming conversations I have ever heard, and my visitor was doing all the conversing. From the very start, she had assumed the initiative and taken the lead. And up to the end of that first 3/4 of an hour, she found no inclination on my part to challenge her right to it. I repeat, lest you did not get the full importance of it, that I was a willing listener. Now comes the part that could make me blush with embarrassment. As I have stated, my visitor entranced me with brilliant and captivating conversation for all of that time, and not once did she use the personal pronoun I. Now, what do you suppose she had been talking about? Was she trying to sell me a book? No. However, she was not only trying, but actually selling me something, and that something was myself. The most important single ingredient in the formula of success is knowing how to get along with people. Theodore Roosevelt. She had no sooner been seated in that big cushioned chair than she unrolled a package, and sure enough, there was a book in it. In fact, several of them. But what she had was a complete year's file of the magazine of which I was then editor, Hill's Golden Rule. She turned the pages of those magazines and read places she had marked here and there, assuring me, in the meanwhile, that she had always believed the philosophy behind what she was reading. Then, after I was in a state of complete mesmerism and thoroughly receptive, my visitor tactfully switched the conversation to a subject which I suspect she had in mind to discuss with me long before she presented herself at my office. But, and this is another point at which most salespeople blunder, had she reversed the order and begun the conversation where she finished, chances are she never would have had the opportunity to sit in that big easy chair. During the last 3 minutes of her visit, she skillfully laid before me the merits of some securities she was selling. She did not ask me to purchase, but the way in which she told me about the securities had the psychological effect of making me want to purchase. And even though I made no purchase of securities from her, she made a sale, because I picked up the telephone and introduced her to a man to whom she later sold more than 5 times the amount that she had intended selling me. If that same woman, or another woman, or a man who had the tact and pleasing personality that she had, should call on me, I would again sit down and listen for 3/4 of an hour. We are all human, and we are all more or less vain, and we are all alike in this respect. We will listen with intense interest to those who talk to us about that which lies closest to our hearts. Then, out of a sense of reciprocity, we will also listen with interest when the speaker finally switches the conversation to the subject closest to his or her heart. And in the end, we will not only sign on the dotted line, but we will also say, "What a wonderful personality." In the city of Chicago some years ago, I was conducting a sales course for an investment house, which employed more than 1,500 salespeople. To keep the ranks of that big organization filled, we had to train and employ 600 new salespeople every week. Of the thousands of men and women who went through that school, there was but one man who grasped the significance of the principle I have just described. This man had never tried to sell securities and frankly admitted when he entered the class that he was not a salesman. After he had finished his training, one of the star salesmen, a man by the name of Perkins, took a notion to play a practical joke on him. This star gave him an inside tip as to where he would be able to sell some securities without any great effort. Perkins would make the sale himself, he said, but the man to whom he referred as being a likely purchaser was an ordinary artist who would purchase with so little urging that he, being a star, did not wish to waste time on him. The new salesman was delighted to receive this tip, and he went quickly on his way to make the sale. As soon as he was out of the office, the star gathered together the other stars and told of the joke he was playing. For in reality, the artist was a very wealthy man, and Perkins had spent nearly a month trying to sell to him without success. It then came out that all the stars of that particular group had also called on this same artist, but had failed to interest him. The new salesman was gone about an hour and a half. When he returned, he found the stars waiting for him with smiles on their faces. To their surprise, this new salesman also wore a broad smile on his face. They looked at each other inquiringly. "Well, did you sell to your man?" asked the originator of the joke. "Certainly," replied the uninitiated one, "and I found that artist to be all you said he was, a perfect gentleman and a very interesting man." Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out an order and a check for $2,000. The stars wanted to know how he did it. "Oh, it was not difficult," replied the new salesman. "I just walked in and talked to him a few minutes, and he brought up the subject of the securities himself and said he wanted to purchase. Therefore, I really did not sell to him. He purchased of his own accord. When I heard of the transaction, I called this new salesman in and asked him to describe in detail just how he made the sale. He said that when he reached the artist's studio, he found him at work on a picture. The artist had been so engaged in his work that he did not see the salesman enter. So the salesman walked over to where he could see the picture and stood there looking at it without saying a word. When the artist finally saw him, the salesman apologized for the intrusion and began to talk about the picture the artist was painting. He knew just enough about art to be able to discuss the merits of the picture with some intelligence, and he was really interested in the subject. He liked the picture and frankly told the artist so. For nearly an hour, those two men talked of nothing but art, particularly the picture that stood on the artist's easel. Finally, the artist asked the salesman his name and his business, and the salesman replied, "Oh, never mind my business or my name. I am more interested in you and your art." The artist beamed, but not to be outdone by his polite visitor, he insisted on knowing what mission had brought him to his studio. Then, with an air of genuine reluctance, this salesman, this real star, introduced himself and told his business. Briefly, he described the securities he was selling, and the artist listened as if he enjoyed every word that was spoken. After the salesman had finished, the artist said, "Well, well, other salesmen from your firm have been here trying to sell me some of those securities, but they talked of nothing but business. In fact, they annoyed me so much that I had to ask one of them to leave. I believe his name was Perkins. But you present the matter so differently, and I want you to let me have $2,000 worth of those securities. Remember that. You present the matter so differently." And how did this new salesman present the matter so differently? What did this master salesman really sell that artist? Did he sell him securities? No, he sold him his own picture that he was painting on his own canvas. The securities were almost incidental. It happens that, in a class attended by this new salesman early on, I had told the story of the elderly lady who entertained me for 3/4 of an hour by talking about that which was nearest my heart, and it had so impressed him that he made up his mind to study his prospective purchasers and find out what would interest them most, so he could talk about that. This green salesman earned $7,900 in commissions the first month he was in the field, leading the next highest man by more than double. And the tragedy of it was that not one person out of the entire organization of 1,500 salespeople took the time to find out how and why he became the real star of the organization. Commentary. As noted earlier, throughout this revised and updated edition of Law of Success, the editors have made it a practice to suggest relevant books and audiobooks by other authors that relate to the principles and concepts presented by Napoleon Hill in his original manuscript. That being the case, in this section you would expect to find 1 or 2 suggestions for books on salesmanship. But because salesmanship is a subject that has been written about so extensively, selecting a mere 1 or 2 examples would have proven almost impossible had it not been for a gentleman with the unusual name of Og Mandino and Napoleon Hill himself. Mandino's personal story is far too powerful to do it justice in the few lines available here, but you should know something of his background in order to understand why we have singled out his book. In brief, when Og Mandino returned a decorated hero after his service in World War II, he struggled for a year trying to make a go of it as a writer in New York City. When his savings were exhausted, he started on a 15-year merry-go-round of brief ups, followed by crashing downs that finally brought him so low he was literally a drunken bum on the streets of Cleveland, too poor to buy a gun to commit suicide. Then, in a public library, he came across a copy of Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude, the classic motivational book co-written by Napoleon Hill and W. Clement Stone. It transformed his life. With a renewed sense of purpose, Og Mandino set out for Boston, where he managed to convince the people at W. Clement Stone's Combined Insurance Company of America that they should hire him as an insurance salesman. Within 3 years, he had elevated himself within the organization to the point where he was named to the position of executive editor of Success Unlimited, a magazine published by Stone and Hill. A few years later, in 1968, a New York publisher took a chance on this first-time author and published Mandino's book, The Greatest Salesman in the World. The details of Og Mandino's life, only hinted at here, and the equally extraordinary story of how his book earned its success are intentionally being left for you to discover on your own. However, we will tell you this. The Greatest Salesman in the World has sold well over 4 million copies, has gone through more than 130 printings in 17 languages, and is widely acknowledged as the best-selling book about sales in the entire world. The second source of additional material that the editors recommend is the audiobook Selling You. It is a 2-cassette program based on Napoleon Hill's bestseller How to Sell Your Way Through Life, which is not currently available, but there are plans to reprint it in the future. The audio program is narrated by Joe Slattery, features an introduction by W. Clement Stone, and is augmented with archival recordings of Napoleon Hill personally explaining some of his most compelling ideas. It also includes a 32-page booklet featuring additional sales techniques. Victory comes only after many struggles and countless deeds. Each rebuff is an opportunity to move forward. Turn away from them, avoid them, and you throw away your future. Og Mandino, a Carnegie or a Rockefeller or a James J. Hill or a Marshall Field, accumulates a fortune through the application of the same principles available to all of us, but we envy them their wealth without ever thinking of studying their philosophy and applying it to ourselves. We look at a successful person in the hour of their triumph and wonder how they did it, but we overlook the importance of analyzing their methods. And we forget the price they had to pay in the careful, well-organized preparation that had to be made before they could reap the fruits of their efforts. Throughout this course, you will not find a single new principle. Every one of them is as old as civilization itself, yet you will find few people who seem to understand how to apply them. The salesman who sold the securities to that artist was not only a master salesman, but he was also a man with a pleasing personality. He was not much to look at, and perhaps that was why the star conceived the idea of playing the joke on him. But even a homely person may have a very attractive personality in the eyes of those whose handiwork he or she has praised. Of course, there are some who will get the wrong idea of the principle by drawing the conclusion that any sort of cheap flattery will take the place of genuine heart interest. I hope that you are not one of these. I hope that you are one who understands the real psychology on which this lesson is based, and that you will make it your business to study others closely enough to find something about them or their work that you genuinely admire. Only in this way can you develop a personality that will be irresistibly attractive. Cheap flattery has just the opposite effect to that of constituting a pleasing personality. It repels instead of attracting. It is so shallow that even the ignorant easily detect it. Perhaps you have noticed that this lesson emphasizes at length the importance of making it your business to take a keen interest in other people and in their work, business, or profession. You will quickly observe that the principles upon which this lesson is based are very closely related to those that constitute the foundation of Lesson 6 on imagination, and also later many of the same general principles as those that form the most important part of Lesson 13 on cooperation. Selling you and your ideas. I would like to introduce some very practical suggestions as to how the laws of imagination, cooperation, and pleasing personality can be coordinated to create usable ideas. Every thinker knows that ideas are the beginning of all successful achievement. The question most often asked, however, is, how can I learn to create ideas that will earn money? In part, we will answer that question in this lesson by suggesting some novel ideas that might be developed and made very profitable by almost anyone in practically any locality. Commentary. A 1998 column in the Houston Business Journal by syndicated columnist and business consultant Scott Clark of the HTC Group offers some interesting insight into the entrepreneurial process. He writes that, while financiers perceive management, opportunity, and resources as the three driving forces behind any business venture, most entrepreneurs focus on just one driving force, opportunity. Although they define this as their product idea, an idea is just a brainstorm that seems to have great possibilities. If an entrepreneur learns of someone else with the same idea, they believe it was stolen from them. Clark says that when we are exposed to a sufficient number of life events and are able to filter them creatively, an idea may emerge. Others who have been exposed to the same events but under different circumstances are still capable of conceiving the same ideas. As a result, most of the great ideas in business and science history have been simultaneously developed by several people who had no direct contact with each other. The state of the world has been filled with sets of different sets of ideas. Examples include the airplane, the integrated circuit, and the computer, each invented concurrently by two people at remote locations from each other. What transforms an idea into an opportunity that will interest investors, says Clark, is determining a use that consumers really want, then being able to implement it at an affordable price. Most entrepreneurs just devise an interesting concept, conduct market research by asking their friends what they think, then use that feedback to justify leaving their jobs and starting a business. Clark explains that what they should do first is identify a specific market need, conduct extensive market research to verify the strength and price point of that need, then develop a marketing strategy to meet the demand before approaching financiers. A failure to first prove the viability of a market for their product is one of the most common mistakes that many entrepreneurs make. As for management and resources, Clark says that when financiers scrutinize a potential business deal, the first thing they look at is not the opportunity, but the strength of the management team. According to George Doriot, one of the founders of modern venture capital, always consider investing in a grade A entrepreneur with a grade B idea, but never invest in a grade B entrepreneur with a grade A idea. If you do not present the image of experience, the appropriate background, as well as a detailed understanding of your market, investors will never provide you with the resources. Idea number 1. If, for example, you wanted to manufacture toys, you would have to determine what sort of toys to manufacture and where to get the capital with which to operate the business. First, go to your local toy store and find out what kinds of toys are currently selling best. If you do not feel competent yourself to make improvements on some of the toys now on the market, advertise for an inventor with an idea for a marketable toy, and you will soon find a person who will supply this missing link. The entrepreneur is essentially a visualizer and an actualizer. He can visualize something, and when he visualizes it, he sees exactly how to make it happen. He says exactly how to have that inventor make you a working model, then go to some small manufacturer and arrange to have your toy manufactured. You now know just what your toy will cost, so you are ready to go to some big jobber, wholesaler, or distributor and arrange for the sale of your product. If you are a good salesperson, you can finance this whole project on the few dollars required to advertise for the inventor. When you find this person, you can probably arrange with them to create a model for you, with a promise that you will give them a better job when you are manufacturing your own toys, or they may do the work in return for an interest in the business. You should be able to get the manufacturer of your toys to wait for their money until you are paid by the firm to which you sell them, and if necessary, you can assign to the manufacturer the invoices for the toys sold and let the money come directly to them. Well, of course, if you have an unusually pleasing and convincing personality and considerable ability to organize, you will be able to take the model of your toy to someone of means and, in return for an interest in the business, secure the capital with which to do your own manufacture. Common sense is all that is necessary. Simply find out what it is that the people want and then produce it. Produce it well, better than anyone else is doing. Give it a touch of individuality, make it distinctive. But if we do this, it will We spend millions of dollars annually for toys to entertain our children. Make your new toy useful as well as interesting. Make it educational if possible. If it entertains and teaches at the same time, it will sell readily and live forever. If your toy is a game, make it teach the child something, such as geography, arithmetic, English, science, and so on. Or better still, produce a toy that will cause the child to exercise. Everything that can be invented has been invented. Commentary. In reading Napoleon Hill's example of starting a toy company, you may have thought to yourself, how quaint, toy trucks and rag dolls, but that idea belongs to another era. You could never do that today. Be assured, the basic principles Hill outlines are exactly the principles upon which companies making today's latest computer games are founded. And not only can you do it today, but someone is doing it right now. Every January or February in New York City, in Lower Manhattan where Broadway and Fifth Avenue intersect, as well as at the Javits Convention Center, Toy Fair happens. Everybody who is anybody in the toy business is there, displaying their latest toys and games and trying to convince the buyers for the major retail stores that they have got the one that is going to be the big seller at Christmas. And every year, just like at any other trade show, the big guys have the big displays and the big announcements, and every year some little guy with nothing more than a 10 by 10 booth and an original idea will catch the fancy of the buyers. Barely the editors acknowledge that it is the big toy companies that consistently turn out the best-selling toys. The well-known brands have the resources to develop many different lines each year for Toy Fair, and they have established relationships with the buyers. But it is surprising how often it has been a little guy who had the hit of the show that really did become the big seller the following Christmas. Toy companies aside, the larger point that Hill was making was that new products are coming into the market all the time, and not all of them are created by established companies. It was true when Hill first wrote Law of Success, and it remains true. As this updated edition is being written, new products are still being created, and someone with imagination and a pleasing personality is getting the cooperation of other people to help finance and manufacture those products. Idea number 2. This idea will be of interest only to the man or woman who has the self-confidence and the ambition to run the risk of making a big income, which, I might add, many people do not have. It is intended for the man or woman who is creative and has the talent to write advertising and sales materials. To make practical and profitable use of this suggestion, you will need the cooperation of a good advertising agency, and from 1 to 5 firms or individuals who do enough advertising to warrant going through an agency. This is where you will need imagination, cooperation, and a pleasing personality, as you will first need to go to an agency and sell them on the idea of paying you a percentage on gross expenditures of all accounts that you bring to it. This percentage is to compensate you for getting the account and for writing the copy and otherwise serving the client in the management of their advertising. Then you go to a firm or individual whose advertising account you wish to handle and say in effect that you wish to go to work without compensation. Tell what you can do and what you intend to do for that particular firm that will help them to sell more goods. If this firm employs an advertising manager, you are to become virtually his or her assistant without pay on one condition, that the company's advertising is to be placed through the agency with which you have the connection. Through this arrangement, the firm or individual whose account you thus secure will get the benefit of your personal services without cost and will pay no more for placing its advertising through your agency than it would through any other. If you are convincing and you really take the time to prepare your case, you will get the account without much argument. You will also give the advertising agency a reputation for effective service, and you will please your clients because they will see satisfactory returns from your efforts. As long as you keep the agency and the clients whom you serve satisfied, your job is safe and you will make money. You can repeat this transaction until you have as many accounts as you can handle. You can see that the plan has possibilities. It supplies independent work and gives you 100% of your earning power. It is better than a position as advertising manager, even if the position paid the same money, because it practically places you in a business of your own, one in which your name is constantly developing a survival value. Idea number 3. This plan can be put into operation by almost any man or woman of average intelligence and with little preparation. Go to any first-class printer and make arrangements with them to handle all the business you bring to them, allowing you a commission of, say, 10% on the gross amount. Then, go to the largest users of printed matter and get samples of everything that they use in the way of printing. Form a partnership or working arrangement with a commercial artist who will go over all this printed matter and, wherever suitable or appropriate, improve the illustrations. Then, if you are not a copywriter, form a working arrangement with someone who is, and get him or her to go over the copy of the printed materials and improve on it in every respect possible. When the work is complete, go back to the firm from which you get the printed matter and show how much more effective you can make it. If you perform your service properly, you will soon have all the business your commercial artist, your copywriter, and you can handle. Any profits that you earn from the work of others will be a legitimate profit in return for your ability to organize and bring together all the necessary talent and ability with which to perform satisfactory service. If you want to get across an idea, wrap it up in a person. Commentary. Napoleon Hill's second and third suggestions are really variations on the same theme, and no doubt he chose these examples because he had personally succeeded in doing something very similar. Although Hill was always a writer, the difference between being a writer and being an author was years of research and hard work. During those years, he often put his talents to work as a freelancer, writing promotional and advertising materials. Since Hill's time, advertising and marketing have overlapped into other areas and become a part of a larger whole that is vaguely referred to as the media. This amorphous thing called the media now encompasses everything from the copywriters and illustrators that Hill was familiar with, to computer graphics designers, specialized artists, photographers, performers, interactive games designers, digital animators, infomercial producers, product placement specialists, creators of websites, and consultants of every stripe. As new and different as all of these media types may seem, Napoleon Hill would have been right at home with them. Like Hill, they are either freelancers themselves or they rely on freelancers to run their business. Just as you do not have to be the one who creates a toy in order to create a successful toy manufacturing company, in the service industry, it is also not essential that you be the writer or the computer designer to launch a successful media company. What you do need is the imagination to find out what kind of talent and services are in demand and who the people or businesses are who need those talents. Combine that imaginative idea with the kind of pleasing personality that can elicit the cooperation of freelancers who have the talents to fill that demand, and you have just taken Napoleon Hill's 1927 business model as a blueprint for creating a leading-edge media company. You want to stop being an employee and become an employer. I do not blame you for that. Most people want to do the same. The best first step to take is to serve the firm or individual for whom you are working, just as you would wish to be served if you were that individual, or the head of that firm. Who are the big employers today? They are the men and women who have come up from the ranks, people who have had no greater opportunity than you have. They are in the positions that they hold because their superior ability has enabled them to intelligently direct others. You can acquire that ability if you will try. Right in the town or city where you live, there are people who probably could benefit by knowing you and who could undoubtedly benefit you in return. In one section of the city lives Mr. John Smith, who wishes to sell his grocery store and then open a movie theater. In another section of the city is a man who has a movie theater that he would like to trade for a grocery store. Can you bring them together? You can. You will serve both and earn a nice commission. In your town or city are people who want the products raised on the farms in the surrounding community. On those farms, there are farmers who raise farm products and who want to get them into the hands of those who live in the towns. If you can find a way of carrying the farm products direct from the farm to the city or town consumer, you will thereby enable the farmer to get more for his products and the consumer to get those products for less, and still there will be a margin to pay you for your ingenuity in shortening the route between producer and consumer. If you can create such a plan to shorten that route within any business, you are entitled to a fair percentage of what you save for the consumer and also a fair percentage of what you make for the producer. And let me warn you that whatever plan you create as a means of making money, you had better see that it slices off a little of the cost to the consumer instead of adding a little to that cost. If you crave wealth and are really brave enough to shoulder the burdens that go with it, reverse the usual method of acquiring it by giving your goods and wares to the world at the lowest possible profit you can afford, instead of exacting all that you can with safety. The business of bringing together producer and consumer is a profitable business when it is conducted fairly to both, without a greedy desire to get all that you can. The American public is wonderfully patient with profiteers, but there is a point beyond which even the shrewdest dare not go. There may be some perfectly good plans through which you could squeeze the consumer and still manage to keep out of jail, but you will enjoy much more peace of mind, and in all probability also more profits in the long run, if your plan is built along the lines of Henry Ford's, who found it profitable to pay his workers not as little as he could get them for, but as much as his profits would permit. He also found it profitable to reduce the price of his automobile to the consumer, while other manufacturers, many of whom have long since failed, continued to increase theirs. John D. Rockefeller has been abused considerably, but most of this abuse has been prompted by sheer envy on the part of those who would like to have his money, but have not the inclination to earn it. Regardless of your opinion of Rockefeller, do not forget that he began as a humble bookkeeper and that he gradually climbed to the top because of his ability to organize and direct others intelligently. I can remember when I had to pay 25 cents for a gallon of lamp oil and walk 2 miles through the hot sun, carrying it home in a tin can. Now Rockefeller's wagon will deliver it at the back door in the city or on the farm at a little over half that sum. Who has a right to begrudge Rockefeller his millions when he has reduced the price of a needed commodity? He could just as easily have increased the price of lamp oil to $50. But I seriously doubt that he would be a multimillionaire today if he had done so. There are a lot of us who want money, but 99 out of every 100 who start to create a plan through which to get money give all their thought to the scheme through which to get it, and no thought to the service to be given in return for it. A man without a smiling face must not open a shop. Chinese proverb. Pleasing personality. Commentary. In Time magazine's 100 Most Important People of the 20th Century, an article by Grace Mirabella, former Vogue editor-in-chief and the founder of Mirabella magazine, quotes Leonard Lauder, chief executive of the Estee Lauder Cosmetics Company, as saying, his mother always thought she was growing a nice little business. Lauder, while living above her father's hardware store in a section of Queens, New York, began selling creams created by her uncle who was a chemist. Long before getting her products into major stores, she was selling them in beauty shops, beach clubs, and resorts. In the beginning, the only person available to answer the phones changed her voice to become the shipping or billing department as needed. Later, Estee Lauder is said to have stalked the bosses at Saks Fifth Avenue until she got counter space, where her personal selling approach, including promotions and samples, was instrumental in her success. In addition to being extremely focused and a quality fanatic, Estee Lauder outworked everyone else in the cosmetics industry. Leonard Lauder attributes his mother's success to ambition. Former Neiman Marcus chief Stanley Marcus was obviously referring to Lauder's pleasing personality when he said, "She was determined and gracious and lovely through it all. It was easier to say yes to Estee than to say no." At the end of the century, that nice little business controlled 45% of the cosmetics market in United States department stores. It had $3.6 billion in sales in 118 countries. The Lauder family's shares were worth more than $6 billion. A pleasing personality is one that makes use of cooperation. I have cited the foregoing illustrations of how ideas may be created to show you how to coordinate the laws of cooperation and a pleasing personality. Analyze any person who does not have a pleasing personality, and you will also find lacking in that person the faculties of cooperation. The principles of personal power. The persuasive personality. This brings us to a suitable place at which to introduce one of the greatest lessons on personality ever placed on paper. It is also one of the most effective lessons on salesmanship ever written. The subjects of a pleasing personality and salesmanship must always go hand in hand. They are inseparable. I am referring to Shakespeare's masterpiece, Mark Antony's speech at the funeral of Caesar. I present it here with my interpretations, which may help you to gather a new meaning from it. The setting for that oration was something like this. Caesar is dead. Brutus, his slayer, is called on to tell the Roman mob which is gathered at the undertaker's why he put Caesar out of the way. Imagine a howling mob that was none too friendly to Caesar. It already believed that Brutus had done a noble deed by murdering him. Brutus takes the platform and makes a short statement of his reasons for killing Caesar. Confident that he has won the day, he takes his seat. His whole demeanor is that of one who believes his word will be accepted without question. It is one of haughtiness. Mark Antony now takes the platform, knowing that the mob is antagonistic to him because he was a friend of Caesar's. In a low, humble tone of voice, Antony begins to speak. Antony, for Brutus' sake, I am beholding to you. Fourth citizen, what does he say of Brutus? Third citizen, he says, for Brutus' sake, he finds himself beholden to us all. Fourth citizen, it were best he speak no harm of Brutus here. First citizen, this Caesar was a tyrant. Third citizen, nay, that's certain. We are blessed that Rome is rid of him. Second citizen, peace. Let us hear what Antony can say. Antony, you gentle Romans. Oh, peace ho, let us hear him. Antony, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault. And grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest. For Brutus is an honorable man. So are they all honorable men. Am I to speak at Caesar's funeral? He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious. And Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome. Their ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious. And Brutus is an honorable man. Y'all did see that on the Lupercal. The object of oratory is not truth, but persuasion. Lord Macaulay, I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious. And surely he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke. But here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me, my heart is in the coffin, there was Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me. At this point, Antony paused to give his audience a chance to discuss hurriedly among themselves his opening statements. His object in doing this was to observe what effect his words were having. Just as a master salesperson encourages their prospective purchaser to talk, so the salesperson may know what is in their mind. First citizen, methinks there is much in his saying. Second citizen, if thou consider rightly of the matter, Caesar has had great wrong. Third citizen, has he masters, I fear there will be worse come in his place. Fourth citizen, marked ye his words, he would not take the crown. Therefore it is certain he was not ambitious. First citizen, if it be found so, someone will dearly abide it. Second citizen, poor soul, his eyes are red as fire with weeping. Third citizen, there is not a nobler man in Rome than Antony. Fourth citizen, now mark him, he begins again to speak. Antony, but yesterday the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there. The people only understand what they can feel. The only orators that can affect them are those who move them. Alphonse de Lamartine, pleasing personality, and none so poor to do him reverence. O masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong and Cassius wrong, who, you all know, are honorable men. Antony, I will not do them wrong. I rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, than I will wrong such honorable men. But here is a parchment with the seal of Caesar. I found it in his closet. It is his will. Let but the commons hear this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean to read. And they would go and kiss dead Caesar's wounds and dip their napkins in his sacred blood. Yea, beg a hair of him for memory, and dying, mention it within their wills, bequeathing it as a rich legacy unto their issue. Oh, the will, we will hear Caesar's will. Antony, have patience, gentle friends, I must not read it. It is not meet you know how Caesar loved you. You are not wood, you are not stones, you are men. And being men, hearing the will of Caesar, it will inflame you. It will make you mad. It is good you know, not that you are his heirs. For if you should, oh, what will come of it? Fourth citizen, read the will. We will hear it, Antony. You shall read us the will. Caesar's will. Antony, will you be patient? Will you stay a while? I've overshot myself to tell you of it. I fear I wrong the honorable men whose daggers have stabbed Caesar. I do fear it. Fourth citizen. They were traitors, honorable men. All, the will, the testament. Second citizen. They were villains, murderers. The will. Antony, you will compel me then to read the will? Then make a ring about the corpse of Caesar and let me show you him that made the will. Shall I descend? Will you give me leave? I'll come down. Second citizen, descend. Third citizen, room for Antony. Third citizen, room for Antony. Most noble Antony. Note this. Antony, nay, press not so upon me. Stand far off. Alt, stand back. Room. Antony, if you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all do know this mantle. I remember the first time ever Caesar put it on. It was on a summer's evening in his tent. That day he overcame the nervy. Look, in this place rang Cassius' dagger through. See what a rent the envious Casca made. Through this, the well-beloved Brutus stabbed. And as he plucked his cursed steel away, mark how the blood of Caesar followed it. He's rushing out of doors to be resolved if Brutus so unkindly knock or no. But Brutus, as you know, was Caesar's angel. Judge, O you gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. Usually it takes more than 3 weeks to prepare a good impromptu speech. Mark Twain. This was the most unkindest cut of all. For when the noble Caesar saw him stab, ingratitude, more strong than traitor's arms, quite vanquished him. Then burst his mighty heart, and, in his mantle, muffling up his face, even at the base of Pompey's statue, which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen! Then I, and you, and all of us, fell down while bloody treason flourished over us. Oh, now you weep. I perceive you feel the dint of pity. These are gracious drops. Kind soul, why weep you, when you but behold our Caesar's vesture wounded? Look you here. Here is himself, marred, as you see, with traitors. First citizen, oh piteous spectacle. Second citizen, oh woeful day. Third citizen, oh woeful day. First citizens, oh most bloody sight. Second citizen, we will be revenged. All revenge, about, seek, burn, fire, kill, slay, let not a traitor live. There are 2 levers for moving men: interest and fear. Napoleon Bonaparte. Antony, stay, countrymen. First citizen, peace there, hear the noble Antony. Second citizen, we will hear him, we will follow him, we will die with him. Antony, good friends, sweet friends, let me not stir you up to such a sudden flood of mutiny. They that have done this deed are honorable. What private griefs they have, alas, I know not, that made them do it. They were wise and honorable, and will, no doubt, with reasons, answer you. I come not, friends, to steal away your hearts. I am no orator, as Brutus is, but as you know me all, a plain, blunt man that love my friend, and that they know full well that gave me public leave to speak of him. For I have neither wit, nor words, nor worth action, nor utterance, nor the power of speech, to stir men's blood. I only speak right on. I tell you that which you yourselves do know. Show you sweet Caesar's wounds, poor dumb mouths, and bid them speak for me. But were I Brutus and Brutus Antony, there an Antony would ruffle up your spirits and put a tongue in every wound of Caesar that should move the stones of Rome to rise in mutiny. We will mutiny. First citizen, we will burn the house of Brutus. Third citizen, away then. Come, seek the conspirators. Entrymen, yet hear me, countrymen, yet hear me speak. All peace, hear Antony, most noble Antony. Antony, why friends, you go to do you know not what. Wherein hath Caesar thus deserved your love? Alas, you know not. I must tell you, then, you have forgot the will I told you of. All. Most true. The will, let us stay and hear the will. Antony, here is the will, and under Caesar's seal. To every Roman citizen he gives, to every several man, 75 drachmas. Second citizen, most noble Caesar, we will revenge his death. Third citizen, O royal Caesar, hear me with patience. Peace. Antony, moreover, he hath left you all his walks, his private arbors and new-planted orchards, on this side Tiber. He hath left them you and to your heirs forever, common pleasures, to walk abroad and recreate yourself. There was a Caesar, when comes such another. First citizen, never, never, come, away, away. We will burn his body in the holy place, and with the brands fire the traitors' houses. Take up the body. Second citizen, go fetch fire. Third citizen, pluck down benches. Fourth citizen, pluck down forms, windows, anything. And that was Brutus's finish. He lost his case because he lacked the personality and the good judgment with which to present his argument from the viewpoint of the Roman mob, as Mark Antony did. His whole attitude clearly indicated that he thought pretty well of himself, that he was proud of his deed, We have all seen people who somewhat resemble Brutus in this respect, but if we observe closely, we notice that they do not accomplish very much. Suppose that Mark Antony had mounted the platform in a strutting attitude and had begun his speech in this way. Now let me tell you, Romans, something about this man Brutus. He is a murderer at heart, and he would have gone no further, for the mob would have howled him down. Go back to Lesson 5 on initiative and leadership and read it again. As you read, compare the psychology of it with that of Mark Antony's speech. Observe how the you and not the I attitude toward others is emphasized. This same point is emphasized throughout this course, especially in Lesson 7 on enthusiasm. Shakespeare was by far the most able psychologist and writer known to civilization. For that reason, all of his writings are based upon unerring knowledge of the human mind. Throughout this speech, which he placed in the mouth of Mark Antony, notice how carefully he assumed the you attitude. So carefully that the Roman mob was sure that its decision was of its own making. Notice, however, that Mark Antony's appeal to the self-interest of the Roman mob was of the crafty type. It was based on the stealth with which dishonest men often make use of this principle in appealing to the excessive desire and greed of their victims. While Mark Antony displayed evidence of great self-control in being able to assume at the beginning of his speech an attitude toward Brutus that was not real, at the same time it is obvious that Antony's entire appeal was based on his knowledge of how to influence the minds of the Roman mob through flattery. The two letters which are reproduced in Lesson 7 illustrate, in a very concrete way, the value of the you and the fatality of the I appeal. Go back and read these letters again and observe how the more successful of the two follows closely the Mark Antony appeal, while the other is based on an appeal of just the opposite nature. Whether you are writing a sales letter or preaching a sermon or writing an advertisement or a book, you will do well to follow the same principles employed by Mark Antony in his famous speech. Character counts. To study the ways and means through which one may develop a pleasing personality, I will begin with the first essential, which is character. For no one can have a pleasing personality without also having the foundation of a sound, positive character. Through the principle of telepathy, you telegraph the nature of your character to those with whom you come in contact, which is also why you may have had an intuitive feeling that the person you had just met, but about whom you did not know very much, was not trustworthy. You may wear the best and latest clothes and conduct yourself in a most pleasing manner outwardly, but if there is greed and envy and hatred and jealousy and selfishness in your heart, you will never attract anyone except those who are the same. Like attracts like, and you may be sure, therefore, that those who are attracted to you are those whose inward natures parallel your own. You may present an artificial smile and you may practice handshaking so that you can imitate perfectly the handshake of a person who is adept at this art. But if these outward manifestations of a pleasing personality lack that vital factor called earnestness of purpose, they will turn people away rather than attract them to you. How, then, does one build character? The first step in character building is rigid self-discipline. In both the 2nd and 8th lessons of this course, you will find the formula through which you may shape your character after any pattern that you choose. But I repeat it here, as it is based on a principle that deserves much repetition. First, think of those people whose characters are made up of the qualities you wish to build into your own character. Then proceed in the manner described in Lesson 2 to take on these qualities through the aid of autosuggestion. Create in your imagination a council table and gather your characters around it each night, first having written out a clear, concise statement of the particular qualities you wish to assume from each. Then proceed to affirm or suggest to yourself aloud that you are developing those desired qualities. As you do this, close your eyes and see, in your imagination, the figures seated around your imaginary table in that same manner described in Lesson 2. Second, through the principles described in Lesson 8, self-control, focus your thoughts and keep your mind energized with thoughts of a positive nature. Let the dominating thought of your mind be a picture of the person that you intend to be, the person that you are deliberately building through this process. At least a dozen times a day when you have a few minutes to yourself, shut your eyes and direct your thoughts to the figures you have selected to sit at your imaginary council table. Then feel, with a faith that knows no limitation, that you are actually growing to resemble in character those figures of your choice. Third, find at least one person each day, and more if possible, in whom you see some good quality that is worthy of praise, and praise them for it. Remember, however, that this praise must not be assumed a virtue if you have it not. William Shakespeare, in the nature of cheap, insincere flattery, it must be genuine. Speak your words of praise with such earnestness that they will impress those to whom you speak. Then watch what happens. You will have rendered those whom you praise a decided benefit of great value to them, and you will have gone just one more step in the direction of developing the habit of looking for and finding the good qualities in others. I cannot overemphasize the far-reaching effects of this habit of praising, openly and enthusiastically, the good qualities in others, for this habit will soon reward you with a feeling of self-respect and manifestation of gratitude from others that will modify your entire personality. Here again, the law of attraction enters, and those whom you praise will see in you the qualities that you see in them. Your success in the application of this formula will be in exact proportion to your faith in its soundness. I do not merely believe that it is sound, I know that it is. And the reason I know is that I have used it successfully, and I have also taught others how to use it successfully. Therefore, I have a right to promise you that you can use it with equal success. Furthermore, you can, with the aid of this formula, develop a pleasing personality so quickly that you will surprise all who know you. The development of such a personality is entirely within your own control, which gives you a tremendous advantage and at the same time places the responsibility on you if you fail or neglect to exercise your privilege. I would like to point out the reason for speaking aloud the affirmation that you are developing the qualities you have selected as the materials out of which to develop a pleasing personality. This procedure has two desirable effects. First, speaking it aloud sets into motion the vibration through which the thought behind your words reaches and embeds itself in your subconscious mind. There it takes root and grows until it becomes a great moving force in your outward physical activities, leading to the transformation of the thought into reality. Second, it helps you develop the ability to speak with force and conviction, which can lead to great ability as a public speaker. No matter what your calling in life may be, you should be able to stand on your feet and speak convincingly. Put feeling and emotion into your words as you speak and develop a deep, rich tone of voice. If your voice is inclined to be high-pitched, tone it down until it is soft and pleasing. You can never express an attractive personality to best advantage through a harsh or shrill voice. You must cultivate your voice until it becomes rhythmical and pleasing to the ear. Remember that speech is the chief method of expressing your personality, and for this reason it is to your advantage to cultivate a style that is both forceful and pleasing. I do not recall a single outstanding pleasing personality that was not made up, in part, of an ability to speak with force and conviction. Study the outstanding figures of the past in politics and statesmanship and observe that the most successful ones were those who were noted for their ability to speak with force and conviction. Study the prominent men and women of today wherever you find them and observe the significant fact that the more prominent they are, the more efficient they are in speaking forcefully. In the field of business, industry, and finance, it seems significant also that the most prominent leaders are men and women who are able public speakers. In fact, no one may hope to become a prominent leader in any noteworthy undertaking without developing the ability to speak with a forcefulness that carries conviction. While the salesperson may never deliver a public address, they will profit nevertheless if they develop the ability to do so, because this ability increases his or her power to speak convincingly in ordinary conversation. Speech is power. Speech is to persuade, to convert, to compel. Ralph Waldo Emerson. To hear how your voice sounds to others, record yourself in conversation. You will likely be surprised by how different it sounds when you hear the recording played back. If you do not like what you hear, and if you can be objective, Study the tape to see where you could make improvements. Note the tone, the pitch, and the rhythm of your speech patterns. If you continue to work with the tape recorder and are still not pleased with the changes you can effect on your own, you might consider buying one of the audio programs available or perhaps consulting a voice coach. As important as the sound of your voice, if not more important, are the words you use, and this is another way by which people will judge you. Unless you are certain of the exact meaning of a word, do not use it. Opt instead for one that is more familiar to you. There are many books that point out some of the common mistakes people make in an attempt to sound more knowledgeable, and these books can be invaluable. One of the best known is The Elements of Style by William Strunk Jr. and E.B. White, which offers information for both the spoken and written word. There are also audio courses that not only teach new vocabulary but also allow you to hear the words used in context while at the same time hearing the correct pronunciation. You will find many of these audio programs in the audiobook section of most large bookstores. Let us now summarize the 7 chief factors which enter into the development of a pleasing personality. First, form the habit of interesting yourself in other people and make it your business to find their good qualities and speak of them in terms of praise. Second, develop the ability to speak with force and conviction, both in your ordinary conversational tones and before public gatherings, where you must use more volume. Third, dress in a style that is becoming to you and appropriate to the work in which you are engaged. Fourth, develop a positive character through the aid of the methods outlined in this lesson. Fifth, learn how to shake hands so that you will express warmth and enthusiasm through this form of greeting. Sixth, attract other people to you by first attracting yourself to them. Seventh, remember that your only limitation, within reason, is the one that you set up in your own mind. These 7 points cover the most important factors, although such a personality will obviously not develop of its own accord. It will develop, however, if you submit yourself to the discipline herein described, with a firm determination to transform yourself into the person that you would like to be. I stress the second and the fourth as being the most important. If you will cultivate those finer thoughts, feelings, and actions out of which a positive character is built, and then learn to express yourself with force and conviction, you will have developed a pleasing personality, for you will see that out of this will come the other qualities here outlined. There is a great power of attraction in the person who has a positive character, and this power expresses itself in unseen as well as visible ways. The moment you come within speaking distance of such a person, even though not a word is spoken, the influence of the unseen power within makes itself felt. Every shady transaction in which you engage, every negative thought that you think, and every destructive act destroys something within your character. Emerson wrote, "There is full confession in the glances of our eyes, in our smiles, in salutations, in the grasp of the hands. His sin bedaubs him, mars all his good impression. Men know not why they do not trust him, but they do not trust him. His vice glasses his eye, demeans his cheek, pinches the nose, sets the mark of beast. To cultivate kindness is a valuable part of the business of life." Samuel Johnson, on the back of the head, and writes, "O fool, fool," on the forehead of a king. Pay close attention to the first of the 7 factors in developing a pleasing personality. All through this lesson, I have gone into lengthy detail to show the material advantages of being agreeable to others. The biggest advantage of all, however, lies not in the possibility of monetary or material gain, but in the enhancing effect that it has on the character of all who practice it. Acquire the habit of making yourself agreeable, and you profit both materially and emotionally, for you will never be as happy in any other way as you will be when you know that you are making others happy. Get the chip off your shoulder and stop challenging people to engage you in useless arguments. Remove the dark glasses through which you see what you believe to be the negative side of life, and behold the shining sunlight of friendliness instead. Throw away your hammer and quit knocking, for surely you must know that the big prizes of life go to the builders and not to the destroyers. The man who builds a house is an artist. The man who tears it down is a junkman. If you are a person with a grievance, the world will listen to your caustic rantings only if it does not see you coming. But if you are a person with a message of friendliness and optimism, it will listen because it wishes to do so. No person with a grievance can also be a person with an attractive personality. The art of being agreeable, just that one simple trait, is the very foundation of all successful salesmanship. I drive my automobile 5 miles to the outskirts of the city to purchase gasoline, which I could get within 2 blocks of my own garage, because the man who runs the filling station is an artist. He makes it his business to be agreeable. I go there not because he has cheaper gasoline, but because I enjoy the vitalizing effect of his pleasing personality. I purchase my shoes at the Regal Shoe Store at 50th Street and Broadway in New York, not because I cannot find other good shoes at the same price, but because Mr. Cobb, the manager of that particular Regal store, has a pleasing personality. While he is fitting me with shoes, he makes it his business to talk with me about subjects that he knows to be close to my heart. I do my banking at the Harriman National Bank at 44th Street and 5th Avenue, not because there are not scores of other good banks much nearer my place of business, but because the tellers, the cashiers, the lobby detective, Mr. Harriman, and all the others with whom I come in contact make it their business to be agreeable. My account is small, but they receive me as though it were large. I greatly admire John D. Rockefeller Jr., not because he is the son of one of the world's richest men, but because he too has acquired the art of being agreeable. In the little city of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, lives M.T. Garvin, a very successful merchant whom I would travel hundreds of miles to visit because he makes it his business to be agreeable. I have no doubt that his material success is closely related to this noble art that he has acquired. I have in my vest pocket a Parker fountain pen, and my wife and children have pens of the same brand, not because there are not other good fountain pens, but because I admire George S. Parker for his habit of being agreeable. My wife subscribes to the Ladies' Home Journal not because there are not other good magazines of a similar nature, but because we became attracted to the journal several years ago while Edward Bok was its editor, and he too had acquired the art of being agreeable. O ye struggling pilgrims who are searching for the rainbow's end, ye drawers of water and hewers of wood, tarry for a moment by the wayside and learn a lesson from the successful men and women who have succeeded because they acquired the art of being agreeable. You can win for a time through ruthlessness and stealth. You can acquire more worldly goods than you will need by sheer force and shrewd strategy, without taking the time or going to the trouble of being agreeable. But sooner or later, you will come to that point in life when you will feel the pangs of remorse and the emptiness of your well-filled purse. I never think of power and position and wealth that was attained by force without feeling very deeply the sentiment expressed by a man whose name I dare not mention as he stood at the tomb of Napoleon Bonaparte. The editors have learned that the following was by Robert Greene Ingersoll, who in the late 1800s was America's best-known orator, particularly on behalf of Republican causes and candidates. Ingersoll was also friends with and admired by Napoleon Hill's mentor, Andrew Carnegie. A little while ago, I stood by the grave of the old Napoleon, a magnificent tomb of gilt and gold, fit almost for a deity dead, and gazed upon the sarcophagus of rare and nameless marble, where rest at last the ashes of that restless man. I leaned over the balustrade and thought about the career of the greatest soldier of the modern world. I saw him at Toulon. I saw him walking upon the banks of the Seine contemplating suicide. I saw him putting down the mob in the streets of Paris. I saw him at the head of the army in Italy. I saw him crossing the bridge at Lodi with the tricolor in his hand. I saw him in Egypt in the shadows of the pyramids. I saw him conquer the Alps and mingle the eagles of France with the eagles of the crags. I saw him at Marengo, at Ulm, and at Austerlitz. I saw him in Russia, when the infantry of the snow and the cavalry of the wild blast scattered his legions like winter's withered leaves. I saw him at Leipzig, in defeat and disaster, driven by 1,000,000 bayonets back upon Paris, clutched like a wild beast, banished to Elba. I saw him escape and retake an empire by the force of his genius. I saw him upon the frightful field of Waterloo, where chance and fate combined to wreck the fortunes of their former king. and I saw him at St. Helena, with his hands crossed behind him, gazing out upon the sad and solemn sea. I thought of the widows and orphans he had made, of the tears that had been shed for his glory, and of the only woman who ever loved him, pushed from his heart by the cold hand of ambition. And I said I would rather have been a French peasant and worn wooden shoes. I would rather have lived in a hut with a vine growing over the door and the grapes growing purple in the amorous kisses of the autumn sun. I would rather have been that poor peasant, with my wife by my side knitting as the day died out of the sky, with my children upon my knees and their arms about me. I would rather have been this man and gone down to the tongueless silence of the dreamless dust than to have been that imperial personation of force and murder known as Napoleon the Great. I leave with you, as a fitting climax for this lesson, the thought of this deathless dissertation on a man who lived by the sword of force and died an ignominious death, an outcast in the eyes of his fellow men, a sore to the memory of civilization, a failure because he did not acquire the art of being agreeable. He could not or would not subordinate self for the good of his followers. Be a Columbus to whole new countries and worlds within you, opening new channels not of trade but of thought. Henry David Thoreau. Lesson 11. Taquerade thinking. You can do it if you believe you can. This is the most important, the most interesting, and the most difficult to present lesson of this entire course on the law of success. It is important because it deals with a principle that runs through the entire course. It is interesting for the same reason. It is difficult to present because it will carry the average student far beyond the boundary line of his or her common experiences and into a realm of thought in which they are unaccustomed to being. Unless you study this lesson with an open mind, you will miss the very keystone to the arch of this course, and without this stone, you can never complete your temple of success. This lesson will bring you a concept of thought that may carry you far beyond the level you have reached through your previous evolutionary processes, and for this reason, you should not be disappointed if, at first reading, you do not fully understand it. Most of us disbelieve that which we cannot understand, and it is with my knowledge of this human tendency that I caution you against closing your mind if you do not at first grasp everything that is in this lesson. For thousands of years, men made ships of wood and of nothing else. They used wood because they believed it was the only substance that would float. But that was because they had not yet advanced far enough in their thinking process to understand the truth that steel will float and that it is far superior to wood for the building of ships. They did not know that anything could float that was lighter than the amount of water it displaced. And until they learned of this great truth, they went on making ships of wood. Until early in this century, most people thought only birds could fly. Now we know that humans can not only equal the flying of the birds, but we can exceed it. We did not know until quite recently that the air is more alive and more sensitive than anything on the earth. We did not know that the spoken word would travel with the speed of lightning without the aid of wires. How could we know this when our minds had not been sufficiently unfolded to enable them to grasp it? The purpose of this lesson is to aid you in unfolding and expanding your mind so that you will be able to think with accuracy. This will open to you a door that leads to all the power you will need in completing your temple of success. All through the preceding lessons, we have dealt with principles that anyone could easily grasp and apply, and they have been presented so as to lead to success as measured by material wealth. I was aware the majority of students would be disappointed if I showed them a roadway to success that leads other than through the doorways of business, finance, and industry. To most people, the word success and the word money are synonymous. They want success that is spelled success. Very well, let those who are satisfied with this standard of success have it. But there are some who will want to go higher up the ladder, in search of success that is measured other than in material standards, and it is for their benefit in particular that this and the subsequent lessons of this course are intended. Leaders do this. Accurate thinking involves two fundamentals. First, in order for you to think accurately, you must separate facts from mere information. There is much information available to you that is not based on facts. Second, you must separate facts into two classes, the important and the unimportant, or the relevant and the irrelevant. All facts that you can use in the attainment of your definite chief aim are important and relevant. All that you cannot use are unimportant and irrelevant. It is mainly the neglect of some to make this distinction that so widely separates those people who appear to have equal ability and those who have had equal opportunity. Within your own circle of acquaintances, you can likely point to one or more who have had no greater opportunity than you and who have no more ability than you, but who are achieving far greater success. And you wonder why? The answer is that they have acquired the habit of combining and using the important facts that affect their line of work. Far from working harder than you, they are perhaps working less and with greater ease. By separating the important facts from the unimportant, they have provided themselves with a sort of fulcrum and lever with which they can move, with their little fingers, loads that you cannot budge with the entire weight of your body. So that you may understand the importance of distinguishing between facts and mere information, study the type of person who is guided entirely by what they hear, the type who is influenced by gossip, who accepts without analysis all that they read or hear in the news, and who judges others by what their enemies, competitors, and contemporaries say about them. From among your circle of acquaintances, pick out one of this type as an example to keep in mind while we are on this subject. Observe that this person usually begins conversations with phrases such as "I see by the papers" or "they say." The accurate thinker knows that the newspapers are not always accurate in their reports, and that what they say usually carries more falsehood than truth. In searching for facts, it is often necessary to gather them through the knowledge and experience of others. It then becomes necessary to carefully examine both the evidence submitted and the person from whom the evidence comes. When the evidence is such that it affects the interest of the witness who is giving it, scrutinize it all the more carefully. Witnesses who have an interest in the evidence often yield to the temptation to color and misuse it to protect that interest. If one person slanders another, those remarks should be accepted with some caution, for it is a common human tendency for people to find nothing but evil in those they do not like. Anyone who has reached the degree of accurate thinking that enables them to speak of their enemy without exaggerating that person's faults and minimizing their virtues is the exception and not the rule. Before you can become an accurate thinker, you must understand and make allowance for the fact that the moment a man or a woman begins to assume leadership in any walk of life, the slanderers begin to circulate rumors and innuendos, reflecting on his or her character. No matter how fine one's character or what service that person may be rendering to the world, no one can escape the notice of those misguided people who delight in destroying instead of building. The moment anyone begins to make themselves felt in the field of industry or business, this chorus becomes active. If one makes a better mousetrap than their neighbor, the world will beat a path to their door, and in the gang that will trail along will be those who come not to commend, but to condemn and to destroy that person's reputation. As an accurate thinker, it is both your privilege and your duty to avail yourself of facts, even though you must go out of your way to get them. If you permit yourself to be swayed by all manner of information that comes to your attention, you will never become an accurate thinker. And if you do not think accurately, you cannot be sure of attaining your definite chief aim in life. Many have gone down to defeat because, due to their prejudice and hatred, they underestimated the virtues of their enemies or competitors. The eyes of the accurate thinker see facts, not the delusions of prejudice, hate, and envy. As an accurate thinker, you must be fair enough, with yourself at least, to look for virtues as well as faults in other people. I do not believe that I can afford to deceive others. I know that I cannot afford to deceive myself. This must be the motto of the accurate thinker. To the modern reader, it may seem that in the first pages of this section, Napoleon Hill belabors unnecessarily his point about needing factual information upon which to base opinions and make decisions. Surely that is self-evident to anyone seeking advice on how to achieve success. Understanding the context in which Hill wrote the advice will explain why he felt it was necessary to place so much emphasis on the point. Following that are some facts that will make it clear why his point is still just as valid today. In 1927, most Americans got their information from newspapers. Every city of any size had a half dozen or more dailies, publishing morning editions, home editions, late editions, and hawking extras on the street corners when there was breaking news. These were the days of the great newspaper wars, scandal sheets, yellow journalism, and political cronyism. It was a time when newspapers were often blatantly biased, and publishers thought nothing of slanting stories to fit their personal prejudices and political agendas. Though science and medicine had made tremendous advances in the first part of the century, it would still be a generation or two before that knowledge would become a part of the general education of the average American. Newspapers were still the main source of information about such things, and the back pages were filled with advertisements for pseudoscientific contraptions that promised to cure diseases by harnessing the power of magnetism or the miraculous effects of radio waves. Quack doctors touted patent medicines and pills that were often mostly opium or cocaine that dulled the senses but did little to cure anything. When viewed in that context, it is little wonder that Napoleon Hill felt it was important to caution his readers about the source of their information. But what significance does his advice have for the modern reader? America has advanced since then through the information age, the communication age, and the internet age. News is delivered to us as it happens from anywhere on Earth, and even children have instant access to information databanks that stagger the imagination. The world has indeed changed, but, as the editors of this edition have often pointed out, the times may be different, but the basic principles Hill writes about remain just that. Basic principles. Though journalistic standards have improved tremendously, and it is rare to find an executive of a reputable news organization who blatantly manipulates the news, it would be a mistake to believe that what you hear, see, or read is fact. It only means that today bias is less obvious, and we must be even more astute when searching for the facts necessary for accurate thinking. By the end of the 20th century, the term spin doctor came into common usage. It was used to describe political or government officials, or public relations professionals whose job was to take the news and spin it in a way that served a particular purpose and advanced his or her political agenda. Another commonly heard term was the liberal media, used often in reference to television news and the perception that there was a left-leaning bias among the major networks. However, in radio broadcasting at that same time, the majority of talk shows featured highly opinionated hosts whose popularity was based on their controversial right-wing views. The two most popular cable television news networks were evenly divided, with CNN usually identified as liberal and the Fox News Channel usually regarded as conservative. Most of the people say they get their news from television. That means they are inadequately informed, too poorly informed to exercise their rights in a democracy. You cannot give people enough information on the nightly news. Walter Cronkite. Clearly, what you believe to be fact or truth today would still depend greatly on how and where you get your information. As to the enormous amount of facts and information made easily accessible to anyone now, in researching material for this section, in an internet search, the editors found many facts about the discovery of penicillin. One version of the facts said that in 1928, Scottish researcher Alexander Fleming went on vacation, leaving a lab dish growing bacteria. During his absence, it became contaminated with the penicillium mold spore. On his return, he noticed that the mold had stopped the growth of the germs. This version also says that Fleming did nothing further to develop penicillin, but others did. Another version is that Fleming was such a hard-working bacteriologist that he would not even go out for lunch. One day, at a time when he was suffering from boils, he ate a forgotten sandwich that had turned green with mold. When it seemed that his boils had been cured, he proceeded to research the mold. Still another version is that amidst the disorderly mess in Fleming's lab were several petri dishes in which he had intentionally been growing bacteria. As he was cleaning up and about to throw these out, he noticed in one that all around the mold, the staph bacteria had been killed. He researched it further and the following year published a report on the potential uses of penicillin. His work was eventually taken over by a team of chemists and mold specialists, several of whom moved or died. Then in 1935, a professor and researchers at Oxford became interested, took the study further, and in 1945, Alexander Fleming, Howard Florey, and Ernst Chain shared the Nobel Prize for the discovery of penicillin. It is stunning that there can be such inconsistency in the facts about something as significant as the discovery of penicillin. For an even more revealing picture of how widespread the belief is in some well-known facts that may not be facts at all, the editors suggest that you check out the many websites and books available on the subject of urban legends, as well as the book Why People Believe Weird Things by Michael Shermer, who is also publisher of Skeptic magazine and director of the Skeptic Society. In doing so, you may find challenges to some of your own beliefs that you have based on what you assume to be well-known facts. In the realm of legal procedure, there is a principle called the law of evidence, and the object of this law is to get at the facts. Any judge can proceed with justice to all concerned if they have the facts upon which to base their judgment. But they may play havoc with innocent people if they circumvent the law of evidence and reach a conclusion or judgment that is based on hearsay information. The specific rules of evidence vary according to the subject and circumstances with which they are used, but you will not go far wrong if you follow this rule. If you do not have hard facts to work from, form your judgment on the part of the evidence before you that furthers your own interests without working any hardship on others and is based on facts. The phrase "without working any hardship on others" is a crucial and important point in this lesson. Many people mistake, knowingly or otherwise, expediency for fact, doing something or refraining from doing it for the sole reason that their action furthers their own interests without consideration as to whether it interferes with the rights of others. It is amazing to the more advanced student of accurate thinking how many people there are who are honest when it is profitable to them, but find innumerable facts to justify themselves in following a dishonest course when that course seems to be more profitable or advantageous. The accurate thinker deals with facts, regardless of how they affect his or her own interests, for they know that ultimately this policy will bring them out on top, in full possession of the object of their definite chief aim in life. They understand the soundness of the philosophy that Croesus had in mind when he said, "There is a wheel on which the affairs of men revolve, and its mechanism is such that it prevents any man from being always fortunate." The accurate thinker adopts a standard by which they guide themselves, and they follow that standard at all times. The standard is observed as faithfully when it brings temporary disadvantage as it is when it brings outstanding advantage. Using accurate thinking, they know that by the law of averages, they will more than regain at some future time that which is lost, when the result of applying this standard is to their own temporary detriment. You must understand that it requires the staunchest and most unshakable character to become an accurate thinker, for there can be a certain amount of temporary penalty attached to accurate thinking. But the compensating reward is so overwhelmingly greater that you will gladly pay this penalty. Napoleon Hill was able to refine his philosophy of personal achievement and write Law of Success because Andrew Carnegie introduced him to the leaders of business and industry in such a way that they were prepared to share with him the secrets of their success. But he also wrote from his personal experience. As the following story demonstrates, at an early age, Napoleon Hill proved that he himself was a person of unshakable character. As told by author Michael Ritt in A Lifetime of Riches, in 1902, after Hill had been promoted to chief clerk at one of Rufus Ayres' coal mines, the manager of the mine and his brother, who was cashier of a bank owned by Ayres, had gone on a drinking spree. At one of their later stops at a hotel, the brother dropped a loaded revolver he was carrying, and it discharged, killing a bellboy. Hill heard the news almost immediately and went to the hotel. He learned that the brother had left the bank the previous day and had not returned. Rushing to the bank, Hill found the vaults open and money scattered everywhere. He then wired the news to Ayres, who told him to count the money and charge Ayres' own account for any shortage. He counted it, found that no money was missing, and informed Ayres. Impressed by Hill's honesty, Ayres instantly promoted him to replace the manager, making this 19-year-old the youngest manager of a mine and in charge of 350 men. To many a man, and sometimes to a youth, there comes the opportunity to choose between honorable competence and tainted wealth. The young man who starts out to be poor and honorable holds in his hand one of the strongest elements of success. Orison Swett Martin. Hill's honesty received widespread publicity, which also served him well in his next ventures, but it is believed that he never spoke publicly of the moral dilemma he had found himself in. He wrote of it in his memoirs only to point out the virtues of honesty, and while he likely would not have known the term in 1902, it was also an excellent example of accurate thinking. Assuming that the foregoing was sufficient to impress upon your mind the importance of searching for facts until you are reasonably sure you have found them, we will now look at organizing, classifying, and using those facts. Consider again your own circle of acquaintances, and find someone who appears to accomplish more with less effort than do any of their associates. Study this person and you will observe that he or she is a strategist in that they have learned how to arrange facts so as to bring to their aid the law of increasing returns, which was described in Lesson 9. The person who knows they are working with facts goes about their task with a feeling of self-consciousness that enables them to refrain from procrastinating, hesitating, or waiting to make sure of their ground. They know in advance what the outcome of their efforts will be. Therefore, they move more rapidly and accomplish more than does the person who must feel their way because they are not sure they are working with facts. The person who has learned of the advantages of searching for facts as the foundation of their thinking has gone a very long way toward the development of accurate thinking. But the person who has learned how to separate facts into the important and the unimportant has gone still further. Inasmuch as this is an age in which money is looked upon as being the most concrete proof of success, let us look again at a man who has accumulated almost as much of it as has any other man in the history of the world, John D. Rockefeller. Wisdom denotes the pursuing of the best ends by the best means. Francis Hutcheson. Mr. Rockefeller has one quality that stands out like a shining star above all of his other qualities. It is his habit of dealing only with the relevant facts pertaining to his life work. As a very young man, and a very poor young man at that, Mr. Rockefeller adopted as his definite chief aim the accumulation of great wealth. It is not my purpose, nor is it of any particular advantage, to look into Mr. Rockefeller's method of accumulating his fortune, other than to observe that his most pronounced quality was that of insisting on facts as the basis of his business philosophy. There are some who say that John D. Rockefeller was not always fair with his competitors. That may or may not be true. As accurate thinkers, we will leave the point undisturbed. But no one, not even his competitors, ever accused Mr. Rockefeller of forming snap judgments or of underestimating the strength of his competitors. He not only recognized facts that affected his business wherever and whenever he found them, but he also made it his business to search for them until he was sure he had found them. Thomas A. Edison is another example of a man who has attained greatness through the organization, classification, and use of relevant facts. Mr. Edison works with natural laws as his chief aids, so he must be sure of his facts before he can harness those laws. Every time you switch on an electric light, remember that it was Mr. Edison's capacity for organizing relevant facts that made this possible. In the field of science, relevant facts are the tools with which men and women work. Mere information or hearsay evidence is of no value to Mr. Edison. Yet he might have wasted his life working with it, as millions of other people are doing. Hearsay evidence could never have produced the incandescent electric light, the phonograph, or the moving picture, and if it had, the phenomenon would have been an accident. In this lesson, we are trying to prepare the student to avoid accidents. The question now arises as to what constitutes an important and relevant fact. The answer depends entirely on what constitutes your definite chief aim in life. For an important and relevant fact is any fact that you can use, without interfering with the rights of others, in the attainment of that purpose. All other facts, as far as you are concerned, are superfluous and of minor importance at most. You can, however, work just as hard in organizing, classifying, and using unimportant and irrelevant facts as you can in dealing with their opposites. But you will not accomplish as much. Creative thought and infinite intelligence. Up to this point, we have been discussing only one factor of accurate thinking, that which is based on deductive reasoning. Some of you may now have to think along lines that are not familiar to you, for we have come to the discussion of thought that does much more than gather, organize, and combine facts. Let us call this creative thought. So that you can understand why it is called creative thought, it is necessary to briefly study the process of evolution, through which the thinking man has been created. Thinking man has been a long time on the road of evolution and has traveled a very long way. In the words of Judge T. Troward in Bible Mystery and Bible Meaning, perfected man is the apex of the evolutionary pyramid, and this by a necessary sequence. Let us trace the 5 evolutionary steps through which we believe life has evolved, beginning with the very lowest. First, mineral period. Here we find life in its lowest form, lying motionless and inert, a mass of mineral substances with no power to move. Second, vegetable period. Here life is in a more active form, with intelligence sufficient to gather food, grow and reproduce, but still unable to move from its fixed moorings. Third, animal period. Here we find life in a still higher and more intelligent form, and with the ability to move from place to place. Fourth, human or thinking man period. Here we find life in its highest known form, the highest because man can think, and because thought is the highest known form of organized energy. In the realm of thought, man knows no limitations. He can gather facts and assemble them in new and varying combinations. He can also create hypotheses and translate them into physical reality through thought. He can reason both inductively and deductively. Fifth, spiritual. On this plane, the lower forms of life described in the previous 4 periods converge and become infinitude in nature. At this point, thinking man has unfolded, expanded, and grown until he has projected his thinking ability into infinite intelligence. As yet, thinking man is but an infant in this 5th period, for he has not learned how to make use of this infinite intelligence called spirit. Moreover, with a few rare exceptions, man has not yet recognized thought as the connecting link that gives him access to the power of infinite intelligence. These exceptions have been such men as Moses, Solomon, Christ, Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Confucius, and a comparatively small number of others. Since their time, we have had many who partly uncovered this great truth, yet the truth itself is as available now as it was then. To make use of creative thought, one must work largely on faith, which is the chief reason why more of us do not indulge in this sort of thought. The most ignorant of us can think in terms of deductive reasoning, in connection with issues of a purely physical and material nature. But to go a step higher and think in terms of infinite intelligence is another matter. The average person is totally lost the moment they get beyond that which they can comprehend with the aid of their 5 physical senses of seeing, hearing, feeling, smelling, and tasting. Our mind is capable of passing beyond the dividing line we have drawn for it, beyond the pairs of opposition of which the world consists. Other new insights begin.
Hermann Hesse.
Intelligence works through none of these agencies, and we cannot invoke its aid through any of them. The only way to use the power of infinite intelligence is through creative thought. To make clear the exact manner in which this is done, I will refer to some of the preceding lessons of this course, through which you have been prepared to understand the meaning of creative thought. In the second lesson, and to some extent in practically every subsequent lesson up to this one, you have observed the use of the term autosuggestion, suggestion that you make to yourself. We now come back to that term because autosuggestion is the way in which you may register in your subconscious mind a description or plan of what you wish to create or acquire in physical form. It is a process you can easily learn to use. The subconscious mind is the intermediary between the conscious thinking mind and infinite intelligence, and you can invoke the aid of infinite intelligence only through the medium of the subconscious mind, by giving it clear instructions as to what you want. Here, you become familiar with the psychological reason for a definite chief aim. If you have not already seen the importance of creating a definite chief aim as the object of your life's work, you will undoubtedly do so before this lesson has been mastered. Knowing from my own experience how little I understood about such terms as subconscious mind, autosuggestion, and creative thought, Throughout this course, I have described these terms through every conceivable simile and illustration, with the object of making their meaning and the method of their application so clear that no student of this course can possibly fail to understand. This accounts for the repetition of terms and at the same time serves as an apology to those who have already advanced far enough to grasp the meaning of much that the beginner will not understand at first reading. An outstanding characteristic of the subconscious mind is that it records the suggestions that you send it through autosuggestion, and it invokes the aid of infinite intelligence in translating these suggestions into their natural physical form. It is important that you understand this last sentence, for if you fail to understand it, you are likely to also fail to understand the importance of the very foundation upon which this entire course is built, the principle of infinite intelligence, which may be reached and used at will through the aid of the law of the master mind described in Lesson 1. Study carefully, thoughtfully, and with meditation the entire preceding paragraph. An outstanding characteristic of the subconscious mind is that it accepts and acts upon all suggestions that reach it, whether they are constructive or destructive, and whether they come from the outside or from your own conscious mind. You can see, therefore, how essential it is to observe the law of evidence and to carefully follow the principles laid down at the beginning of this lesson in your selection of what you will pass on to your subconscious mind through autosuggestion. You can see why you must search diligently for facts and why you cannot afford to listen to the slanderer or the scandalmonger, for to do so would be poisonous to the subconscious mind and ruinous to creative thought. The subconscious mind may be likened to the sensitive plate of a camera on which the picture of any object placed before the camera will be recorded. The plate does not choose the sort of picture to be recorded on it. It records anything that reaches it through the lens. The conscious mind may be likened to the shutter, which shuts off the light from the sensitized plate, permitting nothing to reach it for record except what the operator wishes to reach it. The lens of the camera may then be likened to autosuggestion, for it is the medium that carries to the sensitized plate of the camera the image of the object to be registered. Infinite intelligence, by this example, may be likened to the one who develops the sensitized plate after a picture has been recorded on it, thus bringing the picture into physical reality. The concept of what Hill refers to here as the plate is the same concept as roll film, which was invented in the late 1800s by George Eastman, founder of Kodak Eastman, and used then primarily by the amateur photographer. But perhaps Hill was more familiar with professional photography studios where plates were used. In the foreword by George M.C. Fisher, former chairman and chief executive officer of the Eastman Kodak Company, to George Eastman. A biography by Elizabeth Brayer. The man whom Fisher describes is an excellent example of much that Hill espouses. Like Alexander Graham Bell, Eastman tinkered his way to a universally welcome invention. Like Henry Ford, he put his name on his company. Like Thomas Edison, he shaped his products to world markets hungry for their startling benefits. We see the young Eastman staying awake around the clock for 5 days straight, week after week, to get his fledgling dry photographic plate business off the ground. We see him personally mixing 450 batches of emulsion only to fail to fix a quality problem, then sailing off to Europe to find its source. Like many of the successful men whom Hill cites as examples and who had little formal education, George Eastman dropped out of school when he was 13, but according to Fisher, he had tenacity, stick-to-itiveness, and he used his wits. Eastman was obviously an accurate thinker. In fact, it seems that he employed all of Hill's principles, with the possible exception of a pleasing personality, depending on which reports you choose to believe. The camera makes a perfect allegory for the process of creative thought. First comes the selection of the object to be exposed before the camera. This represents one's definite chief aim in life. Then comes the actual operation of recording a clear outline of that purpose through the lens of autosuggestion on the sensitized plate of the subconscious mind. Here, infinite intelligence steps in and develops the outline of that purpose into a physical form appropriate to the nature of the part that you must play is clear. You select the picture to be recorded, your definite chief aim. Then, you fix your conscious mind on this purpose with such intensity that it communicates with the subconscious mind through autosuggestion and registers that picture. You then begin to watch for and to expect manifestations of physical realization of the subject of that picture. Bear in mind that you do not sit down and wait, nor do you go to bed and sleep with the expectation of awaking to find that infinite intelligence has showered you with the object of your definite chief aim. You must work to make it happen in accordance with the instructions laid down in Lesson 9, with full faith and confidence that natural ways and means for the attainment of the object of your definite purpose will open to you at the proper time and in a suitable manner. The way may not open suddenly from the first step to the last. Often it opens only one step at a time. Therefore, when you are conscious of an opportunity to take the first step, take it without hesitation. And do the same when the second, and the third, and all subsequent steps essential for the attainment of the object of your definite chief aim are manifested to you. Infinite intelligence will not build you a home and deliver that home to you ready to enter, but infinite intelligence will open the way and provide the necessary means with which you may build your own house. Infinite intelligence will not command your bank to place a definite sum of money in your account just because you suggested this to your subconscious mind. But infinite intelligence will open to you the way in which you may earn or borrow that money and place it in your account yourself. Infinite intelligence will not throw out the present incumbent of the White House and make you the president instead. But infinite intelligence would most likely, under the proper circumstances, influence you to prepare yourself to fill that position and then help you to attain it through regular methods of procedure. Do not rely on miracles for the attainment of the object of your definite chief aim. Rely on the power of infinite intelligence to guide you through natural channels and with the aid of natural laws toward its attainment. Do not expect infinite intelligence to bring to you the object of your definite chief aim. Instead, expect infinite intelligence to direct you toward that object. As a beginner, do not expect infinite intelligence to move quickly in your behalf, but as you become more adept in the use of the principle of autosuggestion, and as your faith and understanding grow, you will see the realization of your definite chief aim and its translation into physical reality. You did not walk the first time you tried, but as you matured, you walked without effort. Keep this in mind and you will understand why you cannot reasonably expect infinite intelligence to circumvent natural laws and provide you with its full knowledge and power until you have prepared yourself to use this knowledge and power. If you want a fair example of what may happen to a person who suddenly comes into control of power, study some newly rich or someone who has inherited a fortune. Money power in the hands of John D. Rockefeller is not only in safe hands, but it is also in hands where it is serving mankind throughout the world, blotting out ignorance, destroying diseases, and serving in 1,000 other ways. But place Rockefeller's fortune in the hands of a young person who has not yet finished high school, and you would have another story to tell. I will have more to say on this subject in Lesson 14. If you have ever done any farming, you understand that certain preparations are necessary before a crop can be produced from the ground. Of course, you know that grain will not grow in the woods. It requires sunshine and rain for its growth. Likewise, you understand that the farmer must plow the soil and properly plant the grain. After this has been done, he then waits for nature to do her share of the work, and she does it in due time without outside help. This is a perfect simile to illustrate the method through which one may attain the object of one's definite chief aim. First comes the preparing of the soil to receive the seed, which is represented by faith and infinite intelligence and understanding of the principle of autosuggestion, through which the seed of a definite purpose may be planted. Then comes the period of waiting and working for the realization of the object of that purpose. During this period, there must be continuous, intensified faith, which serves as the sunshine and the rain, without which the seed would wither and die in the ground. Then comes realization, harvest time. And a wonderful harvest can be brought forth. I am fully aware that much of what I am proposing will not be understood or believed by the beginner. I remember my own experiences at the start. However, as the evolutionary process carries on its work, and it will do so, make no mistake about this, all the principles described in this and all other lessons of this course will become as familiar to you as did the multiplication table after you had mastered it. And what is of greater importance still, these principles will work with the same unvarying certainty as does the principle of multiplication. Each lesson has provided you with definite instructions to be followed. The instructions have been simplified as far as possible so anyone can understand them. Nothing has been left to the student except to follow these instructions and supply the faith in their soundness, without which they would be useless. I remind you to familiarize yourself with the 4 major factors in this lesson on accurate thinking: autosuggestion, the subconscious mind, creative thought, and infinite intelligence. They are the 4 roadways over which you must travel in your upward climb in quest of knowledge. You are in control of the first 3, and how you travel these 3 roadways will be up to you. Therefore, it will also depend on you as to the time and place at which they will converge into the 4th, infinite intelligence. You understand what is meant by the terms autosuggestion and subconscious mind. Let us again make sure that you also understand what is meant by the term creative thought. It means thought of a positive, non-destructive, creative nature. The object of Lesson 8 on self-control was to prepare you to understand and successfully apply the principle of creative thought. If you have not mastered that lesson, you are not ready to make use of creative thought in the attainment of your definite chief aim. Remember, it is in your subconscious mind that the seed of your definite chief aim is planted, and it is with creative thought that you awaken that seed into growth and maturity. Your subconscious mind will not germinate the seed of your definite chief aim, nor will infinite intelligence translate that purpose into physical reality if you fill your mind with hatred, envy, jealousy, selfishness, and greed. These negative or destructive thoughts will choke out the seed of your definite purpose. Creative thought presupposes that you will keep your mind in a state of expectancy of attainment of the object of your definite chief aim, that you will have full faith and confidence in its attainment in due course and in due order. If this lesson does what it was intended to do, it will bring you a fuller and deeper realization of the 3rd lesson on self-confidence, and it will also become clear that it is not self-confidence but rather infinite intelligence that is the real source from which you are drawing your power. Suggestion and the subconscious mind. Autosuggestion is a powerful weapon with which one may rise to heights of great achievement when it is used constructively. Used in a negative manner, however, it may destroy all possibility of success, and if so used continuously, it will actually destroy health. The careful comparison of the experiences of leading physicians and psychiatrists disclosed the startling information that approximately 75% of those who are ill are suffering from hypochondria, which is a morbid state of mind causing useless anxiety about one's health. Stated in plain language, the hypochondriac is a person who believes he or she is suffering with some sort of imaginary disease and often believes they have every disease of which they ever heard. The person who suffers with such a condition is not only unable to think with accuracy, but also suffers from all sorts of destructive, illusory thoughts. Dr. Henry R. Rose is an authority for the following typical example of the power of autosuggestion. If my wife dies, I will not believe there is a God. His wife was ill with pneumonia, and this is the way he greeted me when I reached his home. She had sent for me because the doctor had told her she could not recover. Most doctors know better than to make a statement such as this in the presence of a patient. She had called her husband and 2 sons to her bedside and bidden them goodbye. Then she asked that I, her minister, be sent for. I found the husband in the front room sobbing and the sons doing their best to brace her up. When I went into her room, she was breathing with difficulty, and the trained nurse told me she was very low. I soon found that Mrs. N had sent for me to look after her 2 sons after she was gone. I said to her, "You must not give up. You are not going to die. You have always been a strong and healthy woman, and I do not believe God wants you to die and leave your boys to me or anyone else." I talked to her along this line, then read the 103rd Psalm and made a prayer in which I prepared her to get well rather than to enter eternity. I told her to put her faith in God and to throw her mind and will against every thought of dying. Then I left, saying, I will come again after the church service, and I will then find you much better. This was Sunday morning. I called that afternoon. Her husband met me with a smile. He said that the moment I had gone, his wife called him and the boys into the room and said, Dr. Rose says that I am not going to die, that I am going to get well. And I am. She did get well, but what did it? Two things. Autosuggestion, super-induced by the suggestion I had given her, and faith on her part. I came just in the nick of time, and so great was her faith in me that I was able to inspire faith in herself. It was that faith that tipped the scales and brought her through the pneumonia. There are cases of pneumonia, perhaps, that nothing can cure. We all sadly agree to that. But there are times, as in this case, when the mind, if worked with in just the right way, will turn the tide. While there is life, there is hope, but hope must rule supreme and do the good that it was intended to do. Here is another remarkable case showing the power of the human mind when used constructively. A physician asked me to see Mrs. H. He said there was nothing organically wrong with her, but having made up her mind that she could not retain anything in her stomach, she had quit eating and was slowly starving herself to death. I went to see her and found also that she had no religious belief. She had lost her faith in God. My first effort was to restore her faith in the Almighty and to get her to believe that He was with her and would give her power. Then I told her she could eat anything she wanted. Her confidence in me was great, and my statement impressed her. She began to eat from that day. She was out of her bed in 3 days for the first time in weeks. She is a normal, healthy, and happy woman today. What did it? The same forces as those described in the preceding case, outside suggestion, which she accepted in faith and applied through self-suggestion and inward confidence. There are times when the mind is sick and it makes the body sick. At such times, it needs a stronger mind to heal it by giving it direction and especially by giving it confidence and faith in itself. This is called suggestion. It is transmitting your confidence and power to another, and with such force as to make the other believe as you wish and do as you will. It need not be hypnotism. You can get wonderful results with the patient wide awake and perfectly rational. But they must believe in you, and you must understand the workings of the mind in order to meet the arguments and questions of the patient. Each of us can be a healer of this sort, and thus help our fellow men. It is the duty of every person to read some of the best books on the forces of the human mind and learn what amazing things the mind can do to keep people well and happy. We see the terrible things that wrong thinking does to people, even going to such lengths as to make them positively insane. It is high time we found out the good things the mind can do, not only to cure mental disorders but physical diseases as well. As was also noted in earlier lessons, numerous medical professionals have incorporated the concept of autosuggestion under the term the body-mind connection, and the belief that the mind can manifest physical changes in the body has become a part of mainstream medical practice. In the previous volumes, the editors listed the titles of several seminal books and audiobooks that explain in greater detail the medical applications of the power of suggestion. If you have yet to read any of the suggested books or listen to the tapes, we encourage you to do so, and we again offer the following list. Visualization by Adelaide Bry. Ageless Body, Timeless Mind by Deepak Chopra. MD Creative Visualization by Shakni Gawain. Focusing by Eugene Gendlin, FPhD. Good for the body is the work of the body. Good for the soul is the work of the soul. And good for either the work of the other. Henry David Thoreau. You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay. Healing with Body Energy by W. Brew Joy, MD. Psychocybernetics by Maxwell Maltz, MD. Superimmunity by Paul Pearsall, PhD. Healing Back Pain by John E. Sarno, MD. Love, Medicine, and Miracles by Bernie S. Siegel, MD. Getting Well by O. Carl Simonton, MD. 8 Weeks to Optimum Health and Spontaneous Healing by Andrew Weil, MD. Napoleon Bonaparte, during his campaign in Egypt, went among his soldiers who were dying by the hundreds of the bubonic plague. He touched one of them and lifted a second to inspire the others not to be afraid, for the awful disease seemed to spread as much by the aid of the imagination as in any other way. The German philosopher Goethe tells us that he himself went where there was malignant fever and never contracted it because he put forth his will. These giants among men knew something that we are slowly beginning to find out: the power of autosuggestion. We can influence ourselves by believing we cannot catch a disease or be sick. Imagination can kill a person, or it can help you rise to heights of achievement of the most astounding nature, providing it is used as the basis of self-confidence. There are authentic cases on record of men having actually died because they imagined they were cut by a knife across the jugular vein, when in reality a piece of ice was used and water was allowed to drip so they could hear it and imagine their blood was running out. They had been blindfolded before the experiment was begun. The imaginative faculty of the human mind is a marvelous piece of mental machinery, but it may and usually does play tricks on us unless we keep constantly on guard and control it. If you allow your imagination to expect the worst, it will play havoc with you. Young medical students not infrequently become frightened and believe they have every disease in the medical books. As a result of the lectures and classroom discussions of the various diseases, Dr. Schofield describes the case of a woman who had a tumor. They placed her on the operating table, gave her anesthetics, when suddenly the tumor disappeared and no operation was necessary. But when she came back to consciousness, the tumor returned. The physician then learned that she had been living with a relative who had a real tumor, and the woman's imagination was so vivid that she had imagined this one upon herself. She was placed on the operating table again, given anesthetics, then bandaged around the middle so the tumor could not artificially return. When she awoke, she was told the operation had been a success, but it would be necessary to wear the bandage for several days. The woman believed the doctor, and when the bandage was finally removed, the tumor did not return. No operation whatsoever had been performed. She had simply relieved her subconscious mind of the thought that she had a tumor, leaving her imagination nothing to work on but the idea of health. And as she had never really been sick, of course, she remained normal. The mind may be cured of imaginary ills in exactly the same manner that it became diseased with those ills, by autosuggestion. The best time to work on a faulty imagination is at night, just as you are ready to go to sleep, for then the thoughts or suggestions you give your subconscious mind, just as your conscious mind is about to go off duty, will be taken up and worked on during the night. This may seem impossible, but you can easily test the principle. You wish to get up at 7 tomorrow morning or some hour other than your regular time. Say to yourself, as you are ready to go to sleep, I must arise at 7 o'clock tomorrow without fail. Repeat this several times, impressing on your mind that you must arise at that precise moment. Turn this thought over to your subconscious mind with absolute confidence that you will awaken at 7 o'clock, and when that hour arrives, your subconscious mind will awaken you. But you must give the command in no uncertain or indefinite terms. In this same way, the subconscious mind may be given any other sort of orders, and it will carry them out as readily as it will awaken you at a given hour. For example, give the command as you are about to go to sleep each night for your subconscious mind to develop self-confidence, initiative, courage, or any other desired quality, and it will do your bidding. If the imagination can create imaginary ills and send one to bed with those ills, it can also, and just as easily, remove the cause of those ills. The mind seems to be a complicated machine, but in reality, it is the nearest thing to perpetual motion that is known. It works automatically when we are asleep. It works both automatically and in conjunction with the will when we are awake. The mind is deserving of the minutest possible analysis in this lesson, because the mind is the energy with which all thinking is done. To learn how to use accurate thinking, one must thoroughly understand the following. 1. The mind can be controlled, guided, and directed to creative, constructive ends. 2. The mind can also be directed to destructive ends, and it may voluntarily tear down and destroy unless it is carefully controlled and directed constructively. 3. The mind has power over every cell of the body, and it can be made to cause every cell to do its intended work perfectly, or it may, through neglect or wrong direction, destroy the normal, functionary purposes of any or all cells. 4. All achievement is the result of thought. The physical body is of secondary importance, and in many instances of no importance whatsoever, except as a place to house the mind. 5. The greatest of all achievements, whether in literature, art, finance, industry, commerce, transportation, religion, politics, or scientific discoveries, are usually the results of ideas conceived in one person's brain, but actually transformed into reality by others through the combined use of their minds and bodies. Meaning that the conception of an idea is of greater importance than the transformation of that idea into more material form. Because relatively few people can conceive useful ideas, while there are millions who can develop an idea and give it material form after it has been conceived. 6. The majority of all thoughts that are conceived in people's minds are not accurate, being more in the nature of opinions or snap judgments. Accurate thoughts have conquered the air and the sea, explored practically every square mile of the little earth on which we live, and wrested from nature thousands of secrets that, a few generations ago, would have been set down as miracles of the most astounding and imponderable sort. All scientists who have made a study of the human mind readily agree that the surface has not yet been scratched in the study of the wonderful power that lies dormant, waiting as the oak tree sleeps in the acorn, to be aroused and put to work. Those who have expressed an opinion on the subject believe that the next great cycle of discovery lies in the realm of the human mind. The possible nature of these discoveries has been suggested in many different ways in practically every lesson of this course, particularly in this and the following lessons. If these suggestions appear to lead the student of this philosophy deeper than he or she is accustomed, that student has the privilege of stopping at any depth desired until ready, through thought and study, to go further. It is not expected that the beginner will immediately assimilate and put into use all that is included in this philosophy. But if the net result is nothing more than to sow the seed of constructive thought in the mind of the student, my work will have been done. Time, plus the student's own desire for knowledge, will do the rest. Frankly, many of the suggestions passed on through this course would, if literally followed, lead you far beyond the bounds of what is ordinarily called business philosophy. The course goes more deeply into the functioning processes of the human mind than is necessary for the use of this philosophy as a means of achieving business or financial success. However, it is presumed that many students of this course will wish to do just that, and I have had these students in mind throughout the labor of organizing and writing this course. Summary of the principles of accurate thinking. We have discovered that the human body consists of billions of living, intelligent, individual cells that carry on a very definite, well-organized work of building, developing, and maintaining the body. We have discovered that these cells are directed, in their respective duties, by the subconscious or automatic action of the mind. That the subconscious section of the mind can be, to a very large extent, controlled and directed by the conscious or voluntary section of the mind. We have found that any idea or any thought that is held in the mind through repetition has a tendency to direct the physical body to transform such thought or idea into its material equivalent. We have found that any order that is properly given to the subconscious section of the mind, through the law of autosuggestion, will be carried out unless it is sidetracked or countermanded by another and stronger order. We have found that the subconscious mind does not question the source from which it receives orders, nor the soundness of those orders, but it will proceed to direct the body to carry out any order it receives. What is a demanding pleasure? A pleasure that demands the use of one's mind, not in the sense of problem solving, but in the sense of exercising discrimination, judgment, awareness. Nathaniel Brandon. This explains the necessity for closely guarding how and from where we receive suggestions. It is a fact that we can be subtly and quietly influenced at times, and in ways of which we are not consciously aware. We have found that every movement of the human body is controlled by either the conscious or the subconscious section of the mind, and that not a muscle can be moved until an order to do so has been sent out by one or the other of these two sections of the mind. When this principle is thoroughly understood, We also understand the powerful effect of any idea or thought that we create and hold in the conscious mind until the subconscious mind has time to take over that thought and begin the work of transforming it into its material counterpart. When we understand the principle through which any idea is first placed in the conscious mind and held there until the subconscious picks it up and appropriates it, we have a practical working knowledge of the law of concentration, which will be covered in the next lesson. The value of adopting a chief aim. This lesson on accurate thinking not only describes the real purpose of a definite chief aim, but it also explains in simple terms the principles through which such an aim or purpose may be realized. First, create the objective toward which you are striving through the imaginative faculty of your mind. Then transfer an outline of this objective to paper by writing out a definite statement of it in the nature of a definite chief aim. By daily reference to this written statement, the idea or thing aimed for is taken up by the conscious mind and handed over to the subconscious mind, which in turn directs the energies of the body to transform the desire into reality. Desire. Strong, deeply rooted desire is the starting point and seed of all achievement. It is the starting place, behind which there is nothing, or at least nothing of which we have any knowledge. A definite chief aim, which is only another name for desire, would be meaningless unless based on a strong desire for the object of that aim. Many people wish for many things, but a wish is not the equivalent of a strong desire, and therefore wishes are of little or no value unless crystallized into the more definite form of desire. It is believed that all energy and all matter respond to and are controlled by a law of attraction that causes elements and forces of a similar nature to gather around certain centers of attraction. Likewise, constant, deeply seated desire attracts the physical equivalent or counterpart of the thing desired, or the means of securing it. Suggestion and autosuggestion. Through this and other lessons of the Law of Success course, you have learned that sense impressions arising out of one's environment or from statements or actions of other people are called suggestions, while sense impressions that we place in our own minds are placed there by self-suggestion or autosuggestion. All suggestions coming from others or from our environment influence us only after we have accepted them and passed them on to the subconscious mind through the principle of autosuggestion. Thus, it is seen that suggestion must become autosuggestion before it influences the mind of the one receiving it. Stated another way, no one may influence another without the consent of the one influenced, as the influencing is done through one's own power of autosuggestion. The conscious mind stands during the hours when one is awake as a sentinel, guarding the subconscious mind and warding off all suggestions that try to reach it from the outside, until those suggestions have been examined and accepted by the conscious mind. This is nature's way of safeguarding the human being against intruders who would otherwise take control of any mind at will. It is a wise arrangement. The value of autosuggestion in achieving your definite chief aim. One of the greatest uses to which you may direct the power of autosuggestion is in having it help accomplish the object of your definite chief aim in life. The way to do this is very simple. While the exact formula has been stated in Lesson 2 and referred to in many other lessons of the course, I will describe again the principle on which it is based. Write out a clear, concise statement of what you intend to accomplish as your definite chief aim, covering a period of perhaps the next 5 years. Make at least 2 copies of your statement, one to be placed where you can read it several times a day while you are at work, and another to be placed where it can be read several times each evening before you go to sleep and just after you arise in the morning. The suggestive influence of this procedure, impractical though it may seem, will soon impress the object of your definite chief aim on your subconscious mind. Within a very short time, you will begin to observe events taking place that will lead you nearer and nearer the attainment of that object. From the very day that you reach a definite decision in your own mind as to the precise thing, condition, or position in life that you deeply desire, you will observe, if you read books, newspapers, and magazines, that important news items and other data bearing on the object of your definite chief aim will begin to come to your attention. You will also observe opportunities beginning to come to you that will, if embraced, lead you nearer and nearer the coveted goal of your desire. The subjective mind is entirely under the control of the objective mind. with the utmost fidelity, it reproduces and works out to its final consequences whatever the objective mind impresses upon it. Thomas Troward. No one knows better than I how impossible and impractical this may seem to the person who is not a student of psychology. However, the best thing for anyone to do is to experiment with this principle until its practicality has been established. The word impossible means less now than it ever did before in the history of the human race. There are some who have actually removed this word from their vocabularies, believing that we can do anything we can imagine and believe we can do. We know now that the universe is made up of two substances, matter and energy. Through patient scientific research, we have discovered that everything that is or ever has been in the way of matter, when analyzed to the finest point, is nothing but a form of energy. On the other hand, every material thing that man has created began in the form of energy, through the seed of an idea that was released through the imaginative faculty of the human mind. In other words, the beginning of every material thing is energy and the ending of it is energy. All matter obeys the command of one form or another of energy. The highest known form of energy is that which functions as the human mind. The human mind, therefore, is the sole directing force of everything man creates, and what he may create with this force in the future, as compared with what he has created with it in the past, will make his past achievements seem petty and small. We do not have to wait for future discoveries for evidence that the mind is the greatest force known to mankind. We know now that any idea, aim, or purpose that is fixed in the mind and held there with a will to achieve or attain its physical or material equivalent puts into motion powers that cannot be conquered. English author Charles Buxton said, "The longer I live, the more certain I am that the great difference between men, between the feeble and the powerful, the great and the insignificant, is energy. Invincible determination, a purpose once fixed, and then death or victory. That quality will do anything that can be done in this world, and no talents, no circumstances, no opportunities will make a two-legged creature a man without it." Author Donald G. Mitchell has well said, "Resolve is what makes a man manifest. Not puny resolve, not crude determinations, not errant purposes, but that strong and indefatigable will which treads down difficulties and danger as a boy treads down the heaving frostlands of winter, which kindles his eye and brain with proud pulse beat toward the unattainable. Will makes men giants." The great Benjamin Disraeli said, "I have brought myself by long meditation to the conviction that a human being with a settled purpose must accomplish it, and that nothing can resist a will which will stake even existence upon its fulfillment." Sir John Simpson said, "A passionate desire and an unwearied will can perform impossibilities, or what may seem to be such to the cold, timid, and feeble." And John Foster adds his testimony when he says, "It is wonderful how even the casualties of life seem to bow to a spirit that will not bow to them, and yield to subserve a design which they may, in their first apparent tendency, threaten to frustrate." When a firm, decisive spirit is recognized, it is curious to see how the space clears around a man and leaves him room and freedom. Abraham Lincoln said of General Grant, "The great thing about Grant is his cool persistency of purpose. He is not easily excited, and he has got the grip of a bulldog. When he once gets his teeth in, nothing can shake him off." It seems appropriate to state here that a strong desire to be transformed into reality must be backed with persistency until it is taken over by the subconscious mind. It is not enough to feel very deeply the desire for achievement of a definite chief aim for just a few hours or a few days. The desire must be placed in the mind and held there with persistence that knows no defeat until the automatic or subconscious mind takes it over. Up to this point, you must stand behind the desire and push it. Beyond this point, the desire will stand behind you and push you on to achievement. Persistence may be compared to the dropping of water that finally wears away the hardest stone. When the final chapter of your life has been completed, it will be found that your persistence, or lack of this sterling quality, played an important part in either your success or your failure. I watched the Tunney Dempsey fight in Chicago. I also studied the psychology leading up to and surrounding their previous bout. Two things helped Tunney defeat Dempsey on both occasions, despite Dempsey being the stronger of the two men and, as many believe, the better fighter. And the two things that spelled Dempsey's doom were first, his own lack of self-consciousness, the fear that Tunney might defeat him, and second, Tunney's complete self-reliance and his belief that he could whip Dempsey. Tunney stepped into the ring with his chin in the air, an atmosphere of self-assurance and certainty written in his every movement. Dempsey walked in with a sort of uncertain stride, eyeing Tunney in a manner that plainly queried, "I wonder what you will do to me." Dempsey was whipped in his own mind before he entered the ring. Press agents and propagandists had done the trick thanks to the superior thinking ability of his opponent, Tunney. And so the story goes, from the lowest and the most brutal of occupations, prize fighting, on up to the highest and most commendable professions. Success is won by the person who understands how to use their power of thought. Throughout this course, much stress has been put on the importance of environment and habit, out of which grow the stimuli that put the wheels of the human mind into operation. Fortunate is the person who has found how to stimulate his or her mind so that its powers will function constructively when placed behind any strong, deeply seated desire. We are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world. Buddha. Accurate thinking is thinking that makes intelligent use of all the powers of the human mind. And it does not stop with the mere examination, classification, and arranging of ideas. Accurate thinking creates ideas, and it may be made to transform these ideas into their most profitable, constructive form. You will perhaps be better prepared to analyze, without a feeling of skepticism and doubt, the principles laid down in this lesson, if you keep in mind that the conclusions and hypotheses are not solely mine. I have had the benefit of close cooperation from some of the leading investigators in the field of mental phenomena. To illustrate Hill's point that the principles he proposed were accepted by other experts, the editors offer the following list of books and audiobooks by a variety of experts, all of whom are leaders in their fields, and whose principles parallel Hill's. Many of these books have been recommended in other lessons, but they are equally applicable to this section on accurate thinking. Super Creativity by Tony Buzan, The Artist's Way by Julia Cameron, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey, Lateral Thinking, 6 Thinking Hats and Super Thinking by Edward de Bono, Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain by Betty Edwards, The Zen of Seeing by Frederick Frank, Writing Down the Bones by Natalie Goldberg, Peak Learning by Ronald Gross, Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway by Susan Jeffers, Thinker Toys by Michael Michalko, Super Learning by Sheila Ostrander and Lynn Schroeder, Writing the Natural Way by Gabriella Rico, Awaken the Giant Within by Anthony Robbins, and the complete Anthony Robbins library of Power Talk audiobooks. Wishcraft by Barbara Scher, Do What You Love, The Money Will Follow by Marcia Sinitar, Von Oak's Sell Your Way to the Top by Zig Ziglar. In the next lesson, Concentration, you will be further instructed in the method of using autosuggestion. In fact, throughout this course, the principle of gradual unfoldment has been followed, paralleling that of the principle of evolution as nearly as possible. The first lesson laid the foundation for the second, and the second prepared the way for the third, and so on. I have tried to build this course by a series of steps, each of which lifts the student just another level higher and nearer the apex of the pyramid that the course, as a whole, represents. The purpose in building the course in this manner cannot be described in words, but that purpose will become clear when you have mastered it, for its mastery will open to you a source of knowledge that cannot be imparted by one to another. It is attainable only by drawing out and expanding from within one's own mind. With this vague hint as to the reward that awaits all who earnestly and intelligently search for the hidden passageway to knowledge to which I refer, we will now discuss the phase of accurate thinking that will take you as high as you can go, except through the discovery and use of that secret passageway. You never can tell what your thoughts will do in bringing you hate or love, for thoughts are things, and their airy wings are swifter than a carrier dove. They follow the law of the universe. Each thing must create its kind, and they speed over the track to bring you back whatever went out from your mind. Ella Wheeler Wilcox. Thoughts are things. It is the belief of many that every completed thought starts an unending vibration, with which the one who releases it will have to contend at a later time. That man is but the physical reflection of thought that was put into motion by infinite intelligence. All thought is creative. However, not all thought is constructive or positive. If you think thoughts of misery and poverty and see no way to avoid them, then your thoughts will create those very conditions. But reverse the order and think thoughts of a positive, expectant nature, and your thoughts will create those conditions. Your thoughts affect your entire personality and attract to you the outward, physical things that harmonize with the nature of your thoughts. This has been made clear in almost every lesson and will be repeated many times more in the lessons that follow. The reason for this repetition is that nearly all beginners in the study of the mind overlook the importance of this fundamental and eternal truth. When you suggest to your subconscious mind a definite chief aim that embodies a definite desire, you must accompany it with such faith and belief in the ultimate realization of that purpose that you can actually see yourself in possession of it. Conduct yourself as you would if you were already in possession of the object of your definite purpose. From the moment that you suggest it to your subconscious mind, enrich it with full belief that infinite intelligence will step in and mature that purpose into reality in exact accordance with its nature. Anything short of such belief will bring you disappointment. Do not question whether the principles of autosuggestion will work. Do not doubt, but believe. The power to think as you wish to think is the only power over which you have absolute control. Please read and study that last sentence until you grasp its meaning. If it is within your power to control your thoughts, the responsibility then rests with you as to whether your thoughts will be of the positive or negative type. Which brings to mind one of the world's most famous poems. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be from my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced or cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. William Ernest Henley. Henley did not write this poem until after he had discovered the door to that secret passageway to which I referred. You are the master of your fate and the captain of your soul because you control your own thoughts. With the aid of your thoughts, you may create whatever you desire. As we approach the close of this lesson, let us pull aside the curtain that hangs over the gateway called death and take a look into the great beyond. Look closely and observe that you look at a world of beings of your own creation. They correspond exactly to the nature of your own thoughts as you express them before death. There they are, the children of your own heart and mind, patterned after the image of your own thoughts. Those that were born of your hatred, envy, jealousy, selfishness, and injustice toward others will not make very desirable neighbors, but you must live with them just the same, for they are your children and you cannot turn them out. You will be unfortunate indeed if you find there no children that were born of love, justice, truth, and kindness toward others. In the light of this allegorical suggestion, the subject of accurate thinking takes on a new and much more important aspect, doesn't it? If there is a possibility that every thought you release during this life will step out to greet you after death, then you need no further reason for guarding all your thoughts carefully. The term accurate thought, as used in this lesson, refers to thought that is of your own creation. Thought that comes to you from others through either suggestion or direct statement is not accurate thought within the meaning and purpose of this lesson, although it may be thought that is based on facts. I can take you no further in this lesson on accurate thinking. However, you have not yet gone the entire distance. You have only just started. From here on, you must be your own guide. But if you have understood the great truth upon which this lesson is founded, you will not have difficulty finding your own way. Let me caution you again, however, not to become discouraged if the fundamental truth of this lesson has not become clear to you at first reading. This is the one lesson of the entire course that cannot be fully assimilated by the beginner through one reading. You will gain the knowledge only through thought, reflection, and meditation. For this reason, you are instructed to read this lesson at least 4 times at intervals of 1 week apart. It may require weeks or even months of meditation for you to fully comprehend, but this truth is worth working for. You are also instructed to again read Lesson 1 so that you may better understand the law of the mastermind and the relationship between that law and the subjects covered by this lesson on accurate thinking. The mastermind is the principle through which you may become an accurate thinker. Concentration is my motto. First, honesty, then industry, then concentration. Andrew Carnegie. Lesson 12. Concentration. You can do it if you believe you can. This lesson holds a keystone position in this course because the psychological law upon which it is based is of vital importance to every other lesson of the course. Let me first define the word concentration as it is used in this lesson. Concentration is the act of focusing the mind on a given desire until ways and means for its realization have been worked out and successfully put into operation. 2 important laws enter into the act of concentrating the mind on a given desire. One is the law of autosuggestion, and the other is the law of habit. The former having been fully described in previous lessons, I will now briefly describe the law of habit. Habit grows out of environment, the sum total of all sources by which you are influenced. Through the aid of the 5 senses of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and feeling, and out of doing the same thing in the same way over and over again, out of repetition, out of thinking the same thoughts over and over. Except on rare occasions when it rises above environment, the human mind draws from its surroundings the material out of which thought is created. Habit crystallizes this thought into a permanent fixture, storing it away in the subconscious mind, where it becomes a vital part of our personality and silently influences our actions, forms our prejudices and our biases, and controls our opinions. A great philosopher had in mind the power of habit when he said, "We first endure, then pity, and finally embrace," in speaking of the manner in which honest men come to indulge in crime. We begin to see, therefore, the importance of selecting our environment with the greatest of care, because environment is the mental feeding ground out of which the food that goes into our minds is extracted. The forces of habit. It has been said that all people are the creatures of habit, and that habit is a cable. We weave a thread of it each day, and it becomes so strong that we cannot break it. If it is true that habit can compel us against our will, desire, and inclination, and thereby dominate our actions and character, then it can also be mastered, harnessed, and directed for our good. Thousands of people have applied this knowledge and have turned the force of habit into new channels. Habit is a mental path over which our actions have traveled for some time, each passing making the path a little deeper and a little wider. If you have had to walk over a field or through a forest, you know how natural it is to choose the clearest path. The line of mental action is precisely the same. It is movement along the lines of least resistance, passage over the well-worn path. Habits are created by repetition and are formed in accordance with a natural law, observable in all animate things and some would say in inanimate things as well. For instance, a piece of paper once folded in a certain way will fold along the same lines the next time. Clothing forms into creases according to the person wearing it, and these creases once formed will remain. All users of any kind of machinery know that as a machine is first broken in, so it will tend to run thereafter. Rivers and streams cut their courses through the land along the lines of least resistance. The law is in operation everywhere. These examples will give you the idea of the nature of habit and will aid you in forming new mental paths, new mental creases. The best, and one might say the only, way that old habits may be broken is to form new habits to counteract and replace the undesirable ones. Form new mental paths over which to travel, and soon the old ones will become less distinct. Every time you travel over the path of the desirable mental habit, you make that new path deeper and wider and so much easier to travel thereafter. This mental path making is very important, and I cannot urge you too strongly to start making the desirable mental paths over which you wish to travel. The following are the rules through which you may form the habits you desire. 1. At the beginning of the formation of a new habit, put force and enthusiasm into your expression. Feel what you think. Remember that you are taking the first steps toward making your new mental paths. And it is much harder at first than it will be afterward. At the beginning, make each path as clear and as deep as you can so that you can readily see it the next time you wish to follow it. Excellence is an art won by training and habituation. We do not act rightly because we have virtue or excellence, but we rather have those because we have acted rightly. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Aristotle. 2. Keep your attention firmly concentrated on your new path building and forget all about the old paths. Concern yourself only with the new ones that you are building to order. 3. Travel over your newly made paths as often as possible. Create opportunities for doing so without waiting for them to arise through luck or chance. The more often you go over the new paths, the sooner they will become well-worn and easily traveled. 4. Resist the temptation to travel over the older, easier paths you have been using in the past. Every time you resist a temptation, the stronger you become, and the easier it will be for you to do so the next time. But every time you yield to the temptation, the easier it becomes to yield again, and the more difficult it becomes to resist the next time. This is the critical time. Prove your determination, persistency, and willpower now, at the very beginning. 5. Be sure you have mapped out the right path as your definite chief aim, then go ahead without fear and without allowing yourself to doubt. Select your goal and make good, deep, wide mental paths leading straight to it. Number 2, focus on the good and be happy. As you will have observed, is a close relationship between habit and autosuggestion. Through habit, an act repeatedly performed in the same manner has a tendency to become permanent, and eventually we come to perform the act automatically or unconsciously. In playing a piano, for example, the artist can play a familiar piece while his or her conscious mind is on some other subject. Autosuggestion is the tool with which we dig a mental path. Concentration is the hand that holds that tool, and habit is the map or blueprint that the mental path follows. An idea or desire, to be transformed into terms of action or physical reality, must be held in the conscious mind, faithfully and persistently, until habit begins to give it permanent form. You are a product of your environment. So choose the environment that will best develop you toward your objective. Are the things around you helping you toward success, or are they holding you back? W. Clement Stone. We absorb the material for thought from our surrounding environment. The term environment covers a very broad field. It consists of the books we read, the people with whom we associate, the country and community in which we live, the nature of the work we do, the clothes we wear, the songs we sing, and most important of all, the religious and intellectual training we receive prior to the age of 14 years. The purpose of analyzing the subject of environment is to show its direct relationship to the personality we are developing and how its influence will give us the materials out of which we may attain our definite chief aim in life. The mind feeds upon that which we supply it, or that which is forced upon it through our environment. Therefore, let us select our environment as much as possible with the object of supplying the mind with suitable material out of which to carry on its work. If your environment is not to your liking, change it. The first step is to create in your own mind a clear, well-defined picture of the environment in which you believe you could best attain your definite chief aim. Then concentrate your mind on this picture until you transform it into reality. Just as you learned in Lesson 2, a definite chief aim, the first step you must take in the accomplishment of any desire is to have in your mind an exact picture of what it is that you intend to accomplish. This is also the first principle to be observed in your plans for the achievement of success. And if you fail to observe it, you cannot succeed except by chance. Your daily associates constitute one of the most important and influential parts of your environment, and they may work for your progress or against it. As much as possible, you should select as your closest daily associates those who are in sympathy with your aims and ideals, especially those represented by your definite chief aim. You should make it a point to associate with people whose mental attitudes inspire you with enthusiasm, self-confidence, determination, and ambition. Remember that every word spoken within your hearing, every sight that reaches your eyes, and every sense impression that you receive through any of the five senses will influence your thoughts. This being true, can you not see the importance of controlling, as far as possible, the environment in which you live and work? Can you not see the importance of reading books which deal with subjects that are directly related to your definite chief aim? Can you not see the importance of talking with people who are in sympathy with your aims and who will encourage you and spur you on toward their attainment? An observant person could accurately analyze someone by seeing their work environment. A well-organized desk will usually indicate a well-organized mind. Show me the shelves in a store and I will tell you whether the manager of that store has an organized or disorganized mind. There is a close relationship between one's mental attitude and one's physical environment. The effects of environments so vitally influence those who work in factories, stores, and offices that most employers have become well aware of the importance of creating an environment that inspires and encourages their workers. The power of concentration. This would be an appropriate place at which to describe the method through which you may apply the principles, directly and indirectly related to the subject of concentration. I call this method the magic key to success. In presenting you with this magic key, let me first explain that it is no invention or discovery of mine. It is the same key that is used, in one form or another, by all groups that are founded on the philosophy of optimism. The magic key offers an irresistible power that all may use. It will unlock the door to riches. It will unlock the door to fame. And in many instances, it will unlock the door to physical health. It will unlock the door to education and let you into the storehouse of all your latent ability. It will act as a passkey to any position in life for which you are suited. Through the aid of this magic key, we have unlocked the secret doors to all of the world's great inventions. Through its magic powers, all of our great geniuses of the past have been developed. Suppose you are working in a menial position and desire a better place in life. The magic key will help you attain it. It will unlock prison doors and turn human derelicts into useful, trustworthy men and women. It will turn failure into success and misery into happiness. This magic key is concentration. Now let me once again define concentration as I use the term. It means the ability, through fixed habit and practice, to keep your mind on one subject until you have thoroughly familiarized yourself with that subject and mastered it. It means the ability to control your attention and focus it on a given problem until you have solved that problem. It means the ability to throw off the effects of those habits you wish to discard and the power to build new habits. It means complete self-mastery. Concentration is the ability to think as you wish to think, the ability to control your thoughts and direct them to a definite end, and the ability to organize your knowledge into a plan of action that is sound and workable. You can readily see that in concentrating your mind on your definite chief aim in life, you must also cover many closely related subjects that blend into each other and complete the main subject on which you are concentrating. In the year 2000, Albert Einstein was chosen by Time magazine as Person of the Century. He was described by managing editor Walter Isaacson as both the greatest mind and paramount icon of our age, whose extraordinary brilliance made his face a symbol and his name a synonym for genius. Had Einstein been born today, however, he might have been diagnosed in his early years as having attention deficit disorder. As a child, he was slow to learn to talk. As a student, he showed little promise and was even expelled from school. Isaacson refers to him as the patron saint of distracted school kids. But what Einstein could do was the very thing Napoleon Hill refers to in this lesson. For once Einstein set himself a definite chief aim, he had a phenomenal ability to focus his concentration. His famous theories were all the result of thought experiments that took place inside his mind. His breakthroughs came, just as Hill suggests, by mentally organizing his knowledge and concentrating on many closely related subjects that blend into each other and complete the main subject. Ambition and desire are the major factors that enter into the act of successful concentration. Without these factors, the magic key is useless. And the main reason why so few people make use of this key is that most people lack ambition and desire nothing in particular. Desire whatever you may, and if your desire is within reason, and if it is strong enough, the magic key of concentration will help you attain it. There are many scientists and research psychologists who believe that the power of prayer operates through the principle of concentration on the attainment of a deeply seated desire. Nothing was ever created by a human being that was not first created in the imagination through desire and then transformed into reality through concentration. Let us put the magic key to a test through the aid of a definite formula. First, you must get rid of skepticism and doubt. No unbeliever ever enjoyed the benefits of this magic key. You must believe in the test that you are about to make. Perhaps you have thought something about becoming a successful writer, or perhaps a powerful public speaker, or a successful business executive, or an able financier. We will take public speaking as the subject of this test, but you can change that to your own objective. Just remember, you must follow instructions to the letter. On a plain sheet of letter-sized paper, write the following: I am going to become a powerful public speaker because this will enable me to render the world useful service that is needed, and because it will yield me a financial return that will provide me with the necessary material things of life. I will concentrate my mind on this desire for 10 minutes daily, just before retiring at night and just after arising in the morning, for the purpose of determining just how I shall proceed to transform it into reality. I know I can become a powerful and magnetic speaker, therefore I will permit nothing to interfere with my doing so. Signed. After signing this pledge, proceed to do as you have given your word that you would do. Keep it up until the desired results have been realized. When you come to do your concentrating, look ahead 1, 3, 5, or even 10 years and see yourself as the most powerful speaker of your time. See in your imagination an appropriate income. See yourself in your own home that you have purchased with the proceeds from your efforts as a speaker or lecturer. See yourself in possession of a nice bank account for your retirement. See yourself as a person of success. Success is focusing the full power of all. You are on what you have. A burning desire to achieve. Wilford A. Peterson. It's due to your great ability as a public speaker. See yourself engaged in a life calling in which you will not fear the loss of your position. Paint this picture clearly through the powers of your imagination, and it will soon become transformed into a beautiful picture of deeply seated desire. Use this desire as the chief object of your concentration and observe what happens. You should now understand how the secret of the magic key is concentration. Do not underestimate its power, because it did not come to you clothed in mysticism, or because it is described in language that anyone can understand. All great truths are simple in final analysis and easily understood. If they are not great truths. Use the magic key with intelligence, and only for the attainment of worthy ends, and it will bring you enduring happiness and success. Forget the mistakes you have made and the failures you have experienced. Quit living in the past, for your yesterdays never return. If your previous efforts have not turned out well, start all over again and make the future tell a story of success. Make a name for yourself and render the world a great service through ambition, desire, and concentrated effort. You can do it if you believe you can. Comment. It is impossible to read this or any of the other lessons of Law of Success without recognizing that the principles Napoleon Hill wrote about are so interrelated, and they intersect with each other in so many ways and on so many levels, that a key concept or idea may be stated and restated numerous times with slightly different shadings. Hill comments on this himself, pointing out that the repetition is intentional in his structure of lessons that are designed to build one upon the other. Consequently, the editors of this edition have found that in suggesting supplemental materials, certain books and audiobooks also recur frequently. Such is the case with this subject of concentration and Hill's advice to see yourself as you will be when you have already achieved your objective. What Napoleon Hill is advising is not simply daydreaming. It is a very specific technique called visualization, and many people have difficulty achieving the kind of vivid imagery that is required for it to have any real effect. The following books are suggested here because they are particularly helpful in developing the technique of creating powerful mental imagery. Most are also available on audio. Visualization, Directing the Movies of Your Mind by Adelaide Bry. Creative Visualization by Shakti Gawain. Psycho-Cybernetics by Dr. Maxwell Maltz. Getting Well by Dr. O. Carl Simonton. And The Initiation by Donald Schnell, which includes a description of the visualization technique in spiritual story form. Also suggested are all of the audiobooks, featuring the Silva method trainer Hans de Jong, whose tapes include an unusual method of quieting the mind using an audio tone that is designed to put the mind in the alpha state. When you become familiar with the powers of concentration, it becomes clear why it is so important to choose a definite chief aim as the first step in the attainment of enduring success. The presence of any idea or thought in your consciousness tends to produce an associated feeling and urge you to an appropriate or corresponding action. Hold a deeply seated desire in your consciousness through the principle of concentration, and if you do it with full faith in its realization, this act will attract powers that the entire scientific world has failed to understand or explain. Concentrate your mind on the attainment of the object of your deeply seated desire, and soon you will attract, through those forces that no one can explain, the material counterparts of that desire. This now brings us to the principle that constitutes the most important part of this lesson, if not the most important part of the entire course. When two or more people ally themselves in a spirit of perfect harmony for the purpose of attaining a definite end, if that alliance is faithfully observed by all of whom it is composed, the alliance brings to each of them power that is superhuman and seemingly irresistible in nature. Science has yet to determine the name of the law behind this statement, but it is this law that I have had in mind throughout this course when I repeatedly refer to the power of organized effort. Commentary. The organized effort of Steven Spielberg, Jeffrey Katzenberg, and David Geffen in the formation of DreamWorks SKG is an excellent contemporary example, since 1994, of an alliance for the purpose of attaining a definite end, theirs being to produce live-action motion pictures, animated feature films, television programming, home video entertainment, records, books, toys, and consumer products. To that end, they continue to further ally with other companies and individuals in the pursuit of each of those goals. In 1998, Paul Allen, already a board member, increased his investments in DreamWorks, demonstrating his faith in the company and his partners, said a spokesperson for Allen's Vulcan Ventures. Allen is the billionaire co-founder with Bill Gates of Microsoft. Early in 2002, DreamWorks and Hewlett-Packard Company announced, according to the HP press release, a 3-year, multi-million-dollar technology strategic alliance aimed at revolutionizing animation production. HP will provide computing infrastructure for DreamWorks' next-generation digital studio at its main facility in Glendale, California, which will make it possible to create the latest computer-generated animation more quickly, cost-effectively, and with greater artistic quality than ever before. These are just two of the many alliances that have gone into the creation of this dynamic company, and they are also examples of the basis for growth of an endless number of other successful businesses. The empires of the future are the empires of the mind. Winston Churchill. In chemistry, we learn that two or more elements may be so compounded that the result is something entirely different in nature from any of the individual elements. For example, ordinary water, known by the formula H2O, is a compound consisting of 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 atom of oxygen, but water is neither hydrogen nor oxygen. This marrying of elements creates an entirely different substance from that of either of its component parts. The same law through which this transformation of physical elements takes place may be responsible for the powers resulting from the alliance of two or more people in a perfect state of harmony and understanding for the attainment of a given end. This world and all matter is made up of a form of energy. On the other hand, thought and that which we call the mind is also a form of energy. Thought, in other words, is organized energy. Now, if all matter in final analysis consists of energy, and if the mind is nothing but a form of highly organized energy, it is possible that the laws which affect matter may also govern the mind. And if combining two or more elements of matter in the proper proportion and under the right conditions will produce something entirely different from those original elements, as in the case of H2O, do you not see how it is possible to so combine the energy of two or more minds that the result will be a sort of composite mind that is totally different from the individual minds of which it consists? You have undoubtedly noticed how you are influenced in the presence of other people. Some people inspire you with optimism and enthusiasm. Their very presence seems to stimulate your own mind to greater action, and this not only seems to be true, but it is true. You have also noticed that the presence of some others had a tendency to lower your vitality and depress you, a tendency which I can assure you is very real. What then do you imagine could be the cause of these changes that come over us when we come within range of certain people, unless it is a change resulting from the blending or combining of their minds with our own and producing something entirely different from the original elements? There is no known method for proving this to be true, but I have given it many years of serious thought, and I always come to the conclusion that it is at least a sound hypothesis. You need no proof, however, that the presence of some people inspires you while the presence of others depresses you. So it stands to reason that the person who inspires you and arouses your mind to a state of greater activity gives you more power to achieve, while the person whose presence depresses you and lowers your vitality has just the opposite effect on you. You can understand this much without the aid of a hypothesis and without further proof than what you have experienced time after time. Come back now to the original statement. When two or more people ally themselves in a spirit of perfect harmony for the purpose of attaining a definite end, if that alliance is faithfully observed by all of whom it is composed, the alliance brings to each of them power that is superhuman and seemingly irresistible in nature. Study closely the emphasized parts of the foregoing statement, for there you will find the mental formula which, if not faithfully observed, destroys the effect of the whole. One atom of hydrogen combined with one atom of oxygen will not produce water, and nor will an alliance in name only that is not accompanied by a spirit of perfect harmony between those forming the alliance produce power that is superhuman and seemingly irresistible in nature. Plant a tiny apple seed in the right sort of soil at the right time of the year, and gradually it will burst forth into a tiny sprig. Then in time it will expand and grow into an apple tree. That tree does not come from the seed alone, or from the soil, or from the elements of the air, but from all of these sources working together. When two or more people ally themselves in a spirit of perfect harmony for the purpose of attaining a definite end, the end itself, or the desire for that end, may be likened to the apple seed, and the blending of the forces of energy of the two or more minds may be likened to the seed, the air, and the soil out of which come the elements that form the material objects of that desire. I know of a family of mountain folk who for more than 6 generations have lived in the mountainous region of Kentucky. Generation after generation of this family came and went without any noticeable improvement of a mental nature, with each generation following in the footsteps of its ancestors. They made their living from the soil, and as far as they knew or cared, the universe consisted of a little spot of territory known as Letcher County. They married strictly in their own set and in their own community. Finally, one of the members of this family strayed away from the flock, so to speak, and married a well-educated and highly cultured woman from the neighboring state of Virginia. This woman was an ambitious person who was well aware that the universe extended beyond the borders of Letcher County and covered at least the whole of the southern states. She had heard of chemistry, botany, biology, pathology, psychology, and of many other subjects that were of importance in the field of education. When her children reached an age of understanding, this woman would talk to them of these subjects, and they, in turn, began to show a keen interest in them. One of her children is now the president of a great educational institution where most of these subjects are taught. Another of them is a prominent lawyer, while still another is a successful physician. Her husband, thanks to the influence of her mind, is a well-known dental surgeon and the first of his family for 6 generations to break from the traditions by which the family had been bound. The blending of her mind with his gave him the needed stimulus to spur him on, and it inspired him with ambitions such as he would never have known without her influence. Example is not the main thing in influencing others. It is the only thing. Albert Schweitzer. It is indeed possible that Hill knew of this family from his childhood when he lived in Wise County, Virginia, deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains on the Kentucky border. It is also possible that he created the story by way of example, based it somewhat loosely on his own family, and combined it with details of others he knew. As told in A Lifetime of Riches, Napoleon's father, James Monroe Hill, immigrated to America from England and adapted well to mountain living. Having learned the printing trade from his father after he was married, he made his own printing press and published the county's first newspaper. But it provided little income, so in the year 1883, when Nap was born, James gave up the paper to work as a blacksmith and farmer. Later, he helped establish a local post office where he became postmaster and was also a trader and ran a general store. When Napoleon was 9, his mother died. A year later, his father married Martha Ramey Banner, a well-educated, cultured woman who, in addition to imparting knowledge and values to Napoleon and his brother, would later encourage James to become a dentist. But Martha's greatest contribution may have been to turn Napoleon from a wild kid who terrorized the county, toted a 6-shooter, and posed a serious disciplinary problem into a young man with a direction and dreams of success. When Napoleon was 12, Martha offered to replace his gun with a typewriter, saying, "If you become as good with a typewriter as you are with that gun, you may become rich and famous and known throughout the world." Whether he accepted her offer as quickly as he accepted Carnegie's is unlikely, but her early influences would certainly have prepared him for that day. For many years, I have been studying the biographies of many of those whom the world calls great, and it seems to me more than a mere coincidence that in every instance where the facts were available, the person who was really responsible for the greatness was in the background, behind the scenes, and seldom heard of by the hero-worshipping public. Dependent people need others to get what they want. Independent people can get what they want through their own effort. Interdependent people combine their own efforts with the efforts of others to achieve their greatest success. Stephen Covey. Henry Ford is one of the modern miracles of this age, and I doubt that this country, or any other, ever produced an industrial genius of his equal. If the facts were known, they might trace the cause of Mr. Ford's phenomenal achievements to a woman about whom the public hears but little, his wife. We read of Ford's achievements and of his enormous income and imagine him to be blessed with matchless ability, and he is, ability of which the world would never have heard had it not been for the modifying influence of his wife, who cooperated with him during all his years of struggle in a spirit of perfect harmony for the purpose of attaining a definite end. I have in mind another genius who is well known to the entire civilized world, Thomas Edison, who is married to one of the most remarkable women in America. Few outside of their family know to what extent her influence has made Edison's achievements possible. Mrs. Edison once told me that Mr. Edison's outstanding quality, his greatest asset above all others, was that of concentration. When Thomas Edison begins an experiment or research or an investigation, he never lets go until he either finds what he is looking for or exhausts every possible effort to do so. Night after night, Mr. Edison works with such enthusiasm that he requires but 3 or 4 hours of sleep. Behind Mr. Edison stand 2 great powers. One is concentration and the other is Mrs. Edison. In Lesson 13, you will see the principle of allied effort carried to proportions that almost stagger the minds of all who have not trained themselves to think in terms of organized thought. This course itself is a very concrete illustration of the principle underlying organized effort, but you will observe that it requires all the lessons of this entire course to complete the description of this principle. Omit even one of the lessons and the omission would affect the whole, as the removal of one link would affect the whole of a chain. As I have already stated in many different ways, there is a well-founded hypothesis that when one concentrates one's mind on a given subject, facts of a nature closely related to that subject will pour in from every conceivable source. The theory is that a deeply seated desire, when planted in the right sort of mental soil, serves as a center of attraction for everything that harmonizes with the nature of the desire. Dr. Elmer Gates of Washington, District of Columbia, is perhaps one of the most competent psychologists in the world. He is recognized both in the field of psychology and in other directly and indirectly related fields of science throughout the world as being a man of the highest scientific standing. After Dr. Gates has followed a line of investigation as far as is possible through the usual channels of research, and he has all the recorded facts at his command, he takes a pencil and a notepad and sits for further information by concentrating on that subject until thoughts related to it begin to flow in upon him. He told me that many of his most important discoveries came through this method. It was more than 20 years ago that I first talked with Dr. Gates on this subject. Since that time, through the discovery of radio, we have been provided with a reasonable hypothesis through which to explain the results of these sittings. The ether, as we have discovered through the modern radio apparatus, is in a constant state of agitation. Sound waves are floating through the ether at all times, but these waves cannot be detected beyond a short distance from their source except by the aid of properly attuned instruments. In Napoleon Hill's reference here to the discovery of the modern radio apparatus, we are reminded that when he was writing this, the average person's knowledge of radio was less than 25 years old. In the early 1890s, a number of people had been experimenting with radio signals. Professor Oliver Lodge, a British physicist at Oxford, had already succeeded in transmitting Morse signals over a relatively short range, but for him it was just an academic exercise and he did not pursue it further. In 1895, after building the equipment and transmitting electrical signals over short distances at home, Italian inventor Guglielmo Marconi became obsessed with the idea of sending messages across the ocean. In 1901, he built a powerful transmitter at the southwest tip of England, then installed a receiving station at St. John's, Newfoundland, and on December 12, 1901, he received signals from across the Atlantic. Following Marconi's success, one report said that his ideas were the products of Lodge's mind, not his own. Lodge, however, had failed to see the potential application of wireless, while Marconi understood it and set about applying it. In light of the thinking of the time, it is not hard to see why Hill might have seen this new principle of sending and receiving radio wave vibrations as being the answer to the phenomenon we have all experienced of picking up vibes from other people. Although Hill's theory was not proven to be right, it should also be pointed out that no one has yet come up with a better explanation. Now, it seems reasonable to suppose that thought, being the most highly organized form of energy known, is constantly sending waves through the ether. But these waves, like those of sound, can only be detected and correctly interpreted by a properly attuned mind. I have not a doubt that when Dr. Gates sat down in a room and put himself in a quiet, passive state of mind, the dominating thoughts in his mind served as a force that attracted the related or similar thought waves of others. Taking the hypothesis just a step further, it has occurred to me many times that every thought that has ever been released in organized form from the mind of any human being is still in existence in the form of a wave and is constantly passing around and around in a great, endless circle. It may be that by the act of concentrating your mind with intensity on a given subject, you send out thought waves that reach and blend with those of a related or similar nature, thereby establishing a line of communication between the one doing the concentrating and the thoughts of a similar nature that have been previously set into motion. Going still a step further, may it not be possible to so attune one's mind and harmonize the rate of vibration of thought with the rate of vibration of the ether, that all knowledge that has been accumulated through the organized thoughts of the past is still available? To be sure, with these hypotheses in mind, go back to Lesson 2 and study Andrew Carnegie's description of the mastermind through which he accumulated his great fortune. When Carnegie formed an alliance between more than a score of carefully selected minds, he created one of the strongest industrial forces that the world has ever witnessed. with a few notable and very disastrous exceptions. The men constituting the mastermind that Carnegie created thought and acted as one. And that mastermind, composed of many individual minds, was concentrated on a single purpose, the nature of which is familiar to everyone who knew Mr. Carnegie, particularly those who were competing with him in the steel business. You will understand from this lesson that the object of forming an alliance between two or more people and thereby creating a mastermind is to apply the law of concentration more effectively than it could be applied through the efforts of one person. The principle referred to as the mastermind is nothing more nor less than group concentration of mind power on the attainment of a definite object or end. Greater power comes through group mind concentration because of the stepping up process produced through the reaction of one mind on another or others. If you have followed Henry Ford's record even slightly, you will undoubtedly have observed that concentrated effort has been one of the outstanding features of his career. Nearly 30 years ago, he adopted a policy of standardization as to the general type of automobile he would build, and he consistently maintained that policy until the change in public demand forced him, in 1927, to change it. Henry Ford's consistency extended also to the color of the Model T, 15 million of which, in 19 years of production, from 1908 to 1927, were made only in black and with little change in the design. A few years after its introduction, Napoleon Hill met with Ford to talk about the principles of success. According to Hill, in Michael Ritt's A Lifetime of Riches, Henry Ford was cold, indifferent, unenthusiastic, and spoke only when forced to. Early on, few people other than Carnegie could foresee the success Ford would achieve, which Hill, as he says here, attributed in large part to Ford's concentrated effort. At Hill's first meeting with him in 1911, the only thing Ford was interested in talking about was his Model T. After Ford took him for a spin around the factory, Hill bought one for $680. When I met the former chief engineer of the Ford plant a few years ago, he told me of an incident that happened during the early stages of Mr. Ford's automobile experience, which very clearly points to concentrated effort as being one of his prominent fundamentals of economic philosophy. On this occasion, the engineers of the Ford plant had gathered in the engineering office to discuss a proposed change in the design of the rear axle construction of the Ford automobile. Mr. Ford stood around and listened to the discussion until each man had had his say. Then he walked over to the table, tapped the drawing of the proposed axle with his finger and said, "Now listen. The axle we are using does the work for which it was intended and does it well, and there's going to be no more change in that axle." He turned and walked away, and from that day until this, the rear axle construction of the Ford automobile has remained substantially the same. It is not improbable that Mr. Ford's success in building and marketing automobiles has been due very largely to his policy of consistently concentrating his efforts behind one plan, with but one definite purpose in mind at a time. A few years ago, I read Edward Bach's book Man from Maine, which is the biography of his father-in-law, Mr. Cyrus H.K. Curtis, the owner of the Saturday Evening Post, the Ladies' Home Journal, and several other publications. All through the book, I noticed that the outstanding feature of Mr. Curtis's philosophy was that of concentrated effort behind a definite purpose. During the early days of his ownership of the Saturday Evening Post, as he was pouring money into a losing venture by the hundreds of thousands of dollars, it required concentrated effort, backed by courage such as but few men possess, to enable him to carry on. Read Man from Maine. It is a splendid lesson on the subject of concentration, and it supports, to the smallest detail, the fundamentals upon which this lesson is based. The Saturday Evening Post is now one of the most profitable magazines in the world, but its name would have been long since forgotten had Mr. Curtis not concentrated his attention and his fortune on the one definite purpose of making it a great magazine. Man from Maine was reprinted as recently as 1993, but at this writing it is not in current stock at either Barnes & Noble or Amazon. There are, however, used copies available through both, and no doubt used book dealers would also be able to locate copies. I do not think there is any other quality so essential to success of any kind as the quality of perseverance. It overcomes almost everything, even nature. In the time since Hill wrote his ringing endorsement of Man from Maine, there have been numerous such biographies and autobiographies that speak to the importance of concentrated effort and to all of Hill's other principles as well. As of the 1980s and continuing into the 21st century, the business biography bestseller has practically become its own publishing genre. So much so that there are literally too many bestsellers from which to select a best of listing for inclusion here. Any such choice we would make would not necessarily be the best, but merely reflective of the interests of the person doing the choosing. There are best-selling books and audiobooks by and about the insiders who run every industry, from airlines, automobiles, cosmetics, computers, department stores, hotels, internet companies, movie studios, multinational conglomerates, real estate empires, television networks, toy companies, sports teams, and wineries, to whatever industries start with X, Y, and Z. However, there are two books that the editors recommend, which are not by or about a single individual or industry. These books are In Search of Excellence by Tom Peters and Breakthroughs by P.R. Nayak and John M. Ketteringham. Each of these books deals with a broad spectrum of industries, and within each industry they single out certain companies and individuals for analysis. Both were published at the beginning of the business book trend in the 1980s, but there have been few books since then that better convey the importance of the person focused on a good idea. In Search of Excellence, recently chosen by a panel of experts as the most influential book of the past 20 years, was a runaway bestseller and will likely be in print for years to come. Breakthroughs may be harder to find, but it will be well worth the effort. We have seen what an important part environment and habit play in connection with concentration. We shall now discuss a third subject related to concentration, and that is memory. The three principles through which an accurate and unfaltering memory may be trained are few and comparatively simple. First, retention, the receiving of a sense impression through one or more of the five senses, and the recording of this impression in the mind. As stated earlier, this process may be likened to the recording of a picture on the plate of a camera. Second, recall, the reviving or recalling into the conscious mind of those sense impressions that have been recorded in the subconscious mind. This process could be compared to going through a card index and pulling out a card on which information had been previously recorded. Third, recognition, the ability to recognize a sense impression when it is called into the conscious mind, to identify it as being a duplicate of the original impression, then to associate it with the source from which it came when it was first recorded. This process enables us to distinguish between memory and imagination. Now let us make application of these principles and determine how to use them effectively. First, when you wish to be sure of your ability to recall a sense impression, such as a name, a date, or a place, be sure to make the impression vivid by concentrating on it to the finest detail. An effective way to do this is to repeat the information several times. Just as a photographer must give an exposure proper time to record itself on the plate of the camera, so must we give the subconscious mind time to properly and clearly record any sense impression that we wish to be able to recall readily. Next, associate whatever you wish to remember with some other object, name, place, or date that is familiar to you, such as the name of your hometown, a close friend, your birth date, and so on. Along with the sense impression you can easily recall, your mind will also store the one you may not recall as easily. Later, bringing the familiar impression into the conscious mind will also bring the other with it. Repeat what you wish to remember a number of times, while at the same time concentrating your mind on it. The common failing of not being able to remember the names of other people, which most of us have, is due entirely to the fact that we do not properly record the name in the first place. When you are introduced to a new person, repeat their name 4 or 5 times, first making sure you understood the name correctly. If the name is similar to that of someone else you know, associate the two names, thinking of both as you repeat the name of the new person. The law of association is the most important feature of a well-trained memory, and it is also a very simple law. If someone gives you a letter to be mailed, look at the letter, then increase its size in your imagination and see it hanging over a mailbox. Fix in your mind a letter approximately the size of a door. Then associate it with a mailbox, and you will find that the first mailbox you pass on the street will cause you to recall that big, odd-looking letter that you have in your pocket. Suppose you were introduced to a lady whose name was Elizabeth Shearer, and you wish to be able to recall her name at will. As you repeat her name, associate with it a large pair of scissors, perhaps 10 feet in length, and Queen Elizabeth, and you will observe that recalling either the large pair of scissors or the name of Queen Elizabeth will also help you recall the name of Elizabeth Shearer. Nearly 10 years ago, a friend gave me his residence telephone number in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and although I did not write it down, I remember it today as well as I did the day he gave it to me. The exchange and number were Lakeview 2651. At the time he gave it to me, we were standing at the railroad station in sight of Lake Michigan. Therefore, I used the lake as an associated object with which to file the name of the telephone exchange. It so happened that the telephone number was made up of the age of my brother, who was then 26, and the age of my sister, who was 51. What you see in your mind's eye is what you get. Proof. What you saw is pretty much what you got. Joe Clock, 26, and my father, who was 5. So I associated their names and ages with the number. To recall the telephone exchange and number, I had only to think of Lake Michigan, my brother, and my father. As Napoleon Hill notes, there are only a few basic memory techniques, and while his explanation covers the classic methods, he does so in rather simple terms. From the many books on the subject and the memory courses that are widely promoted in every media, from magazines to infomercials, it would seem that there must be more to it, and there is. The more to it is the many variations on the basic techniques. Though it may all boil down to repetition, association, and recall of sense impressions, there are many inventive methods by which you can put them into practice, especially the techniques of association and sense impression. None of the available books or courses can offer magic, but they do give you interesting tools to work with. An acquaintance of mine found himself to be suffering from what is often called a wandering mind. He was becoming absent-minded and unable to remember. In his own words, this is how he overcame that handicap. I am 50 years old. For a decade, I have been a department manager in a large factory. At first, my duties were easy. Then the firm had a rapid expansion of business which gave me added responsibilities. Several of the young men in my department developed unusual energy and ability, and at least one of them had his eye on my job. I had reached the age in life when a man likes to be comfortable, and having been with the company a long time, I felt that I could safely settle back into an easy berth. The effect of this attitude was disastrous to my position. About 2 years ago, I noticed that my power of concentration was weakening. I neglected my correspondence until I looked with dread upon the formidable pile of letters. Reports accumulated, and subordinates were inconvenienced by the delay. I sat at my desk with my mind wandering elsewhere. Other circumstances also showed plainly that my mind was not on my work. I forgot to attend an important meeting of the officers of the company. Another time, one of the clerks under me caught a bad mistake I had made in an estimate on a carload of goods, and of course saw to it that the manager learned of the incident. I was thoroughly alarmed at the situation and asked for a week's vacation to think things over. I was determined either to resign or to find the trouble and remedy it. A few days of earnest introspection at an out-of-the-way mountain resort convinced me that I was suffering from a plain case of mind wandering. My physical and mental activities at my desk had become haphazard. I was careless, shiftless, and neglectful, all because my mind was not alertly on the job. I needed a complete new set of working habits, and I made a resolve to acquire them. With paper and pencil, I outlined a schedule to cover the working day. First, the morning mail, then the orders to be filled, dictation, conference with subordinates, and miscellaneous duties, ending with a clean desk before I left. I asked myself how habits are formed, and my answer was by repetition. I realized that I had been doing these things over and over thousands of times, but not in an orderly, concentrated fashion. I returned to the office and put my new working schedule in force at once. I performed the same duties with the same zest and as nearly as possible at the same time every day. When my mind started to slip away, I quickly brought it back. From a mental stimulus created by willpower, I progressed in habit building. Day after day, I practiced concentration of thought. When I found repetition becoming comfortable, then I knew that I had won. Your ability to train your memory or to develop any desired habit is solely a matter of being able to fix your attention on a given subject until the outline of that subject has been thoroughly impressed upon your mind. Concentration itself is nothing but a matter of control of your attention. You will observe that by reading a line of print with which you are not familiar and which you have never seen before, and then closing your eyes, you can see that line as plainly as though you were looking at it on the printed page. In reality, you are looking at it not on the page, but on the sensitized plate of your own mind. If you try this experiment and it does not work the first time, it is because you did not concentrate your attention on the line closely enough. Repeat the process a few times and finally you will succeed. If you wish to memorize poetry, for example, you can do so very quickly by training yourself to fix your attention on the lines so closely that, again, you can shut your eyes and see them in your mind as plainly as you see them on the printed page. So significant is this subject of control of attention that I must emphasize it strongly. I consider it by far the most important part of the lesson. Put this hypothesis to a test of your own. You can select no better subject than your definite chief aim in life. Memorize your definite chief aim so that you can repeat it without looking at the written page. Then make a practice of fixing your attention on it at least twice a day. Go to a quiet place where you will not be disturbed. Sit down and completely relax your mind and your body. Then close your eyes and place your fingers in your ears, thereby blocking all light and all ordinary sound waves. Then repeat your definite chief aim in life, and as you do so, in your imagination, see yourself in full possession of the object of that aim. If a part of your aim is the accumulation of money, as it undoubtedly is, then see yourself in possession of that money. If a part of the object of your definite chief aim is to own a home, then see a picture of that home in your imagination just as you expect to see it in reality. If a part of your definite chief aim is to become a powerful and influential public speaker, then see yourself before an enormous audience and feel yourself playing on the emotions of that audience as a great violinist would play on the strings of a violin. Begin now to cultivate the ability to fix attention at will on a given subject, with a feeling that this ability, when fully developed, would bring you the object of your definite chief aim in life. Success, as has been stated in dozens of different ways throughout this course, is very largely a matter of tactful and harmonious negotiation with other people. Generally speaking, one who understands how to get people to do the things they want done may succeed in any calling. I will now describe those principles through which people are influenced, through which cooperation is gained, and through which antagonism is eliminated and friendliness developed. Force sometimes gets what appear to be satisfactory results, but force alone never has built and never can build enduring success. The human body can be imprisoned or controlled by physical force, but it is not so with the human mind. No one can control the mind of a normal, healthy person. If that person chooses to exercise their God-given right to control their own mind, the majority of the people do not exercise this right. They go through the world, thanks to our faulty educational system, without having discovered the strength that lies dormant in their own minds. Now and then something happens that awakens a person and causes them to discover where their real strength lies and how to use it in the development of industry or one of the professions. Result: a genius is born. There is a given point at which the human mind stops rising or exploring unless something out of the daily routine happens to push it over this obstacle. The individual who discovers a way to stimulate his or her mind artificially, to cause it to go beyond this average stopping point frequently, is sure to be rewarded with fame and fortune if their efforts are of a constructive nature. Hill's own mind never did reach its stopping point, although he found it taking an unexpected direction at the same time he reached what he had intended would be semi-retirement. W. Clement Stone had been a devotee of Napoleon Hill's philosophy since he first read Think and Grow Rich in 1938. The owner of an insurance company selling $1 travel policies, Stone had purchased many thousands of copies of the book, making it required reading for each of his thousands of salespeople. In 1952, Stone's friend and dentist, Dr. Herb Gustafson, had recommended Napoleon Hill as speaker for a dental convention in Chicago. It was to have been one of Hill's last public engagements, and Gustafson invited Stone to attend. When they met, Stone told Hill of the numerous copies he had bought of Think and Grow Rich and said that he attributed his success and great wealth to that book. In A Lifetime of Riches, author Michael Riff says that to Hill it was an endorsement of his life's work, and it came from a man who was more than accomplished. Stone was, in Hill's eyes, an empire builder cut from the same mold as the giants of early 20th century American industry, whose philosophies had provided the basis for Hill's principles of success. W. Clement Stone's primary goals were to increase his business from a $32 million enterprise to $100 million, and personally to use his wealth and knowledge to create a better world for this and future generations. He called this his magnificent obsession. They were philosophically in perfect harmony. Stone persuaded Hill to forget about retirement, and by the end of the luncheon they had created the foundation for what would become the strongest mastermind alliance of Hill's career. To further spread Hill's message, Stone would manage his activities and provide financial backing. They formed Napoleon Hill Associates. Stone's business goal was more than realized. With Hill motivating his staff, the company's assets reached $900 million. To reach what was the personal goal of both, Napoleon Hill Associates produced books, courses, lectures, inspirational films, radio programs, and eventually television shows. The success of their business partnership and mastermind alliance continued until 1961, always with a handshake, never a contract. Their friendship continued throughout the rest of Hill's life. Napoleon Hill died November 8, 1970, at the age of 87. W. Clement Stone died September 3, 2002, at the age of 100, having fulfilled his magnificent obsession by donating more than $275 million to various charities over his lifetime. End. The educator who discovers a way to stimulate any mind and cause it to rise above its usual stopping point without any bad reactionary effects will confer a blessing on humanity second to none. I am not referring to physical stimulants. I am referring to a purely mental stimulant, such as that which comes through intense interest, desire, enthusiasm, love, and so on, the factors out of which a master mind may be developed. The person who makes this discovery will also do much toward solving the crime problem. You can do almost anything with a person when you learn how to influence their mind. The human mind may be likened to a great field. It is a very fertile field that always produces a crop of the kind of seed that is sown in it. The problem then is to learn how to select the right sort of seed and how to sow that seed so that it takes root and grows quickly. I do not feel obliged to believe that the same God who has endowed us with sense, reason, and intellect has intended us to forego their use. Galileo Galilei. We are sowing seed in our minds every second, but we are doing it more or less unconsciously. We must learn to do it following a carefully prepared plan, according to a well-laid-out design. Haphazardly sown seed in the human mind brings back a haphazard crop. There is no escape from this result. History is full of notable cases of those who've been transformed from law-abiding, peaceful, constructive citizens to vicious criminals. We also have thousands of cases wherein criminals have been transformed into constructive, law-abiding citizens. In every one of these cases, the transformation of the human being took place in the mind of the person, each created in their own mind for one reason or another, a picture of what they desired, and then proceeded to transform that picture into reality. If a picture of any environment, condition, or thing is envisioned in the human mind, and if the mind is focused or concentrated on that picture long enough and persistently enough, and backed up with a strong desire for the thing pictured, it is but a short step from the picture to the realization of it in physical or mental form. The World War brought out many startling tendencies of the human mind which corroborate the work that psychologists have been doing in their research into the workings of the mind. The following account of a rough, unschooled, undisciplined young mountain man is an excellent case in point. Including the following story of World War I hero Alvin York, as written by George W. Dixon, Napoleon Hill's intent was not just to tell the story of a hero, but also to illustrate his point that, given a powerful enough stimulus, an individual can change his or her mind and thereby change his or her life. In the case of Alvin Ure, he went through two profound changes, the first self-directed and the second inspired by others whom he respected. Though the modern reader may find the storytelling style a little florid and melodramatic, the editors of this edition have chosen to reprint it exactly as it first appeared. Mr. Dixon's passionate literary style also says something about how powerfully affected the public of the day was by Alvin York's story of self-transformation. In 1941, York's story was made into the motion picture Sergeant York, starring Gary Cooper, a role for which Cooper won the Academy Award for Best Actor. Alvin York acted as a consultant on the film, so the events portrayed are not as overly dramatic or romanticized as many other Hollywood biographies. Sergeant York is available on video, and it still holds up as a well-made, powerful, and affecting movie. Thought for his religion, now great war hero. Rotarians plan to present Farm to Alvin York, Unlettered Tennessee Squirrel Hunter, by George W. Dixon. How Alvin Coulomb York, an unlettered Tennessee squirrel hunter, became the foremost hero of the American Expeditionary Forces in France, forms a romantic chapter in the history of the World War. York is a native of Fentress County. He was born and reared among the hardy mountaineers of the Tennessee woods. There is not even a railroad in Fentress County. During his earlier years, he was reputed to be a desperate character. He was what was known as a gunman. He was a dead shot with a revolver, and his prowess with the rifle was known far and wide among the plain people of the Tennessee hills. One day, a religious organization pitched its tent in the community in which York and his parents lived. It was a strange sect that came to the mountains looking for converts, but the methods of the evangels of the new cult were full of fire and emotionalism. They denounced the sinner, the vile character, and the man who took advantage of his neighbor. They pointed to the religion of the master as an example that all should follow. Alvin gets religion. Alvin Coulomb York startled his neighbors one night by flinging himself down at the mourner's bench. Old men stirred in their seats and women craned their necks as York wrestled with his sins in the shadows of the Tennessee mountains. York became an ardent apostle of the new religion. He became an exhorter, a leader in the religious life of the community. And although his marksmanship was as deadly as ever, no one feared him who walked in the path of righteousness. When the news of the war reached that remote section of Tennessee and the mountaineers were told that they were going to be conscripted, York grew sullen and disagreeable. He did not believe in killing human beings, even in war. His Bible taught him, "Thou shalt not kill." To his mind, this was literal and final. He was branded as a conscientious objector. The draft officers anticipated trouble. They knew that his mind was made up and they would have to reach him in some manner other than by threats of punishment. War in a holy cause. They went to York with a Bible and showed him that the war was in a holy cause, the cause of liberty and human freedom. They pointed out that men like himself were called upon by the higher powers to make the world free, to protect innocent women and children from violation, to make life worth living for the poor and oppressed, to overcome the beast pictured in the scriptures, and to make the world free for the development of Christian ideals and Christian manhood and womanhood. It was a fight between the hosts of righteousness and the hordes of Satan. The devil was trying to conquer the world through his chosen agents, the Kaiser and his generals. York's eyes blazed with a fierce light. His big hands closed like a vice. His strong jaws snapped. "The Kaiser," he hissed between his teeth. "The beast. The destroyer of women and children. I will show him where he belongs if I ever get within gunshot of him." He caressed his rifle, kissed his mother goodbye, and told her he would see her again when the Kaiser had been put out of business. He went to the training camp and drilled with scrupulous care and strict obedience to orders. His skill at target practice attracted attention. His comrades were puzzled at his high scores. They had not reckoned that a backwoods squirrel hunter would make fine material for a sniper in the front-line trenches. York's part in the war is now history. General Pershing has designated him as the foremost individual hero of the war. He won every decoration, including the Congressional Medal, the Croix de Guerre, the Legion of Honor. He faced the Germans without fear of death. He was fighting to vindicate his religion for the sanctity of the home, the love of women and children, the preservation of the ideal of Christianity, and the liberties of the poor and oppressed. Fear was not in his code or his vocabulary. His cool daring electrified more than 1 million men and set the world to talking about this strange, unlettered hero from the hills of Tennessee. Here we have a case of a young mountain man who, had he been approached from just a slightly different angle, undoubtedly would have resisted conscription and, likely as not, would have become so embittered toward his country that he would have become an outlaw, looking for an opportunity to strike back at the first chance. Those who approached him knew something of the principles through which the human mind works. They knew how to connect with young York by first overcoming the resistance he had worked up in his own mind. This is the very point at which thousands of men, through improper understanding of these principles, are arbitrarily classed as criminals and treated as dangerous, vicious people. Through suggestion, these people could have been handled as effectively as young York was handled, and they could have developed into useful, productive human beings. In your search for ways and means of understanding and manipulating your own mind so that you can persuade it to create what you desire in life, let me remind you that, without a single exception, anything that irritates you and arouses you to anger, hatred, dislike, or cynicism is destructive to you. You can never get the maximum or even a fair average of constructive action out of your mind until you have learned to control it and keep it from becoming stimulated through anger or fear. These two negatives, anger and fear, are without question destructive to your mind. As long as you allow them to remain, you can be sure of results that are unsatisfactory and far below what you are capable of producing. In our discussion of environment and habit, we learn that the individual mind is amenable to the suggestions of environment and that the minds of the individuals of a crowd blend with one another, conforming to the suggestion of the leader or dominating figure. Following are comments by leading authorities that will give you a better understanding of the law of concentration, as it is often used by those who wish to blend or fuse the minds of a crowd so they will function as a single mind. Commentary. In the original edition of Law of Success, following the above introduction, Napoleon Hill had included an extremely lengthy digression on religious revival meetings. As readers of this book are well aware, Hill was intrigued by the workings of the mind, the study of psychology in general, and, in particular, the serious study of hypnosis. To his dismay, the scientific work done in these areas was being abused. Hypnosis was falling into disrepute because stage magicians, who were extremely popular at the time, often used it as a part of their act. At the same time, the phenomenon of the religious revival meeting was sweeping America. Hill was very critical of the ways in which the leaders of these tent meetings manipulated the emotions of their followers by using the techniques of mass psychology and hypnosis to create the illusion of religious epiphany. Apparently, Hill felt that his readers needed to be warned of these abuses, and he extensively quoted numerous experts to support his position. At the time of this writing, revival meetings are far from being a widespread phenomenon. The magicians of note are creating grand illusions in the casinos of Las Vegas, and hypnosis has regained its status as a serious psychological technique used in hypnotherapy. Knowing that the reader of this edition is not in danger of being bamboozled, the editors have limited the number of repetitive supporting quotations. There are, however, some interesting points made in this quoted material about the mass psychology of revival meetings, which the modern reader may even have experienced at a seminar or workshop given by one of today's powerful motivational speakers. Every man has a mob self and an individual self, in varying proportions. B.H. Lawrence. Here Mr. J.A. Fisk gives an interesting account of the influence of mental suggestion in a revival meeting. Mental suggestion in the revival. Modern psychology has firmly established the fact that the greater part of the phenomena of the religious revival are psychical rather than spiritual in their nature. But the leading authorities recognize the fact that the mental excitement of the emotional appeals of the revivalist must be classified with the phenomenon of hypnotic suggestion rather than with that of true religious experience. In fact, by some careful observers familiar with the respective phenomena, the religious revival meeting is classed with the public hypnotic entertainment. In order to understand the principle of the operation of mental suggestion in the revival meeting, we must first understand something of what is known as the psychology of the crowd. Psychologists are aware that the psychology of a crowd differs from that of the separate individuals composing that crowd. There is a crowd of separate individuals and a composite crowd in which the emotional natures of the units seem to blend and fuse. The change arises from the influence of earnest attention or deep emotional appeals or common interest. When this change occurs, the crowd becomes a composite individual whose intelligence and emotional control is little above that of its weakest member. The predominant characteristics of this composite-mindedness of a crowd are the evidences of extreme suggestibility, response to appeals of emotion, vivid imagination, and action arising from imitation. Dial, in his Psychology of the Aggregate Mind of an Audience, holds that the mind of an assemblage listening to a powerful speaker undergoes a curious process called fusion, by which the individuals in the audience, losing their personal traits for the time being, are reduced, as it were, to a single individual whose characteristics are those of an impulsive youth, imbued in general with high ideals, but lacking in reasoning power and will. Terre, the French psychologist, advances similar views. Professor Joseph Jastrow, in his Fact and Fable in Psychology, says, "A conjurer finds it easy to perform to a large audience because, among other reasons, it is easier to arouse their admiration and sympathy, easier to make them forget themselves and enter into the uncritical spirit of wonderland." It would seem that in some respects the critical tone of an assembly, like the strength of a chain, is that of its weakest member. Professor Gustave Le Bon, in his The Crowd, says, "Sentiments and ideas of all the persons in the gathering take one and the same direction and their conscious personality vanishes. The most careful observations seem to prove that an individual immersed for some length of time in a crowd in action soon finds himself in a special state, which most resembles the state of fascination in which the hypnotized individual finds himself. The conscious personality has entirely vanished, will and discernment are lost. All feelings and thoughts are bent in the direction determined by the hypnotizer. Moreover, by the mere fact that he forms part of an organized crowd, a man descends several rungs in the ladder of civilization. Isolated, he may be a cultured individual. In a crowd, he is a barbarian, that is, a creature acting by instinct. An individual in a crowd is a grain of sand amid other grains of sand, which the wind stirs up at will. Professor Frederick Morgan Davenport, in his book Primitive Traits in Religious Revivals, says, "The mind of the crowd is strangely like that of primitive man. Most of the people in it may be far from primitive in emotion, in thought, in character. Nevertheless, the result tends always to be the same. Stimulation immediately begets action. Reason is in abeyance. The cool, rational speaker has little chance beside the skillful emotional orator. The crowd thinks in images, and speech must take this form to be accessible to it. Follows from this, of course, that appeals to the imagination have paramount influence. The crowd is united and governed by emotion rather than by reason. The explanation of this is that the attention of the crowd is always directed either by the circumstances of the occasion or by the speaker to certain common ideas, as salvation in religious gatherings, and every individual in the gathering is stirred with emotion not only because the idea or the shibboleth stirs him, but also because he is conscious that every other individual in the gathering believes in the idea or the shibboleth and is stirred by it too. As Emil Durkheim observed in his Psychological Investigations, the average individual is intimidated by the mass of the crowd around him, or before him, and experiences that peculiar psychological influence exerted by the mere number of people as against his individual self. Not only does the suggestible person find it easy to respond to the authoritative suggestions of the preacher and the exhortations of his helpers, but he is also brought under the direct fire of the imitative suggestions of those on all sides who are experiencing emotional activities and who are manifesting them outwardly. Human beings in times of intense excitement are peculiarly open to suggestion and imitation. When such conditions exist, they are liable to act without the guidance of reason, under the impulse of the dominating emotion or idea. It is a characteristic of all movements and crusades that the psychopathic element rises to the top. Robert Lindner, of panic, fright, or deep emotion of any kind, manifests the imitative tendency of sheep and the tendency of cattle and horses to stampede under imitation. In both hypnosis and revival meetings, the attention and interest is attracted by the unusual procedure. The element of mystery and awe is induced by words and actions calculated to inspire them. The senses are tired by monotonous talk in an impressive and authoritative tone. And finally, the suggestions are projected in a commanding, suggestive manner familiar to all students of hypnotic suggestion. The subjects in both cases are prepared for the final suggestions and commands by previously given minor suggestions, such as, in the case of the hypnotist, stand up or look this way, and so on. In the case of the revivalist, by something like all those who think so and so stand up, or all who are willing to become better stand up. The impressionable subjects are thus accustomed to obedience to suggestion by easy stages. And finally, the commanding suggestion, come right up this way, right up. Come, I say, come, 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 which takes the impressed ones right off their feet and rushes them to the front, are almost precisely the same in the hypnotic experiment or seance on the one hand and the sensational revival on the other. You know, every good revivalist would make a good hypnotic operator, and every good hypnotic operator would make a good revivalist, if his mind were turned in that direction. In the revival, the person giving the suggestions has the advantage of breaking down the resistance of his audience by arousing their sentiments and emotions. Tales depicting the influence of mother, home, and heaven tend to reduce one to the state of emotional response and render them most susceptible to strong, repeated suggestions along the same line. The element of fear is also invoked in the revival. The fear of a sudden death in an unconverted condition is held over the audience, and why not now, why not tonight, is asked. The persons who show signs of being influenced are then labored with by either the revivalist or his co-workers. They are urged to surrender their will and leave it all to the Lord. They are told to give yourself to God now, right now, this minute, or to only believe now and you shall be saved, or won't you give yourself to Jesus, etc. They are exhorted and prayed with. Arms are placed around their shoulders, and every art of emotional persuasive suggestion is used to make the sinner give up. Edwin Diller Starbuck, in his The Psychology of Religion, relates a number of instances of the experiences of converted persons at revivals. One person wrote as follows: "My will seemed wholly at the mercy of others, particularly of the revivalist M. There was absolutely no intellectual element. It was pure feeling. There followed a period of ecstasy. I was bent on doing good and was eloquent in appealing to others. The state of moral exaltation did not continue. It was followed by a complete relapse from orthodox religion. While there have undoubtedly been many instances of persons attracted originally by the emotional excitement of the revival and afterwards leading worthy religious lives in accordance with the higher spiritual nature, still in too many cases the revival has exerted but a temporary effect for good upon the persons yielding to the excitement, and after the stress has passed, has resulted in creating an indifference and even an aversion for true religious feeling. In others, there is merely awakened a susceptibility to emotional excitement, which causes the individual to undergo repeated stages of conversion at each revival, and a subsequent backsliding after the influence of the meeting has passed. We must respect the other fellow's religion, but only in the sense and to the extent that we respect his theory that his wife is beautiful and his children smart." H.L. Mencken. Apply concentration to the laws of success. By now, you will have learned that the one thing over which you have complete control is your thoughts. You may not be able to determine every circumstance of your life, but with concentration and accurate thinking, you can determine your reaction to those circumstances. The law of concentration is one of the major principles that must be understood and applied intelligently by all who would successfully experiment with what I have described as the mastermind. I have striven throughout this course to give you practical means for putting to work everything you learn. You have no doubt noticed that with each lesson, the ideas of the previous lessons have also been integrated. The Law of Success course is arranged in this manner so that your understanding of each new lesson also increases your comprehension of and ability to apply all the previous lessons. The mastermind and after the lesson visit with the author. With the aid of the mind, man has discovered many interesting facts about the earth on which we live, the air and the endless space about us, and the millions of other planets and heavenly bodies that float through space. With the aid of a little mechanical contrivance which man's mind conceived, called a spectroscope, man has discovered, at a distance of 93 million miles, the nature of the substances of which the sun is made. We have lived through the Stone Age, the Iron Age, the Copper Age, the religious fanatic age, the Industrial Age, the Scientific Research Age, and now we enter the Age of Thought. Out of the spoils of the dark ages through which we have passed has come much material that is sound food for thought. While for more than 10,000 years the battle has raged between ignorance, superstition, and fear on the one side and intelligence on the other, we have picked up some useful knowledge. Among the fragments of useful knowledge gathered, we have discovered and classified the elements of which all physical matter consists. By study and analysis and comparison, we have discovered the bigness of the material things in the universe as they are represented by the suns and stars, some of them over 10 million times as large as the Earth. We have also discovered the littleness of things by reducing matter to molecules, then to atoms, which are in turn made up of electrons that are themselves comprised of even smaller units, all constantly in rapid motion. And thus it is said that in every drop of water and every grain of sand, the entire principle upon which the whole universe operates is duplicated. How do we know these things to be true? Through the aid of the mind. In the physical or material world, whether one is looking at the largest star that floats through the heavens or the smallest grain of sand to be found on Earth, the object under observation is but an organized collection of molecules, atoms, and electrons. Man knows much about the physical facts of the universe. The next great scientific discovery may well be proof of my belief that in some way, every human brain may be both a broadcasting and a receiving station. That every thought vibration released by the brain may be picked up and interpreted by all other brains that are in harmony with the rate of vibration of the broadcasting brain. I am of the opinion, and not without substantial evidence to support me, that it is possible for one to develop the ability of fixing their attention so highly that they may tune in and understand what is in the mind of any person. But this is not all, nor is it the most important part of a hypothesis at which I have arrived after many years of careful research, for I believe that one may just as easily go a step further and tune in on the universal mind in which all knowledge is stored. To a highly orthodox mind, these statements may seem very irrational. But to the student who has studied this subject, these hypotheses seem not only possible, but also absolutely probable. Commentary. As was noted in Lesson 1, Introduction to the Master Mind, when Napoleon Hill was writing this book in 1927, the two founders of modern psychology, Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, were still developing their theories of how the human mind worked. In the time since, much of Freudian psychology has been supplanted by other theories and techniques. But this is not true of Jung. If anything, Jungian psychology has gained greater acceptance. It is interesting to note that one of the cornerstones of Jung's theory is what he called the collective unconscious, a concept that is not dissimilar to what Hill is proposing here as well as in his explanations of the master mind. How did we acquire the knowledge that we possess concerning the physical laws of this earth? How did we learn what has taken place before our time and during the uncivilized period? We gathered this knowledge by turning back the pages of nature's Bible and there viewing the unimpeachable evidence of millions of years of struggle among animals of a lower intelligence. By turning back the great stone pages, we have uncovered the bones, skeletons, footprints, and other unmistakable evidence that Mother Nature has held for our inspection throughout unbelievable periods of time. Now we are turning our attention to another section of nature's Bible, a history of the great mental struggle that has taken place in the realm of thought. Thanks to education, meaning the unfolding and developing from within of the human mind, nature's Bible is now being interpreted. The story of humankind's long and perilous struggle upward has been written on the pages of this, the greatest of all Bibles. All who have at least partly conquered the 6 basic fears described in Lesson 3, and who have successfully conquered superstition and ignorance, may read the records that have been written in nature's Bible. Commentary. As explained in detail in Lesson 3 and also in Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, the 6 basic fears are the fear of poverty, the fear of old age, the fear of criticism, the fear of loss of love of someone, the fear of ill health, and the fear of death. In fact, Hill re-examined these fears in varying ways in most of his works. Come for a short visit with a few of the powerful men who are making use of power created through the blending, in a spirit of harmony, of 2 or more minds. Henry Ford, Thomas A. Edison, and Harvey Firestone are men of great achievement in their respective fields of endeavor. Of the 3, Henry Ford is the most powerful, with reference to economic power. So great is his power that he may have anything of a physical nature that he desires, or its equivalent. Millions of dollars to him are but playthings, no harder to acquire than the grains of sand with which the child builds sand tunnels. Mr. Edison has such a keen insight into Mother Nature's Bible that he has harnessed and combined, for the good of man, more of nature's laws than any other man who ever lived. Mr. Firestone's industrial achievement has made dollars multiply themselves so rapidly that his name has become a byword wherever automobiles are operated. All 3 men began their business and professional careers with no capital and but little schooling of the nature usually referred to as education. Perhaps Mr. Ford's beginning was by far the most humble of the 3. Cursed with poverty and with lack of even the most elementary form of schooling, and handicapped by ignorance in many forms, he has mastered all of these in the inconceivably short period of 25 years. Thus might we briefly describe the achievements of 3 well-known, successful men of power. But we have been dealing with effect only. The true philosopher wishes to know something of the cause that produced these desirable effects. It is a matter of public knowledge that Mr. Ford, Mr. Edison, and Mr. Firestone are close personal friends, that they go away to the woods once a year for a period of recuperation and rest. But it is not generally known. It is doubtful if these 3 men themselves even know it. That there exists between the 3 men a bond of harmony out of which has grown a mastermind that is being used by each of the 3. A mind that has the capacity to tune in on forces with which most men are to no extent familiar. Let us repeat the statement that out of the blending and harmonizing of 2 or more minds, 12 or 13 minds appear to be the most favorable number, may be produced a mind that has the capacity to tune in and pick up kindred thoughts on any subject. Through the principle of harmony of minds, Ford, Edison, and Firestone have created a mastermind which now supplements the efforts of each of the 3, and whether consciously or unconsciously, this mastermind is the cause of the success of each of the 3. There is no other answer to their attainment of great power and far-reaching success in their respective fields of endeavor, and this is true despite the fact that none of them may be conscious of the power they have created, or the manner in which they have done so. Throughout Law of Success, Napoleon Hill often names the same individuals and companies over and over when citing examples to illustrate how to apply the principles of success. These were the people Andrew Carnegie made available to Hill, and so when he spoke of how they used these principles, he did so from close observation and personal knowledge. It is interesting to speculate whom Napoleon Hill might have written about had he been writing Law of Success at the beginning of the 21st century. Which of the leaders of business and industry would he choose as examples of each principle of personal achievement? Had he known him, what would Hill have had to say about someone such as Sir Richard Branson, one of the more interesting and unusual of today's billionaires and renowned for his flamboyant, often outrageous, business and promotional style? Like Hill's examples above, Branson's school education was not extensive. But despite learning difficulties due to dyslexia, he was already coming up with business ideas while still in high school. In 1968, he and friend Johnny Gems created a newspaper called Student, selling subscriptions, not just to students at their own school, but also to those at several other British schools. And And like Hill's three examples, Branson also had no capital other than £4 from his mother for postage and telephone expenses. But with grand dreams and articles written by such diverse contributors as government officials, musicians, and celebrities, they soon managed to sell corporate advertising. Soon afterward, when the British government lifted price controls on retail products, Branson noticed that none of the music stores were discounting records, so he ran ads in his newspaper offering discounted records by mail order. Finding that the record sales were more profitable than newspaper sales, he and Johnny acquired retail space above a shoe store by convincing the owner that their customer traffic would so greatly benefit his shoe business that it justified free rent. This was the first Virgin record store, so named by these virgins at business. Though Branson has retained that company name, the original reasoning was not applicable for long. Virgin has become such a well-recognized brand name that the majority of the companies in the Virgin Empire are partnerships with other companies wanting to benefit from that brand association. Singapore Airlines, for example, in 1999 purchased 49% of Virgin Atlantic Airlines. Despite his success and with more than 300 business enterprises by 2002, Richard Branson has never had a corporate office or a corporate staff. His office, usually in one of his residences, is his notebook and a telephone. But what is said to be Branson's most valuable asset is his ability to connect with people, in the true sense of the mastermind, and to empower their ideas, to his own benefit as well as to theirs. He seems to create a new mastermind group with each new venture, bringing into it the people or companies best able to provide the necessary links. When Branson wanted to expand the Virgin brand into mobile phones, he did it as a co-venture with Britain's 121. When he decided to expand into e-commerce, and being admittedly computer illiterate, who did he bring into this venture? None other than Microsoft co-founder Paul Allen. There are aspects of this entrepreneur's story that are applicable to most all of Hill's principles, but we have chosen to mention Richard Branson in connection with this lesson because concentration and the mastermind principle seem to best exemplify, or perhaps be the only feasible explanation for, his determination and success in implementing his ideas to the degree that he had. These men, whether by accident or design, have blended their minds in such a way that the mind of each has been supplemented by the power of the mastermind, and that mind has brought each of them more worldly gain than any person could possibly use. The law upon which the principle of a mastermind operates was discovered by Christ when he surrounded himself with 12 disciples and created the first 13 club of the world. Despite the fact that one of the 13, Judas, broke the chain of harmony, sufficient seed had been sown during the period of harmony that originally existed between these 13 people to ensure the continuation of the greatest and most far-reaching philosophy known to the inhabitants of this earth. Many millions of people believe themselves to possess wisdom. Many of these do possess wisdom in certain elementary stages, but no one may possess real wisdom without the aid of the power of a master mind. And such a mind cannot be created except through the principle of blending, in harmony, of two or more minds. Through many years of practical experimentation, it has been found that 13 minds, when blended in a spirit of perfect harmony, produce the most practical results. On this principle, whether consciously or unconsciously, is founded all of the great industrial and commercial successes that are so abundant in this age. The successful business, industrial, and financial enterprises are those managed by leaders who either consciously or unconsciously apply the principle of coordinated effort described here. If you would be a great leader in any undertaking, surround yourself with other minds that can be blended in a spirit of cooperation so that they act and function as one. If you can grasp this principle and apply it, you may have, for your efforts, whatever you want. Volume 4. The Principles of Personal Integrity. Cooperation. Profiting by failure. Tolerance. The Golden Rule. The universal law of cosmic habit force. The lucky or successful person has learned a simple secret. Call up, capture, evoke the feeling of success. When you feel successful and self-confident, you will act successfully. Maxwell Maltz. Lesson 7. Enthusiasm. You can do it if you believe you can. Enthusiasm is a state of mind that inspires and arouses one to put action into the task at hand. And it does more than this. It is contagious and vitally affects not only the enthusiast but all with whom they come in contact as well. Enthusiasm bears the same relationship to a human being that steam does to the locomotive. It is the vital moving force that impels action. The greatest leaders are the ones who know how to inspire enthusiasm in their followers. Enthusiasm is the most important factor entering into salesmanship, and by far the most vital factor that enters into public speaking. How enthusiasm will affect you. Mix enthusiasm with your work and it will not seem difficult or monotonous. Enthusiasm will so energize your entire body that you can get along with less than half the usual amount of sleep, and at the same time, it will enable you to perform 2 to 3 times as much work as you usually perform in a given period without fatigue. For many years, I have done most of my writing at night. One night, while I was enthusiastically working at my typewriter, I looked out the window of my study just across the square from the Metropolitan Tower in New York City and saw what seemed to be the most peculiar reflection of the moon on the tower. It was a silvery gray shade, such as I had never seen before. Upon closer inspection, I found that the reflection was that of the early morning sun and not that of the moon. It was daylight. I had been at work all night, but I was so engrossed in my work that the night had passed as though it were but an hour. I worked at my task all that day and all the following night without stopping, except for a small amount of light food. 2 nights and 1 day without sleep and with little food, without the slightest evidence of fatigue, would not have been possible had I not kept my body energized with enthusiasm over the work at hand. Enthusiasm is not merely a figure of speech. It is a vital force that you can harness and use. Without enthusiasm, you would resemble an electric battery without electricity. Enthusiasm is the vital force with which you recharge your body and develop a dynamic personality. Some people are blessed with natural enthusiasm, while others must acquire it. The procedure through which it may be developed is simple. It begins by doing work you like. If you cannot engage in the work that you like best, for the time being, then you can continue in another line very effectively by adopting a definite chief aim that contemplates your engaging in your chosen work at some future time. Lack of money and other circumstances over which you have no control may force you to engage in work that you do not like. But no one can stop you from determining in your own mind what your definite chief aim in life shall be. Nor can anyone stop you from planning ways and means for translating this aim into reality, and nor can anyone stop you from mixing enthusiasm with your plans. Happiness, the final object of all human effort, is a state of mind that can be maintained only through the hope of future achievement. The happy person is the one who dreams of heights of achievement that are yet unattained. The home you intend to own, the money you intend to earn and place in the bank, the trip you intend to take when you can afford it, the position in life you intend to fill when you have prepared yourself, and the preparation itself. These are the things that produce happiness. Likewise, these are the materials out of which your definite chief aim is formed, and these are the things over which you may become enthusiastic, no matter what your present station in life may be. More than 20 years ago, I became enthusiastic over an idea. When the idea first took form in my mind, I was unprepared to take even the first step toward its transformation into reality. But I nursed it in my mind, and I became enthusiastic as I looked ahead, in my imagination, and saw the time when I would be prepared to make it a reality. The idea was this. I wanted to become the editor of a magazine based on the golden rule, through which I could inspire people to keep up courage and deal with one another squarely. Finally, my chance came, and on Armistice Day 1918, I wrote the first editorial for what was to become the material realization of a hope that had lain dormant in my mind for nearly 20 years. With enthusiasm, I poured into that editorial the emotions which I had been developing in my heart. My dream had come true. My editorship of a national magazine had become a reality. As I have said, this editorial was written with enthusiasm. I took it to a man of my acquaintance, and with enthusiasm I read it to him. The editorial ended in these words: "At last, my 20-year-old dream is about to come true. It takes money, and a lot of it, to publish a national magazine, and I have not the slightest idea where I am going to get this essential factor, but this is worrying me not at all, because I know I am going to get it somewhere." As I wrote those lines, I mixed enthusiasm and faith with them. I had hardly finished reading this editorial when the man to whom I read it, the first and only person to whom I had shown it, said, "I can tell you where you are going to get the money, for I am going to supply it." And he did. Enthusiasm is a vital force, so vital that until you have it highly developed, you cannot even begin to imagine its potential power in the achievement of success. Before moving to the next step in this lesson, I wish to repeat and to emphasize the fact that you may develop enthusiasm over your definite chief aim in life, whether you are in position to achieve that purpose at this time or not. You may be a long way from realization of your definite chief aim, but if you will kindle the fire of enthusiasm in your heart and keep it burning, before very long the obstacles that now stand in the way of your attainment of that purpose will melt away as if by magic, and you will find yourself in possession of power that you did not know you possessed. How your enthusiasm will affect others. We come now to the discussion of one of the most important subjects of this course: suggestion. Suggestion is the principle through which your words and your acts, and even your state of mind, influence others. In Lesson 2, Napoleon Hill discusses at length the subject of autosuggestion or self-suggestion, and in Lesson 3 he introduces a related concept which he called the law of mental telepathy. As noted earlier, in the time since Hill's writing, most experiments in telepathy have done little to convince the skeptical. What Hill meant by the term, however, had little to do with hocus pocus and much to do with common sense. Here he briefly recaps his thoughts on telepathy as it relates to suggestion. If you accept the principle of telepathy, the communication of thought from one mind to another without the aid of signs, symbols, or sounds, as a reality, you of course understand why enthusiasm is contagious and why it influences all within its radius. When your own mind is vibrating at a high rate because it has been stimulated with enthusiasm, that vibration registers in the minds of all within its radius, and especially in the minds of those with whom you come in close contact. When a public speaker senses their audience is in harmony with him or her, they are merely recognizing that their own enthusiasm has influenced the minds of the listeners, until the listeners' minds are vibrating in harmony with the speaker's own. When the salesperson senses that the psychological moment for closing a sale has arrived, he or she merely feels the effect of their own enthusiasm as it influences the mind of the prospective buyer and places that mind in harmony with the salesperson's own. The subject of suggestion constitutes so important a part of this lesson and of this entire course that I will describe the three mediums through which it usually operates, which are what you say, what you do, and what you think. When you are enthusiastic over the goods you are selling or the services you are offering or the speech you are delivering, your state of mind becomes obvious to all who hear you by the tone of your voice. Whether you have ever thought of it in this way or not, it is the tone in which you make a statement, more than it is the statement itself, that carries conviction or fails to convince. No mere combination of words can ever take the place of a deep belief in a statement that is expressed with burning enthusiasm. Words are but devitalized sounds unless colored with feeling that comes from enthusiasm. One feels the noblest and acts the best when the inspiration of enthusiasm drives him onward toward the attainment of some pre-established goal. Here the printed word fails me, for I can never express with mere type and paper the difference between words that fall from unemotional lips without the fire of enthusiasm behind them and those that seem to pour forth from a heart that is bursting with eagerness for expression. The difference is there, however. Thus what you say and the way in which you say it conveys a meaning that may be just the opposite of what is intended. This accounts for many a failure by the salesperson who presents their arguments in words that seem logical enough, but lack the coloring that can come only from enthusiasm that is born of sincerity and belief in the goods they are trying to sell. Their words said one thing, but their tone of voice suggested something entirely different. success, sesum, therefore no sale was made. What you say is, of course, an important factor in the operation of the principle of suggestion, but not nearly so important as what you do. Your acts will count for more than your words, and woe unto you if the two fail to harmonize. If you preach the golden rule as a sound rule of conduct, your words will fall upon deaf ears if you do not practice what you preach. The most effective sermon a person can preach on the soundness of the golden rule is the one that is preached by suggestion when that person applies this rule in their relationships with others. If a salesman of Ford automobiles drives up to his prospective purchaser in a Buick, all the arguments he can present in behalf of the Ford will be without effect. Your thoughts constitute the most important of the three ways in which you apply the principle of suggestion, because they control the tone of your words and, to some extent at least, your actions. If your thoughts and your actions and your words harmonize, you are bound to influence others. We will now analyze the subject of suggestion, and I will show you exactly how to apply the principle upon which it operates. As we have already seen, suggestion differs from autosuggestion in only one way. We use suggestion, consciously or unconsciously, when we influence others, while we use autosuggestion as a means of influencing ourselves. Before you can influence another person through suggestion, that person's mind must be in a state of neutrality. That is, it must be open and receptive to your method of suggestion. Right here is where most salespeople fail. They try to make a sale before the mind of the prospective buyer has been rendered receptive or neutralized. This is such a vital point in this lesson that I feel impelled to dwell on it until there can be no doubt that you understand the principle that I am describing. That is, we feel that the intellect salesperson is the only person whom we actually have trained in the principle that I am describing. When I say that the salesperson must neutralize the mind of the prospective purchaser before a sale can be made, I mean that the prospective purchaser's mind must be credulous. A state of confidence must have been established, and it is obvious that there can be no set rule for either establishing confidence or neutralizing the mind to a state of openness. Here, the ingenuity of the salesperson must supply that which cannot be set down as a hard and fast rule. I know a life insurance salesman who sells nothing but large policies. Before this man even approaches the subject of insurance with a prospective client, he familiarizes himself with that person's complete history, including their education, financial status, eccentricities if they have any, religious preferences, and other data too numerous to be listed. Armed with this information, he manages to secure an introduction under conditions that permit him to know the prospective client in a social as well as a business way. Nothing is said about the sale of life insurance during his first visit, nor his second, and sometimes he does not approach the subject of insurance until he has become very well acquainted with the prospective client. All this time, however, he is not dissipating his efforts. He is taking advantage of these friendly visits for the purpose of neutralizing his prospective client's mind. That is, he is building up a relationship of confidence so that when the time comes for him to talk life insurance, what he says will fall upon ears that willingly listen. Some years ago, I wrote a book entitled How to Sell Your Services. Just before the manuscript went to the publisher, it occurred to me to ask some celebrities to write letters of endorsement to be published in the book. The printer was waiting for the manuscript, therefore I hurriedly wrote a letter to some 8 or 10 people in which I briefly outlined exactly what I wanted. But the letter brought back no replies, for I had failed to observe 2 important prerequisites for success. I had written the letter so hurriedly that I had failed to inject the spirit of enthusiasm into it, and I had neglected to word the letter so that it had the effect of neutralizing the minds of those to whom it was sent. I had not paved the way for the application of the principle of suggestion. After I realized my mistake, I then wrote a letter that was based on strict application of the principle of suggestion. This letter not only brought back replies from all to whom it was sent, but many of the replies were masterpieces and served far beyond my fondest hopes as valuable supplements to the book. For the purpose of comparison, to show you how the principle of suggestion may be used in writing a letter and what an important part enthusiasm plays in giving the written word flesh, the two letters are here reproduced. It will not be necessary to indicate which letter failed, as that will be quite obvious. My dear Mr. Ford, I am just completing a manuscript for a new book entitled How to Sell Your Services. I anticipate the sale of several 100,000 of these books, and I believe those who purchase the book would welcome the opportunity of receiving a message from you as to the best method of marketing personal services. Would you therefore be good enough to give me a few minutes of your time by writing a brief message to be published in my book? This will be a big favor to me personally, and I know it would be appreciated by the readers of the book. My dear Mr. Marshall, would you care for the opportunity to send a message of encouragement and possibly a word of advice to a few 100,000 of your fellow men who have failed to make their mark in the world as successfully as you have done? I have about completed a manuscript for a book to be entitled How to Sell Your Services. The main point made in the book is that service rendered is cause and the pay envelope is effect, and that the latter varies in proportion to the efficiency of the former. The book would be incomplete without a few words of advice from a few men who, like yourself, have come up from the bottom to enviable positions in the world. Therefore, if you will write me of your views as to the most essential points to be borne in mind by those who are offering personal services for sale, I will pass your message on through my book, which will ensure it's getting into hands where it will do a world of good for a class of earnest people who are struggling to find their places in the world's work. I know you are a busy man, Mr. Marshall, but please bear in mind that by simply calling in your secretary and dictating a brief letter, you will be sending forth an important message to possibly 500,000 people. In money, this will not be worth 2 cents to you, the stamp that you will place on the letter, but if estimated from the viewpoint of the good it may do others who are less fortunate than yourself, it may be worth the difference between success and failure to many a worthy person who will read your message, believe in it, and be guided by it. Very cordially yours. Now, let us analyze the two letters and find out why one failed in its mission while the other succeeded. This analysis should start with one of the most important fundamentals of salesmanship: motive. In the first letter, it is obvious that the motive is entirely one of self-interest. The letter states exactly what is wanted, but the wording of it leaves a doubt as to why the request is made or whom it is intended to benefit. Study the sentence in the second paragraph. This will be a big favor to me personally, etc. Now, it may seem to be a peculiar trait, but the truth is that most people will not grant favors just to please others. If I ask you to render a service that will benefit me without bringing you some corresponding advantage, you will not show much enthusiasm in granting that favor. You may refuse altogether if you have a plausible excuse for refusing. But if I ask you to render a service that will benefit a third person, even though the service must be rendered through me, and if that service is of such a nature that it is likely to reflect credit on you, the chances are that you will render the service willingly. We see this psychology demonstrated by the person who gives only small change to the beggar on the street, but willingly hands over hundreds of thousands of dollars to the charity worker who is soliciting in the name of others. But the most damaging suggestion of all is contained in the last and most important paragraph of the letter. Thanking you in advance for any consideration you may care to show me. This sentence strongly suggests that the writer of the letter anticipates a refusal of their request. It dearly indicates lack of enthusiasm. It paves the way for a refusal of the request. There is not one single word in the entire letter that places in the mind of anyone to whom it is sent a satisfactory reason for complying with the request. On the other hand, the reader can clearly see that the object of the letter is to secure a letter of endorsement that will help sell the book. The most important selling argument, in fact the only selling argument in connection with this request, has been lost because it was not brought out and established as the real motive for making the request. This argument was but faintly mentioned in the sentence. I believe those who purchase the book would welcome the opportunity of receiving a message from you as to the best method of marketing personal services. The opening paragraph of the letter violates an important fundamental of salesmanship because it clearly suggests that the object of the letter is to gain some advantage for its writer, and does not even hint at any advantage to the person to whom it is sent. Instead of neutralizing the mind of the recipient of the letter as it should do, it has just the opposite effect. It makes it easy for him to say no. It reminds me of a salesman, or perhaps I should say someone who wanted to be a salesman, who once approached me in an effort to sell me a subscription to the Saturday Evening Post. As he held a copy of the magazine in front of me, he suggested the answer I should give by this question. "You wouldn't subscribe for the Post to help me out, would you?" He had made it too easy for me to say no. There was no enthusiasm behind his words, and he suggested nothing that appealed to my self-interest motive. Therefore, he lost a sale. A few weeks later, another subscription agent approached me. She was selling a combination of 6 magazines, one of which was the Saturday Evening Post, but how different her approach was. She glanced at my library table, on which she saw several magazines, then at my bookshelves, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Oh, I see you are a lover of books and magazines." I proudly pleaded guilty to the charge. Observe the word proudly, for it has an important bearing on this incident. I laid down the manuscript that I was reading when this saleswoman came in, for I could see that she was a woman of intelligence. Just how I came to see this, you will see too from this story. The important point is that I laid down the manuscript and actually felt myself wanting to hear what she had to say. With the aid of 11 words, plus a pleasant smile, plus a tone of genuine enthusiasm, she had neutralized my mind sufficiently to make me want to hear her. She had performed her most difficult task with those few words, because I had made up my mind when she was announced that I would keep my manuscript in my hands and thereby convey to her mind, as politely as I could, that I was busy. Being a student of salesmanship and of suggestion, I carefully watched to see what her next move would be. She had a bundle of magazines under her arm, and I expected she would unroll it and begin to urge me to purchase, but she did not. You will recall that I said she was selling a combination of 6 magazines, not merely trying to sell them. She walked over to my bookshelves, pulled out a copy of Emerson's essays, and for the next 10 minutes she talked about Emerson's essay on compensation so interestingly that I lost sight of the roll of magazines that she carried. She was neutralizing my mind some more. Incidentally, she gave me a sufficient number of new ideas about Emerson's works to provide material for an excellent editorial. Then she asked me which magazines I received regularly, and after I told her, she smiled as she unrolled her bundle of magazines and laid them on the table in front of me. She analyzed her magazines one by one and explained just why I should have each of them. The Saturday Evening Post would bring me the cleanest fiction. Literary Digest would bring me the news of the world in condensed form, such as a busy man like myself would demand. The American Magazine would bring me the latest biographies of those who were leading in business and industry, and so on until she had covered the entire list. But I was not responding to her argument as freely as she thought I should have, so she slipped me this gentle suggestion. "A man of your position is bound to be well informed, and if he isn't, it will show up in his own work." She spoke the truth. Her remark was both a compliment and a gentle reprimand. She made me feel somewhat sheepish because she had taken inventory of my reading matter, and 6 of the leading magazines were not on my list. The 6 that she was selling. Then I began to slip by asking her how much the 6 magazines would cost. She put on the finishing touches of a well-presented sales talk by this tactful reply. "The cost? Why, the cost of the entire number is less than you receive for a single page of the typewritten manuscript that you had in your hands when I came in." Again, she spoke the truth. And how did she happen to guess so well what I was getting from my manuscript? The answer is, she did not guess. She knew. She made it a part of her business to draw me out tactfully as to the nature of my work, which in no way made me angry. She became so deeply interested in the manuscript which I had laid down when she came in that she actually induced me to talk about it. I am not saying, of course, that this required any great amount of skill or coaxing. After all, it was my manuscript. For all I know, it was a part of her plan to observe carefully all that she saw and heard, with the object of finding out just what my weaknesses were and in what I was most interested. Some salespeople take the time to do this. Some do not. She was one of those who did. Yes, she went away with my order for the 6 magazines, But that was not all the benefit she derived from tactful suggestion plus enthusiasm. She also got my consent to canvass my office, and before she left, she had 5 other orders from my employees. At no time during her stay did she leave the impression that I was favoring her by purchasing her magazines. Just to the contrary, she distinctly impressed me with the feeling that she was rendering me a favor. This was tactful suggestion. Before we get away from this incident, I wish to make an admission. When she drew me into conversation, she did it in such a way that I talked with enthusiasm, and I am sure I caught the spirit of enthusiasm from this clever saleswoman when she made that opening remark as she came into my study. I am just as sure that her enthusiasm was not a matter of accident. She had trained herself to look for something in her prospective purchaser's office or their work or their conversation over which she could express enthusiasm. Remember, suggestion and enthusiasm go hand in hand. I can remember as though it were yesterday the feeling that came over me when that other would-be salesman pushed that Saturday evening post in front of me. As he remarked, "You wouldn't subscribe for the post to help me out, would you?" His words were chilled. They were lifeless. They lacked enthusiasm. They registered an impression in my mind, but that impression was one of coldness. I wanted to see the man go out the door at which he had come in. Mind you, I am not naturally unsympathetic, but the tone of his voice, the look on his face, his general bearing, suggested that he was there to ask a favor and not to offer one. Suggestion is one of the most subtle and powerful principles of psychology. You are making use of it in all that you do and say and think. But unless you understand the difference between negative suggestion and positive suggestion, you may be using it in such a way that it is bringing you defeat instead of success. Science has established the fact that through the negative use of suggestion, life may be extinguished. In the little town where I was raised, there lived an old lady who constantly complained that she feared death from cancer. During her childhood, she had seen a woman who had cancer, and the sight had so impressed itself upon her mind that she began to look for symptoms in her own body. She was sure that every little ache and pain was the beginning of her long-looked-for symptom of cancer. I have seen her place her hand on her breast and have heard her exclaim, "Oh, I am sure I have a cancer growing here. I can feel it," when complaining of this left breast, where she believed the cancer was attacking her. A few weeks ago, she died with cancer on her left breast. If suggestion will actually transform healthy body cells into parasites out of which cancer will develop, can you not imagine what it will do in destroying disease germs if properly directed? Suggestion is the law through which mental healers work what appear to be miracles. I have personally witnessed the removal of parasitical growths known as warts through the aid of suggestion within 48 hours. By the 1980s, the medical aspects of the principle Napoleon Hill wrote about in the preceding paragraph were embraced by a growing segment of the population, commonly referred to as the New Age. Among the adherents were numerous medical professionals who incorporated the concept under the term the body-mind connection, and by the turn of the 21st century, the belief that the mind can manifest physical changes in the body had become a part of mainstream medical practice. Following is a listing of the seminal books and audiobooks that explain in greater detail the medical applications of the power of suggestion. Visualization by Adelaide Bry. Ageless Body, Timeless Mind by Deepak Chopra. Creative Visualization by Shakti Gawain. Focusing by Eugene Gendlin, PhD. You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay. Healing with Body Energy by W. Brow Joy, MD. Psychocybernetics by Maxwell Maltz, MD. Super Immunity by Paul Pearsall, PhD. Healing Back Pain by John E. Sarno, MD. Love, Medicine, and Miracles by Bernie S. Siegel, MD. Getting Well by O. Carl Simonton, MD. 8 Weeks to Optimum Health and Spontaneous Healing by Andrew Weil, MD. A few months ago, I received one of the most effective pieces of advertising I ever saw. It was a little book in which a clever automobile insurance salesman had reprinted press dispatches that he had gathered from all over the country, showing that 65 automobiles had been stolen in a single day. On the back page of the book was this highly suggestive statement: "Your car may be the next one to go. Is it insured?" At the bottom of the page was the salesman's name, address, and telephone number. Before I had finished reading the first 2 pages of the book, I called the salesman on the telephone and made inquiry about rates. He came right over to see me, and you know the rest of the story. Go back now to the 2 letters and let us analyze the second one, which brought the desired replies from all to whom it was sent. Study carefully the first paragraph and you will observe that it asks a question that can be answered in only one way. Compare this opening paragraph with that of the first letter by asking yourself which of the 2 would have impressed you most favorably. This paragraph is worded as it is for a twofold purpose. First, it is intended to serve the purpose of neutralizing the mind of the reader so he will read the remainder of the letter with an open-minded attitude. And second, it asks a question that can be answered in only one way, for the purpose of committing the reader to a viewpoint that harmonizes with the nature of the service, which in subsequent paragraphs of the letter he is to be requested to render. In the second lesson of this course, you observed that Andrew Carnegie refused to answer my question when I asked him to what he attributed his success, until he had asked me to define the word success. He did this to avoid misunderstanding. The first paragraph of the letter we are analyzing is so worded that it states the object of the letter and at the same time practically forces the reader to accept that object as being sound and reasonable. Book 3, paragraphs 18 and half the wrecks that strew life's ocean, if some star had been their guide, might in safety now be riding, but they drifted with the tide. Any person who would answer the question in the negative would convict themselves on the charge of selfishness, and no one wants to live with a guilty conscience on such a charge. Just as the farmer first plows his ground, then fertilizes it in order that he may be sure of a crop, so does this paragraph fertilize the mind of the reader and prepare it for the seed that is to be placed there through the subtle suggestion the paragraph contains. Now carefully study the second paragraph of the letter, and you will observe that it carries a statement of fact that the reader can neither question nor deny. It provides him no reason for argument because it is obviously based on a sound fundamental. It takes him the second step of the psychological journey that leads straight toward compliance with the request that is carefully clothed in the third paragraph of the letter. But you will also notice that the paragraph begins by indirectly paying the reader a nice little compliment. Therefore, if you will write me of your views as to the most essential points to be borne in mind by those who are offering personal services for sale, etc. Study the wording of this sentence together with the setting in which it has been placed, and you will observe that it hardly appears to be a request at all. And certainly there is nothing about it to suggest that the writer of the letter is requesting a favor for his personal benefit. At most, it can be construed merely as a request for a favor for others. Next, study the closing paragraph and notice how tactfully concealed is the suggestion that if the reader should refuse the request, he is placing himself in the awkward position of one who does not care enough about those who are less fortunate than himself to spend a stamp and a few minutes of time for their benefit. The whole construction of the letter is such that if the reader lays it aside without complying with the request that it makes, he will have to reckon with his own conscience. This effect is intensified by the last sentence of the last paragraph and especially by the last 13 words of that sentence. Who will read your message, believe in it, and be guided by it? Conceit is a fog that envelops a man's real character beyond his own recognition. It weakens his native ability and strengthens all his inconsistencies. This letter brings the reader up with a bang and turns his own conscience into an ally of the writer. It corners him just as a hunter might corner a rabbit by driving it into a carefully prepared net. The best evidence I can offer that this analysis is correct is that the letter brought replies from every person to whom it was sent, despite the fact that every one of the recipients was of the type that is generally supposed to be too busy to answer a letter of this nature. Not only did the letter bring the desired replies, but those to whom it was sent also replied in person, with the exception of the late Theodore Roosevelt, who replied under the signature of a secretary. John Wanamaker and Frank A. Vanderlip wrote two of the finest letters I have ever read, each a masterpiece which might well have adorned the pages of a more dignified volume than the one for which the letters were requested. Andrew Carnegie also wrote a letter that was well worth consideration by all who have personal services for sale. William Jennings Bryan wrote a fine letter, as did also the late Lord Northcliffe. None of these wrote merely to please me, for I was unknown to all of them, with the exception of 4. They did not write to please me. They wrote to please themselves and to render a worthy service. Perhaps the wording of the letter had something to do with this, but as to that I make no point, other than to state that all of those whom I have mentioned, and most others of their type, are generally the most willing to render service for others when they are properly approached. I wish to take advantage of this appropriate opportunity to state that all of the really big public figures whom I have had the pleasure of knowing have been the most willing and courteous men of my acquaintance when it came to rendering service that was of benefit to others. Perhaps that was one reason why they were really major figures. The human mind is a marvelous piece of machinery. One of its outstanding characteristics is that all impressions which reach it, either through outside suggestion or autosuggestion, are recorded together in groups which harmonize in nature. The negative impressions are all stored away in one portion of the brain, while the positive impressions are stored in another portion. When one of these impressions or past experiences is called into the conscious mind through the principle of memory, there is a tendency to recall with it all others of a similar nature, just as the raising of one link of a chain brings up other links with it. For example, anything that causes a feeling of doubt to arise in a person's mind is sufficient to call forth all of their experiences that cause them to become doubtful. If a person is asked by a stranger to cash a check, he or she may immediately remember having cashed checks that were not good, or of having heard of others who did so. Through the law of association, all similar emotions, experiences, and sense impressions that reach the mind are filed away together, so that the recalling of one tends to bring back to memory all the others. To arouse a feeling of distrust in a person's mind has a tendency to bring back every doubt, building experience that person ever had. For this reason, successful salespeople endeavor to keep away from the discussion of subjects that may arouse the buyer's chain of doubt, impressions, from previous experiences. The successful salesperson quickly learns that knocking a competitor may result in bringing to the buyer's mind certain negative emotions that might make it impossible for the salesperson to neutralize the buyer's mind. This principle applies to and controls every sense impression that is lodged in the human mind. Take the feeling of fear, for example. The moment we permit a single emotion that is related to fear to reach the conscious mind, it calls with it all of its unsavory relations. A feeling of courage cannot claim the attention of the conscious mind while a feeling of fear is there. One or the other must dominate. They make poor roommates because they do not harmonize in nature. Like attracts like. Every thought held in the conscious mind has a tendency to draw to it other thoughts of a similar nature. These feelings, thoughts, and emotions growing out of past experiences which claim the attention of the conscious mind are backed by a regular army of supporting soldiers of a similar nature that stand ready to aid them in their work. As noted earlier, many people built on the basic principles about which Napoleon Hill wrote and lectured. Some took inspiration from Hill's principles of success and turned their inspiration into businesses, a number of which went on to become not just businesses but industries unto themselves. Others built on the ideas by elaborating on certain concepts, and they themselves became best-selling authors and famous motivational speakers. To experience firsthand just how influential Napoleon Hill has been in this regard, the editors urge you to attend seminars and workshops by today's popular speakers. You will hear new buzzwords, and the speakers will illustrate their concepts with contemporary stories, but behind each modern catchphrase or story, you will also hear the echo of one of Hill's original 17 principles of success. Two of the most prominent and powerful motivational speakers of the latter part of the 20th century and beginning of the 21st century are Anthony Robbins and Stephen Covey, both of whom readily acknowledge Napoleon Hill as a major inspiration in their work. Deliberately place in your own mind, through the principle of autosuggestion, the ambition to succeed through the aid of a definite chief aim, and notice how quickly all of your latent or undeveloped ability in the nature of past experiences will become stimulated and aroused to action on your behalf. Plant in a child's mind through the principle of suggestion, the ambition to become a successful lawyer or doctor or engineer or business person or financier. And if you plant that suggestion deeply enough and keep it there by repetition, it will begin to move the child toward the achievement of the object of that ambition. If you would plant a suggestion deeply, mix it generously with enthusiasm, for enthusiasm is the fertilizer that will ensure its rapid growth as well as its permanency. When that kind-hearted old gentleman planted in my mind the suggestion that I was a bright boy and that I could make my mark in the world if I would educate myself, it was not so much what he said as it was the way in which he said it that made such a deep and lasting impression on my mind. It was the way in which he gripped my shoulders and the look of confidence in his eyes that drove his suggestion so deeply into my subconscious mind that it never gave me any peace until I commenced taking the steps that led to the fulfillment of the suggestion. This is a point I would stress with all the power at my command. It is not so much what you say as it is the tone and manner in which you say it that makes a lasting impression. It naturally follows, therefore, that sincerity of purpose, honesty, and earnestness must be placed behind all that one says if one would make a lasting and favorable impression. Whatever you successfully sell to others, you must first sell to yourself. Not long ago, I was approached by an agent of the government of a certain country. The agent sought my services as a writer of propaganda for the administration in charge at that time. His approach was about as follows. Whereas you have a reputation as an exponent of the Golden Rule philosophy, and whereas you are known throughout the United States as an independent who is not allied with any political faction, would you be gracious enough to come to our country, study the economic and political affairs, then return to the United States and write a series of articles to appear in the newspapers, recommending to the people of America the immediate recognition of the government by the United States, etc. For this service I was offered more money than I shall perhaps ever possess during my entire life. But I refused the commission, and for a reason that will fail to impress anyone except those who understand the principle that makes it necessary for all who would influence others to remain on good terms with their own conscience. I could not write convincingly of that country's cause because I did not believe in that cause. Therefore, I could not have mixed sufficient enthusiasm with my writing to have made it effective, even if I had been willing to prostitute my talent and dip my pen into ink that I believed to be muddy. I will not endeavor further to explain my philosophy on this incident, as those who are far enough advanced in the study of autosuggestion will not need further explanation, while those who are not far enough advanced would not and could not understand. No one can afford to express, through words or acts, anything that is not in harmony with their own belief, and if they do, they must pay by the loss of their ability to influence others. Please read aloud the foregoing paragraph. It is worth emphasizing by repetition, for it is by lack of observation of the principle on which it is based that many a person's definite chief aim has been dashed. I do not believe that I can afford to try to deceive anyone about anything, but I know that I cannot afford to try to deceive myself. To do so would destroy the power of my pen and render my words ineffective. It is only when I write with the fire of enthusiasm burning in my heart that my writing impresses others favorably. It is only when I speak from a heart that is bursting with belief in my message that I can move my audience to accept that message. I urge you to also read aloud the foregoing paragraph. Commit it to memory. Write it out and place it where it may serve as a daily reminder of a principle, as immutable as the law of gravity, without which you can never become a power in your chosen life's work. There have been times, and many of them, when it appeared that if I stood by this principle, it would mean starvation. There have been times when even my closest friends and business advisors have strongly urged me to shade my philosophy for the sake of gaining a needed advantage here and there, but somehow I have managed to cling to it. Mainly, I suppose, because I have preferred peace and harmony in my own heart to the material gain that I might have had by compromising my integrity. Strange as it may seem, my refusal to strangle my own conscience has seldom been based on what is commonly called honesty. My refusal to write or speak anything that I did not believe has been solely a question of honor between my conscience and myself. I have tried to express what my heart dictated because I have aimed to give my words flesh. It might be said that my motive was based more on self-interest than on a desire to be fair with others, though I have never desired to be unfair with others so far as I am able to analyze myself. No one can become a master salesperson if they compromise faults, even if no one ever catches them red-handed in expressing what they do not believe. Their words will fail in the accomplishment of their purpose because a person cannot give their words flesh if they do not come from the heart and if they are not mixed with genuine, unadulterated enthusiasm. I would also ask you to read aloud the foregoing paragraph, for it embraces a great law that you must understand and apply before you can become a person of influence in any undertaking. I should point out that I am quite serious when I ask you to read aloud or memorize certain phrases. It is not that I do not give you full credit for being an adult, a thinker, an intelligent person, but I know how likely you are to skip over these vital laws without being sufficiently impressed by them to make them a part of your everyday philosophy. I know your weakness because I know my own. It has required the better part of 25 years of ups and downs, mostly downs, to impress these basic truths on my own mind so that they influenced me. I have tried both them and their opposites. Therefore, I can speak not as one who merely believes in their soundness, but as one who knows. And what do I mean by these truths? So that you cannot possibly misunderstand my meaning, and so that these words of warning cannot possibly convey an abstract meaning, I will state that by these truths I mean this. You cannot afford to suggest to another person, by word of mouth or by an act of yours, anything that you do not believe. Surely, that is plain enough. And the reason you cannot afford to do so is this. Till you head home, it will not be long before you will have no conscience, for your conscience will fail to guide you just as an alarm clock will fail to guide you if you do not heed it. Surely that is plain enough also. And how do I happen to be an authority on this vital subject? I am an authority because I have experimented with the principle until I know how it works. But, you may ask, how do I know that you are telling the truth? But the answer is you will know only by experimenting for yourself and by observing others who faithfully apply this principle and those who do not apply it. If my evidence needs backing, then consult anyone whom you know to be a person who has tried to get by without observing this principle. And if they will not or cannot give you the truth, you can get it nevertheless by analyzing the character of the person. There is but one thing in the world that gives us real and enduring power, and that is character. Reputation, bear in mind, is not character. Reputation is that which people are believed to be. Character is that which people are. If you would be a person of great influence, then be a person of real character. Character is the philosopher's lodestone, through which all who have it may turn the base metals of their life into pure gold. Without character, you have nothing, you are nothing, and you can be nothing. Character is something that you cannot beg or steal or buy. You can get it only by building it, and you can build it by your own thoughts and deeds and in no other way. Through the aid of autosuggestion, any person can build a sound character, no matter what his or her past has been. I wish to emphasize the fact that all who have character also have enthusiasm and personality sufficient to attract others who have character. Following are 3 simple but valuable instructions as to how to develop enthusiasm. First, complete the remaining lessons of this course, because other important instructions that are to be coordinated with this one will be found in subsequent lessons. Second, if you have not already done so, write out your definite chief aim in clear, simple language, and follow this by writing out the plan through which you intend to transform your aim into reality. Third, read over the description of your definite chief aim each night just before retiring, and as you read, see yourself in your imagination in full possession of the object of your aim. Do this with full faith in your ability to transform your definite chief aim into reality. Read aloud with all the enthusiasm at your command, emphasizing every word. Repeat this reading until the small, still voice within you tells you that your purpose will be realized. Sometimes you will feel the effects of this voice from within the first time you read your definite chief aim, while at other times you may have to read it a dozen or 50 times before the assurance comes. But do not stop until you feel it. One of the greatest powers for good on the face of this earth is faith. To this marvelous power may be traced miracles of the most astounding nature. It offers peace on earth to all who embrace it. Faith involves a principle so far-reaching in its effect that no one can say what its limitations are or if it has limitations. Write into the description of your definite chief aim a statement of the qualities that you intend to develop in yourself and the station in life that you intend to attain, and have faith, as you read this description each night, that you can transform this purpose into reality. Surely you cannot miss the suggestion contained in this lesson. To become successful, you must be a person of action. Merely to know is not sufficient. It is necessary both to know and to do. Enthusiasm is the mainspring of the mind that urges one to put knowledge into action. Billy Sunday is the most successful evangelist this country has ever known. For the purpose of studying his technique and checking up on his psychological methods, I went through 3 campaigns with Reverend Sunday. His success is based very largely on one word: enthusiasm. By making effective use of the law of suggestion, Billy Sunday conveys his own spirit of enthusiasm to the minds of his followers, and they become influenced by it. He sells his sermons by exactly the same sort of strategy employed by many master salespeople. Enthusiasm is as essential to a salesperson as water is to a duck. All successful sales managers understand the psychology of enthusiasm and make use of it in various ways as a practical means of helping their group produce more sales. Practically all sales organizations have get-together meetings for the purpose of revitalizing the minds of all members of the sales force and injecting the spirit of enthusiasm, which can be best done en masse through group psychology. Sales meetings might properly be called revival meetings because their purpose is to revive interest and arouse enthusiasm that will enable the salespeople to take up the fight with renewed ambition and energy. During his administration as sales manager of the National Cash Register Company, Hugh Chalmers, who later became famous in the motor car industry, faced a most embarrassing situation which threatened to wipe out his position as well as that of thousands of salesmen under his direction. The company was in financial difficulty. This fact had become known to the salesmen in the field, and as a result, they began to lose their enthusiasm. Sales began to dwindle until finally the conditions became so alarming that a general meeting of the sales organization was held at the company's plant in Dayton, Ohio. The salesmen were called in from all over the country. Mr. Chalmers presided over the meeting. He began by calling on several of his best salesmen to tell what was wrong out in the field, that orders had fallen off. One by one they got up, as called, and each had a most terrible tale of grief to tell. Business conditions were bad, money was scarce, people were holding off buying until after the presidential election, and so forth. As the fifth man began to enumerate the difficulties that had kept him from making his usual quota of sales, Mr. Chalmers jumped up on top of a table, held up his hands for silence, and said, "Stop. I order this convention to come to a close for 10 minutes while I get my shoes shined." Then turning to a small boy who sat nearby, he ordered the boy to bring his shoe shine outfit and shine his shoes right where he stood on top of the table. The salesmen in the audience were astounded. They began to whisper among themselves. Meanwhile, the boy shined first one and then the other shoe, taking plenty of time and doing a first-class job. After the job was finished, Mr. Chalmers handed the boy a dime, then went ahead with his speech. "I want each of you," he said, "to take a good look at this boy. He has the concession for shoe shining throughout our plant and offices. His predecessor was considerably older than himself, and despite the fact that the company subsidized him with a salary, he could not make a living in this plant, where thousands of people are employed. This boy not only makes a good living without any subsidy from the company, but he is actually saving money out of his earnings each week, working under the same conditions in the same plant for the same people. Now I wish to ask you a question. Whose fault was it that the older boy did not get more business? Was it his fault or the fault of his buyers?" In a mighty roar from the crowd, the answer came back. "It was the boy's fault, of course." "Just so," replied Chalmers, "and now I want to tell you this. that you are selling cash registers in the same territory, to the same people, with exactly the same business conditions that existed a year ago. Yet, you are not producing the business that you were then. Now, whose fault is that? Is it yours or the buyer's? And again, the answer came back with a roar. It is our fault, of course. I am glad that you are frank to acknowledge your faults, Chalmers continued, and I now wish to tell you what your trouble is. You have heard rumors about this company being in financial trouble, and that has killed off your enthusiasm so that you are not making the effort that you formerly made. If you will go back into your territories with a definite promise to send in 5 orders each during the next 30 days, this company will no longer be in financial difficulty, for that additional business will see us clear. Will you do it? They said they would, and they did. That incident has gone down in the history of the National Cash Register Company under the name Hugh Chalmers' $1 Million Shoe Shine, for it is said that this turned the tide in the company's affairs and was worth millions of dollars. Enthusiasm knows no defeat. A sales manager who knows how to send out an army of enthusiastic salespeople may set his or her own price on their services. What is more important even than this, they can increase the earning capacity of every person under their direction. Thus, the sales manager's enthusiasm benefits not only themselves, but perhaps hundreds of others as well. Enthusiasm is never a matter of chance. There are certain stimuli that produce enthusiasm, the most important being as follows. 1. Occupation in the work that one loves best. 2. Environment where one comes in contact with others who are enthusiastic and optimistic. 3. Financial success. 4. Complete mastery and application in one's daily work of the 17 laws of success. 5. Good health. 6. Knowledge that one has served others in some helpful manner. 7. Good clothes, appropriate to the needs of one's occupation. These sources of stimuli are self-explanatory, with the exception of the last. The psychology of clothes is understood by very few people, and will therefore be explained here in detail. Clothes are the most important part of the embellishment that every person must have in order to feel self-reliant, hopeful, and enthusiastic. The Psychology of Good Clothes commentary. Needless to say, clothing and what is acceptable to wear in business today is a far cry from what was considered appropriate in the early part of the 20th century. As you begin to read the following, you may wonder what Napoleon Hill, who wore celluloid collars and spats, could have to say to a world where casual Friday is common and billion-dollar deals are signed by people dressed in blue jeans or sweats. The editors assure you that if you read on, it will become abundantly clear that the philosophy behind the words supersedes the fashion of any particular era, and that in fact Hill's Psychology of Good Clothes has a much more significant point than, can I wear checks with stripes? When the good news came from the theater of war on November the 11th, 1918, my worldly possessions amounted to little more than they did the day I came into the world. The war had destroyed my business and made it necessary for me to make a new start. My wardrobe consisted of 3 well-worn business suits and 2 uniforms which I no longer needed. Knowing all too well that the world forms its first and most lasting impressions of a person by the clothes he or she wears, I lost no time in visiting my tailor. My tailor had known me for many years, and therefore he did not judge me entirely by the clothes I wore. If he had, I would have been sunk. With less than $1 in change in my pocket, I picked out the cloth for 3 of the most expensive suits I ever owned and ordered that they be made up for me at once. The 3 suits came to $375. I shall never forget the remark made by the tailor as he took my measure. Glancing first at the 3 bolts of expensive cloth that I had selected, and then at me, he inquired, "$1 a year, man? Eh?" "No," said I. If I had been fortunate enough to get on the $1 a year payroll, I might now have enough money to pay for these suits. The tailor looked at me with surprise. I don't think he got the joke. One of the suits was a beautiful dark gray. One was a dark blue. The other was a light blue with a pinstripe. Fortunately, I was in good standing with my tailor.